As long as we can conquer this city as quickly as possible, losing some devilish beasts isn't a big deal. We have countless devilish beasts at our disposal and can replenish our armies at any time. Does anyone have anything to add to the method that Elder Huan Yu proposed? The crimson-robed man asked in a cold voice. Sacred Ancestor, I suggest we send out some elite devilish beings to eradicate some of the smaller human cultivator strongholds in this area while we attack Deep Heaven City. That way we won't have to worry about watching our backs when we launch the final attack. On top of that, we can use this opportunity to familiarize our elite troops with the way that human cultivators like to do battle, which should minimize our casualties during the final attack, a graceful yellow-robed woman suggested. The crimson-robed man was rather intrigued by this idea, and he asked, roughly how many other large human settlements are there in the nearby area? A high-grade devilish being with the appearance of a fair-skinned young man replied, we haven't had much time to scout the area yet, but from what we've seen thus far, there are approximately 7 or 8 human settlements nearby. However, none of them are even close to the scale of Deep Heaven City. After a brief pause for contemplation, the crimson-robed man decided, in that case send the Jialuan War Devils, Bloodlight Crystal Guards, and the all-encompassing Devilish Cavaliers to wipe out those settlements. As for everything else, follow the plan outlined by Elder Huan Yu. What? You're planning to deploy the Bloodlight Crystal Guards? There's no problem with deploying the Jialuan War Devils and the all-encompassing Devilish Cavaliers, but the Bloodlight Crystal Guards are your personal guards. It would not be wise to send them away, Sacred Ancestor. Most of the high-grade devilish beings' expressions changed drastically upon hearing this order, and some of them immediately raised objections. I have my own reason for deploying the Bloodlight Crystal Guards. There's no need for any of you to try to dissuade me, the crimson-robed man said in an implacable voice. The high-grade devilish beings present exchanged a few glances upon hearing this and didn't dare to say anything further. Right at this moment, the crimson-robed man raised his head, and he seemed to cast his gaze through the ceiling of the hall toward an extremely distant place. Meanwhile, on a giant mountain near the Spirit Sovereign City, there was an elegant woman with a pair of pristine white horns on her head standing on a huge rock. She also withdrew her gaze from a certain direction, and a hint of disdain flashed through her eyes. There were 50 to 60 high-grade devilish beings standing behind her, and all of them had their hands hanging by their sides, looking down from the mountain summit with solemn expressions. There was a sea of devilish chi down below, within which there were countless armored devilish warriors and giant flags that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were also many types of unheard of high-grade devilish beasts intermingled among the armored warriors, and they would let loose the occasional vicious snarl. Up ahead, the Spirit Sovereign City had been completely surrounded by the devilish army. In contrast with what was happening at Deep Heaven City, the devilish army here had deployed all of their troops from the get-go, and it seemed that they were planning to conquer the Spirit Sovereign City in one fell swoop. In the distance, the Spirit Sovereign City was enshrouded within layers of green light barriers, and there were rows of human cultivators standing atop the city wall. The remains of tens of thousands of fortresses lay around the Spirit Sovereign City, and it seemed that they had been destroyed by some type of overwhelming power. Begin the attack, the horned woman commanded, and the killing intent in her voice completely belied her gorgeous appearance. Yes, Mistress Lu Ji. The 50 to 60 high-grade devilish beings didn't even dare to look directly at her as they bowed in unison, and a burst of astonishing baleful chi erupted into the heavens from the summit of the massive mountain. At the very edge of the group of high-grade devilish beings stood a devilish woman in a purple palatial dress. She raised her head slightly to reveal a set of peerlessly beautiful features, and even though she also wore a respectful expression toward the horned woman as all of the other high-grade devilish beings did, there was a hint of complex emotion deep within her eyes. After getting back to his abode, Han Li immediately returned to the secret chamber on the top floor to continue refining the golden gourd and the myriad sword artwork. If he could refine these two treasures before the true battle against the Elder Devil race began, then he and his disciples would all be better equipped for the upcoming battle. A month later, Han Li completed the refinement of the gourd and bestowed the treasure upon Hai Yuetian. After that, he focused the entirety of his attention on refining the myriad sword artwork. Thus, time passed by one day after another, and over half a year flew by in the blink of an eye. During this time, no messengers were sent to Han Li by the elders of Deep Heaven City. However, his disciples were keeping him up to date on the current situation, so he knew that the Elder Devil race had virtually never ceased their attacks against Deep Heaven City. Regardless of how many devilish beings were slain, a new army would turn up in front of the city in a few days. It was as if there were no end to their numbers. Furthermore, the high-grade devilish beings leading these devilish beasts paid no heed whatsoever to the number of casualties suffered. The city had unleashed several types of super formations to almost decimate those high-grade devilish beings on several occasions, but they were completely fearless and would quickly return with another devilish army. What was even more concerning was that during the past few months, the human settlements closest to Deep Heaven City had been breached one after another. Most of the human cultivators in those settlements perished in battle, while a small proportion of them were captured and were to be transformed into devilish humans through injections of devilish chi. As for the human mortals, they were all spared by the devilish armies and were allowed to continue living in the settlements. According to reports, the devilish beings that attacked these settlements were true devilish elites rather than armies of low-grade devilish beasts. Not only were they all individually extremely powerful, they were also very proficient in combination techniques, and even the body integration cultivators in these settlements hadn't been able to survive the attacks. Han Li was naturally quite alarmed to hear this. It seemed that the true power of the Elder Devil race was far more fearsome than the rumors suggested. If they were to sweep through all of the human settlements in the nearby area, then find a chink in the defenses of Deep Heaven City, it would really be difficult to say if the city would be able to keep them at bay. However, this wasn't a situation that he could change on his own. He would just have to rely on the panel of elders to address this perilous situation. All of the Deep Heaven City elders had lived for over 10,000 years, so they definitely weren't just going to surrender and wait for death. Han Li had a feeling that these days during which he could refine his treasures in peace were numbered. Sure enough, a month later Han Li received a message from Buddhist monk Jin Yu, inviting him to discuss some matters with the panel of elders. Han Li naturally immediately set off to meet with the elders of the city. Less than half a day later, Han Li found himself seated in a chair within a certain hall. Aside from the elders that Han Li had met before, there were also several other unfamiliar body integration cultivators in the hall, and they were clearly the members of the panel of elders that he had yet to meet. It was said that these elders all had important matters to attend to recently, which was why Han Li had never met them. Han Li was rather curious about what these supposed important matters were, but he naturally knew better than to pry and merely exchange some small talk with these elders. All of these elders were at the early body integration stage, so they were naturally very polite toward the mid-body integration stage Han Li. However, during their conversation Han Li noticed that Elder Gu and the others all seemed to be quite concerned about something. Alright, now that you've all met Brother Han, let's get straight into our discussion. Yesterday, the panel of elders received news that the Elder Devil race has deployed an army to attack the joint city of the 4 major sections. The 4 sects know that they won't be able to withstand this attack, so they sent out a suicide squad of messengers to request for reinforcements from our Deep Heaven City. The stronghold of the 4 major sects is an important human settlement that's second in scale only to our city, so if that stronghold is conquered by the devilish army, then we'll truly be on our own. Hence we have to send out reinforcements, Elder Gu said in a grim voice. Buddhist monk Jin Yu and the others also adopted solemn expressions upon seeing this, and Han Li's brows furrowed slightly, while looks of surprise appeared on the faces of the new elders. It seemed that they had only just been made aware of this news as well. Brother Gu, didn't the Heavenlin sect manage to force the Elder Devil race into retreat on several occasions and even severely wounded a few high-grade devilish beings? How did the situation deteriorate so quickly? An elder with a red complexion asked in an urgent voice. The 4 major sects combined form an extremely powerful force to be reckoned with, and the Heavenlin city they erected may be lacking in defensive prowess compared with our Deep Heaven city, but it definitely won't be lacking by much. The reason why the situation suddenly deteriorated is because the Elder Devil race suddenly deployed over 10 high-grade devilish beings at once to attack the city, then tricked the Grand Elders of the 4 major sects into coming out of the city before unleashing a sneak attack. As a result, 2 of the Grand Elders were killed, thereby severely denting the top-end defensive prowess of the 4 major sects, so they're naturally in a very perilous situation, Elder Gu explained in a grim manner. I see. I presume you've gathered all of us here to discuss how we should reinforce them then, the red-faced elder said with a nod. Indeed. Heavenlin City is the only major human settlement near our city, so we have to save it. The city was able to survive the entirety of the last devilish tribulation, and on this occasion, all they actually require are a few high-grade cultivators to replenish the grand elders they've lost, Elder Gu sighed. So what you're suggesting is that all we need to send out are a few body integration stage cultivators. Buddhist monk Jin Yu mused with a contemplative look in his eyes. That's exactly what I'm thinking. After all, our deep heaven city is the ultimate target for the devilish army. It's necessary for us to save Heavenly City, but at the same time, we have to make sure we don't fall into a trap where too much of our forces are diverted away to reinforce them. Heavenly City isn't lacking in low-grade and mid-grade disciples, and the city itself also possesses powerful defensive prowess. All we have to do is send over 2 or 3 body integration cultivators to reinforce them. That way we'll be able to help them tide over this perilous situation, while also ensuring that we're not weakening our own forces too much, Elder Gu replied, having clearly thought extensively about this matter in advance. After hearing Elder Gu's proposal, all of the elders naturally began to discuss their options, but in the end, it was decided that Elder Gu's proposed course of action was the most feasible one. However, all of the elders then began to argue about who was going to be sent to reinforce Heavenly City. You want me and fellow Daoist you to go and reinforce them? I don't think that's a good idea. It's not that I'm unwilling to take the risk. As you know, I'm currently overseeing a very important matter, and I can't leave at a crucial juncture like this, a white-haired middle-aged man said with furrowed brows. Elder Gu had just suggested for him and another elder to go and reinforce Heavenly City, and he had refused without any hesitation. I'm sure you know what I've been up to, Brother Gu. My celestial fragrance pills are also at a crucial stage in their refinement, and if I leave now, all my prior efforts will go to waste. Another elder, presumably Elder Yu, also refused with a shake of his head. Then what about Brother Qin and Brother Lei? Elder Gu turned toward another pair of elders with furrowed brows. Reluctant expressions appeared on both of those elders' faces in response. I'm afraid we've hit a dead end then. Fellow Daoist Jin Yu, myself and the others are responsible for overseeing the defense of Deep Heaven City, so we certainly can't leave, Elder Gu said as a displeased look appeared on his face. I'm willing to make the trip, Brother Gu. I'm good friends with Fairy Lin of the Heavenly Sovereign Sect, so I would be happy to lend them my assistance, Fairy Silverlight suddenly said. That would be great. I'm sure you'll be welcomed with open arms there. However, it won't be enough to send you on your own. We have to at least send another person with you. Elder Gu was given a massive pleasant surprise by Fairy Silverlight's decision to volunteer herself, and he reflexively cast his gaze toward Han Li as he spoke. Han Li heaved an internal sigh upon seeing this. He knew that he most likely wouldn't be able to escape this task, so he also volunteered himself. I'm also willing to make a trip to Heavenly City. Ever since I came to Deep Heaven City, I still haven't done anything, and this would be a chance for me to make myself useful. You have my thanks, Brother Han. You're a mid-body integration cultivator, and you once fought on equal footing with a late-body integration cultivator, so I'm sure Heavenly City's troubles will soon be no more with your assistance. Elder Gu was very elated that Han Li had also stepped up to accept the task. Han Li smiled and replied, Heavenly City is a very important human settlement, so it's only right that I do my part to help it in its time of need. The situation sounds quite urgent, so how about fellow Daoist Silverlight and I set off tomorrow? Even though he was going to have to directly face high-grade devilish beings during this trip to Heavenly City, no devilish beings aside from sacred ancestors would be able to pose any threat to the current Han Li, so even though he knew there would be some risk involved, there was no fear in his heart. That would be best. However, the Elder Devil race has already cut off long-distance teleportation, and the teleportation formations in the city won't be able to take the two of you directly to Heavenly City, so we can only send you to the secret teleportation site located the closest to there. From there, you'll have to fly the rest of the way to the city, Buddhist monk Jin Yu said in an apologetic manner. That's all right, with Brother Han and my abilities, I'm sure the remaining portion of the journey won't delay us too much, Fairy Silverlight said in a nonchalant manner, and Han Li didn't see this as a problem either. Thus, having made those arrangements, all of the other elders were quite relieved, and they began to discuss strategies to counter the Elder Devil race's attacks, which were only becoming fiercer and fiercer. However, despite the elders' vast wealths of knowledge and experience, they were completely stumped by these armies of countless low-grade devilish beasts. Even though Deep Heaven City had prepared an astonishing supply of spirit stones, more than 10% of this supply had been exhausted by the countless formations that were set up around the city. This didn't seem to be much of an issue until one considered that according to past conventions, a devilish tribulation would generally last over 100 years. Less than a year had passed since the commencement of this devilish tribulation, so how could the elders not be concerned? Han Li suddenly smiled and said, "There's no need to be overly concerned about this, fellow Daoists. Even if there really are virtually infinite low-grade devilish beasts in the Elder Devil realm, I'm sure it'll require a lot of effort and resources for the Elder Devil race to search for and tame these beasts. On top of that, it definitely won't be a simple matter for them to bring these devilish beasts into our spirit realm. After all, even though the resistance from the power of our realm has abated significantly, some of it still remains, and it has to be an extremely great burden for the Elder Devil race to transport so many low-grade devilish beasts between realms. Otherwise, they would simply overwhelm us from the get-go rather than go through all this effort to test out our defenses. We're naturally aware of this, but this devilish tribulation is truly more fierce than we anticipated, and we don't know if the resources in our Deep Heaven City will last," Elder Gu said with a wry smile. "Compared to the armies of devilish beasts and the high-grade devilish beings that have already appeared, I'm more concerned about just how many of the Elder Devil race's sacred ancestors will be able to descend into our realm," Fairy Silverlight said in a grim voice. "What do you mean by that, Fairy Silverlight?" Han Li asked. "In past, once the devilish tribulations have reached approximately the halfway mark, the power of our realm will no longer be able to prevent the true bodies of the sacred ancestors from descending into the spirit realm, but for some reason only a few of them are able to descend into our realm each devilish tribulation. In the past, we were able to keep these sacred ancestors at bay by joining forces with the other Grand Ascension stage beings of the nearby foreign races, but seeing as this devilish tribulation is far more perilous than previous ones, the number of sacred ancestors that descend into our realm could quite possibly be increased as well. There doesn't have to be too many. If more than 10 sacred ancestors appear in our realm at once, then our human and demon races will definitely be crushed," Fairy Silverlight explained. Elder Gu wasn't surprised by Fairy Silverlight's words at all. Instead, a cold light flashed through his eyes as he said, "Fellow Daoist Jin, you and I have actually developed theories in the past about why this is the case, but the Holy Island should have set up countermeasures for such a scenario. All we have to do is prepare as best as we can." Fairy Silverlight's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and after a brief pause she said, "That's true. The Holy Island has many individuals of vast wisdom from our two races. Seeing as they were able to predict that this devilish tribulation would be different from previous ones, I'm sure they've prepared measures to address the situation. In that case, I'll be taking my leave now so I can prepare for the trip to Heavenly City tomorrow." Elder Gu and the others naturally all agreed to this arrangement. Not long after she left, Han Li also took his leave, citing the same alibi. Less than half a day later, Han Li returned to his cave abode before immediately summoning Hai Yuetian and Qi Lingzi. After bestowing upon them some treasures and pills, and giving them some further instructions, he returned to the top floor to meditate. This trip most likely wasn't going to be a very perilous one for him, but it would naturally still be best for him to ensure that he was in prime condition before setting off. The next morning, Han Li flew toward the hall where Deep Heaven City's teleportation formations were situated. Several hours later, he was greeted by the sight of a white-robed woman wearing a mask standing outside the hall. Han Li landed beside her before cupping his fist in a salute. "Sorry to keep you waiting, fellow Daoist." "Not at all, Brother Han. I only just got here as well." "Let's set off," Fairy Silverlight replied in an indifferent manner. Thus, the two of them made their way into the hall, where several guards were already waiting for them. As soon as they entered the hall, the guards immediately extended respectful salutes toward them, and their leader said, "We've already prepared the teleportation formation, and the place you'll be teleported to will be around a month's travel away from Heavenly City. In order to keep that teleportation site a secret, it hasn't been used ever since the commencement of the devilish tribulation, so please do take care in case the teleportation site has already been exposed." "Are you saying we could be teleporting straight into an ambush from the Elder Devil race?" Fairy Silverlight asked in a cold voice as she raised an eyebrow. The guard's heart jolted upon hearing this and he hurriedly explained, "The location of the teleportation site is extremely secretive, so that shouldn't be the case. I'm only stating a very unlikely hypothetical situation. There's nothing wrong with the teleportation formation, is there? Han Li asked in a calm voice. Definitely not. We've just tested it not too long ago, the guard replied in a confident manner. As long as the teleportation formation is fine, even if there's an ambush on the other side, fellow Daoist Silverlight and I will be able to take care of ourselves. Prepare the teleportation formation right away, Han Li instructed. Fairy Silverlight opened her mouth to say something in response, but decided against it in the end. Thus, the guards immediately sprang into action, and hurriedly began to activate the teleportation formation. Fairy Silverlight strode onto the center of the formation first, and Han Li followed along with a calm smile. Moments later, a buzzing sound rang out from the teleportation formation underfoot, and white spiritual light flashed around them. The spiritual light then brightened even further, and the two of them vanished on the spot. From Han Li's perspective, everything around him had abruptly turned blurry and indistinct. With his current level of powers, teleportation over a distance like this would only result in very minor discomfort. As the light around them began to fade and a new set of scenery took shape around them, Han Li immediately released his spiritual sense to scour through the surrounding area, following which a cold light instantly flashed through his eyes. Almost at the exact same moment, hundreds of streaks of black light came hurtling toward them from all sides. Han Li immediately made a hand seal to conjure up a layer of gray light around his own body. Initially, the layer of gray light was only around 10 feet thick, but after just a single flash, it swelled drastically to countless times its original size, encompassing all of the oncoming streaks of black light in the process. As a result, all of the streaks of light came to an abrupt halt, and were revealed to be black crossbow arrows, each of which was around a foot in length and of a glossy black color. The tips of the arrows were flashing with a sinister purple light, and they seemed to have been smeared with some kind of lethal poison. Only then did Han Li inspect his surroundings in an unhurried manner, and in doing so he discovered that they were currently situated in a giant hall that was over 1,000 feet in size. There were 50 to 60 black-armored devilish warriors dispersed throughout the hall, and they were all holding black crossbows while staring at Han Li's duo in a shocked manner. Most of these devilish beings were at the core formation stage, and there was a small number of nascent soul stage beings among them, but they were led by a deity transformation stage devilish being with coarse skin and a single horn on his head. All of a sudden, the deity transformation stage devilish being screeched, "Retreat! Those are body integration stage human beings." As soon as his voice trailed off, a dull thump rang out from this body, and a burst of dense devilish chi erupted forth, permeating throughout the entire hall. He then immediately fled toward the entrance of the hall as a streak of black light with this devilish chi acting as a smokescreen. The other armored devilish warriors naturally also attempted to flee the scene in a blind panic, but Han Li certainly wasn't going to let them get away. A hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes, and the gray light around him suddenly flashed, following which the black crossbow arrows that were hovering in midair immediately flew back the same way they had come from, and they did so at over 10 times the speed they had initially been launched. A string of anguished cries rang out from the surrounding devilish beings, and all of them quickly fell to the ground. Immediately thereafter, countless thin gray threads emerged from within the gray light and shredded the bodies of these devilish beings, eradicating even their nascent souls in the process. Han Li then turned toward the leader of the devilish beings with a cold look in his eyes. At this point he had already fled to the entrance, and Han Li's hand shot forth like lightning before making a grabbing motion from afar. A huge azure hand instantly took shape in the air above the devilish being before crashing down with devastating force, crushing the devilish being into mincemeat amid a blood-curdling cry. Only then did Han Li sweep a sleeve through the air, and all of the gray threads the giant azure hand vanished on the spot. After that he turned to Fairy Silverlight and said, "It looks like this place was indeed discovered by the Elder Devil race, but they don't seem to have focused too much attention on this place considering the caliber of the devilish beings they left here to stand on guard. It's not that they don't want to station more powerful beings here. It's just that our human race has set up too many of these secret teleportation sites, so there's no way the Elder Devil race can station powerful beings at every single one. The fact that there was a deity transformation stage devilish being here shows that they've already taken this place very seriously," Fairy Silverlight replied. "I see," Han Li said as he nodded with an enlightened look in his eyes. He then flicked a finger and a fireball shot forth before transforming into a crimson fire raven in a flash. The fire raven then swooped down onto the ground, reducing all of the bodies of the devilish beings to ashes, leaving behind only a series of storage treasures. In contrast with the storage bracelets of the spirit realm, it seemed that storage belts were much more popular among the elder devil race. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to draw all of these belts into his grasp, then casually swept his spiritual sense through them, upon which his brows furrowed slightly. The storage belts of these devilish beings contained very few items. Aside from some shimmering black crystals, most of the remaining items were comprised of things like formation plates and formation flags. As for those black crystals, they were most likely the devilish crystals that could only be found in the elder devil realm. These stones were similar to the spirit stones of the spirit realm, except they contained devilish chi instead. Spiritual light flashed from Han Li's hand as he stowed all of the storage belts away, then made his way out of the hall. He had already inspected the entire surrounding area with his spiritual sense, so he knew that there was no one else around aside from the devilish beings he had just slain. Fairy silver light naturally followed along behind him. After emerging from the hall, they discovered that this teleportation formation was situated in an underground cave. Aside from a winding natural path that led upward, there were no other exits. Han Li found it truly remarkable that the elder devil race had managed to find such a secluded place. Moments later, two streaks of light, one azure and one white, flew out from under a small mountain, then took a moment to decide on a direction to travel toward before flying away. After flying for less than 100 kilometers, the azure streak of light abruptly flashed a few times before gradually becoming transparent and virtually invisible. As for the accompanying streak of white light, it transformed into a nondescript white cloud amid a dull thump, and it seemed to be drifting quite slowly through the air, but it was actually no slower than the other streak of light. Thus the two of them continued onward and quickly vanished into the distance. No more than half a day after Han Li's duo had left the teleportation formation, a cloud that was formed from devilish chi suddenly came sweeping toward the underground cave from the distance. It was moving incredibly quickly and arrived at the mountain that Han Li's duo had just flown out from in the blink of an eye. After that, the devilish chi condensed into a white-armored elderly man. This man had a short horn on his head, and bore a strong resemblance to the deity transformation stage devilish being that Han Li had slain not long ago. He was a body integration stage high-grade devilish being, and as soon as he appeared he flew into the underground cave with an urgent look on his face. After just the span of a few breaths, a roar of grief and pain erupted from underground. The elderly man then re-emerged on the summit of the mountain amid a flash of white light, and quickly inspected his surroundings with thunderous fury burning within his eyes. "How dare you kill my grandson? I'll hunt you down and tear you into pieces even if I have to chase you to the end of this realm." The white-armored elderly man was then instantly able to determine the direction that Han Li's duo had departed toward, and he let loose a low roar as a black cloud of devilish chi erupted from his body again. "Oh my Buddha, Han Li killed a small fry that's related to someone powerful? What an unexpected twist that's never happened in the story before." The elderly man then laid a hand onto his belt, and a ball of black light flew out amid a clear cry. Immediately thereafter, the ball of black light transformed into a giant black crane that was around 100 feet in length, and the elderly man leaped onto the crane's back before making a hand seal with a furious expression. Black light swirled around the giant crane's wings, and it suddenly manifested 4 pairs of black wings before flapping them in unison. The giant black crane shot forth through the air like a giant arrow, and at the same time, the devilish chi released by the elderly man expanded drastically to encompass the crane as well, and its speed was instantly doubled. Right at this moment, a gargantuan black staff suddenly extended out of the cloud of black chi before slamming viciously into the small mountain from over 10,000 feet away. An earth-shattering boom rang out as countless shards of rocks flew in all directions, and the giant staff projection vanished in a flash, having reduced the small mountain to half its original height. Meanwhile, the giant crane had already disappeared into the distance. 4 hours later, on a giant mountain that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, there were 2 other high-grade devilish beings discussing something with one another. "Old Man Li has been gone for a long time. Didn't he say he was coming back right after he delivered a couple of protective treasures to his grandson? What's taking him so long? If he delays what we're doing here, we'll have to answer to sacred ancestor Shuiguang. A high-grade devilish being with blue devilish marks all over his face said in an impatient manner. There's no need to be so impatient, Lord Lon. Old Man Li is not a man who doesn't know his priorities, and he's most likely already on the way back. That grandson of his is his only direct lineal descendant, so it's only normal that he's giving him a lot of attention. The other high-grade devilish being with several fleshy feelers around his mouth said in a nonchalant manner. Even so, that place isn't all that far away, he should have been back by now. Could he have encountered some trouble along the way? Lord Lon murmured as he stroked the devilish patterns on his own face in a contemplative manner. What troubles could he possibly encounter? With his powers, no human cultivator below the body integration stage would dare to mess with him. The other devilish being replied with a shake of his head. Not necessarily. The humans have some secret treasures that can allow one to punch above their weight. Alternatively, a few late spatial tempering cultivators who are adept in combination techniques can also be very troublesome, Lord Lon said. All of the human settlements in this area have been surrounded. How could there possibly be such an inconvenient coincidence? The bald devilish being chuckled in a nonchalant manner. Right as his voice trailed off, a low ringing sound suddenly rang out from his body, and both devilish beings were rather taken aback by this. The bald devilish being immediately waved a hand through the air, and a white formation plate appeared in his hand amid a flash of black light. He pointed a finger toward the formation plate, and a burst of transparent fluctuations immediately rippled through the air, following which white light flashed from the surface of the plate, and the furious face of an elderly man appeared. It was none other than the fellow Daoist Li they had been referring to. Brother Li, why are you contacting us through this formation plate? And why are you still not back yet? The bald devilish being asked in a slightly displeased manner. Lord Lan's expression eased slightly upon seeing that the elderly man was alive and well, but a hint of displeasure then appeared in his eyes as well. We didn't bring along many illusion devil stones for this formation plate to use up, so you'd better have a good reason for contacting us. My grandson was killed by human cultivators not long ago, and I'm pursuing the perpetrator now. However, it's very likely that there's a body integration cultivator among their ranks, so I may not be able to exact revenge on my own. I'll need you two to help me. In return, I'm willing to give you half of everything I obtained during this sacred sacrifice, the elderly man said with killing intent flashing through his eyes. How do you know that a body integration stage human cultivator was involved, Brother Li? The bald devilish being asked in a surprised manner. I've already been to the place where my grandson and his subordinates were killed, but there was no lingering aura suggesting that a battle had taken place. There's no way a spatial tempering cultivator could have accomplished this, so there's a very good chance that the perpetrator is a body integration cultivator, the elderly man explained. I see, that does seem quite plausible. Do you know the exact number of this group of human cultivators, Brother Li? Lord Lon asked in a solemn voice. I do. I could sense the residual aura of only 2 humans there, the elderly man replied. Oh, in that case, the 3 of us should definitely be able to take care of them, but the problem is that we have an important duty on our shoulders. If something goes wrong as we're hunting these people down, then the sacred ancestor won't be happy, the bald devilish being said in a hesitant manner. Those body integration stage human cultivators are definitely here to oppose our sacred race. If we can kill them and foil their plans, then the sacred ancestor will only reward us for our efforts. Besides, there may only be a single body integration cultivator involved, and the 3 of us can even take on someone at the pinnacle of the body integration stage, so there's virtually no risk involved. How about this? Aside from half of everything I obtained during this sacred sacrifice, I'll also give you that rotten tendril Zhou Xian of mine, the elderly man said through gritted teeth. The bald devilish being was very tempted upon hearing this. Oh, you really must be eager to take revenge if you're even offering such a precious treasure. In that case, I'm certainly willing to lend you a hand. What do you say, Brother Lon? Lord Lon was also rather tempted by this proposition, but he asked again in a cautious manner, Fellow Daoist Li, are you sure that there are only 2 perpetrators? A hint of fury resurfaced in the elderly man's eyes, but he forcibly repressed it and harumphed coldly, Are you doubting my abilities, fellow Daoist Lon? If there are more than 2 of them, then I won't force you two to fight alongside me. Alright, that's all I needed to hear. We'll go to join you right away. Make sure you don't let those two human cultivators shake you off, Brother Li, Lord Lon said with a faint smile. Those two killed my only direct lineal descendant. Unless they suddenly end up on the other side of the realm, there's no way they'll be able to escape my tracking secret technique, the elderly man said in a confident manner. Immediately thereafter, white light flashed from the formation plate, and the image of Lord Li abruptly vanished. He had cut off the communication from his end. I was wondering what was taking him so long. I guess this is understandable. If my only direct lineal descendant were killed by someone, I would also be sure to capture them and torture them for a few years before killing them, the bald devilish being chuckled coldly. At our cultivation bases, it's virtually impossible to have any more offspring, so we naturally have to pay more attention to our existing descendants. Thankfully, most of us have quite a few descendants, and fellow Daoist Li's situation is rather uncommon. It's no wonder that he's so furious and willing to offer such a large reward for our help, Lord Lon also said with a smile. If it's just two human cultivators, then there shouldn't be any issues. Let's set off right away. Perhaps we'll be able to strip some powerful treasures from those two humans as well, the bald devilish being said as a hint of greed flashed through his eyes. Of course, we already agreed to assist Brother Li, so we should naturally do everything in our power. Let's go. Blue arcs of lightning crackled around Lord Lon as he spoke, and his arms suddenly transformed into a pair of fleshy blue wings. Not only were the wings riddled with blue bone spikes, there were countless arcs of lightning revolving around them, creating a very menacing sight to behold. He flapped his wings, and a string of thunderclaps rang out in rapid succession as he vanished into thin air as a blue arc of lightning. When he reappeared, he was already several thousand feet away. The bald devilish being swept to sleeve through the air upon seeing this, releasing a red ball of light that transformed into a crimson cloud, which quickly enveloped his entire body. The crimson cloud then shot forth in pursuit of the arc of lightning amid a flash of red light. The two of them vanished into the distance in the blink of an eye, and meanwhile on the other end, Lord Li had no intention of stopping to wait for them. Instead, he unleashed a secret technique that increased his speed even further. Through his bloodline secret technique, he would be able to temporarily track the perpetrators, but there was a time limit. On top of that, if the people he was pursuing detected that something was off or used a teleportation formation to teleport straight out of his sensory range, then he would lose his targets. As such, before he caught up to them, he wasn't going to allow any complacency to set in. In any case, he had reinforcements on the way, so even if he found himself unable to kill his targets, he would just have to stall them until his companions arrived. With that in mind, he continued to fly through the air with burning fury in his heart. At this point, Han Li was still traveling toward Heavenline City with fairy silver light, completely oblivious to the fact that he was being pursued. Due to the fact that he wasn't in a battle or fleeing for his life, his speed of flight was naturally far slower than that of the three devilish lords pursuing him. As time passed, the distance between the two was naturally gradually whittled down. A day and a night later, just as Han Li and Fairy Silverlight were discussing matters regarding the four major sects in Heavenline City, Han Li's expression suddenly changed as he swept a sleeve through the air. A short silver ruler immediately emerged before transforming into a giant ruler projection that was over 100 feet in length, then slashing through the air behind him. An enormous black staff instantly appeared out of thin air, and the two treasures clashed amid an earth-shattering boom. A ball of piercing light emerged, and a burst of astonishing fluctuations erupted forth, threatening to cause the entire surrounding space to collapse. Fairy Silverlight emerged from her white cloud in a startled manner before turning toward the place where the fluctuations had erupted from with a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he calmly waved a hand through the air, and the short silver ruler pierced through space before reappearing in his grasp. At this moment, all of the fluctuations finally faded, and the horned elderly man appeared in the distance. However, he had swelled to around 50 to 60 feet tall, and he was holding a giant black staff as he appraised Han Li with a vicious look in his eyes. "That's a devilish lord." The alarm in Fairy Silverlight's eyes grew even more pronounced after she swept her spiritual sense toward the elderly man. She then immediately made a hand seal, and a pair of silver hooks emerged from her body. One of the hooks was engraved with the image of a white crescent moon, while the other was engraved with a crimson sun. As soon as the weapons appeared, countless stars emerged in the nearby area in a flash, clearly indicating that this was a pair of extraordinary treasures. Han Li appraised the elderly man and abruptly slammed a palm into his own chest without uttering a single word. A dull thump rang out as golden light erupted from his body, and he opened his mouth to expel a ball of azure chi that was interspersed with black threads. I see you must be related to one of the devilish beings I killed earlier, right? Only a bloodline secret technique like this one would have planted a tracking mark on me without my detection. However, your mental state was a little too unstable and that allowed me to notice your bloodline mark. Otherwise, I may not have been able to detect your presence, Han Li said with a smile as he swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a silver fireball that incinerated the ball of azure chi into nothingness. At your cultivation base, you must be quite an important figure in the Elder Devil race, right? Tell us your name, Fairy Silverlight said as a hint of killing intent flashed through her eyes. I am Lord Li, a subordinate to sacred ancestor Shuiguang. You killed my grandson, so I'm going to tear you into shreds and torture your soul until it disintegrates. Instead of displaying any fear toward the two body integration cultivators he had encountered, Lord Li was glowering at Han Li with fury burning in his eyes instead. Is that so? Let's see if you have what it takes, Han Li chuckled in a nonchalant manner. At his current cultivation base, a mere early body integration stage devilish being really wasn't all that threatening to him. You think you can take on both of us on your own? There's no need to waste time with words here, Brother Han. This devilish lord is ripe for the killing, Fairy Silverlight said in a frosty voice, following which the two silver hooks before her transformed into countless silver hook projections that surged forth in a massive wave. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's words upon seeing this. Fairy Silverlight had said exactly what he was thinking, and he raised a hand to wave the silver ruler through the air again. Piercing silver light flashed, and a ruler projection that was several hundred feet in length shot forth again, reaching the elderly man in the blink of an eye before crashing down with devastating force. Lord Li let loose a low roar upon seeing this and abruptly swept his black staff through the air, conjuring up countless black staff projections that formed an impenetrable barrier around himself. The silver ruler projection was repelled by this barrier, then crumbled away under the effect of some kind of peculiar power, completely unable to breach the elderly man's defenses. At this moment the countless hook projections also arrived, but all of them quickly vanished amid flashes of silver light upon coming into contact with the barrier of staff projections. In the end, the two silver hooks were forced to revert back to their original form, and Fairy Silverlight's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this. She immediately switched to a different hand seal, and the two silver hooks suddenly rose up into the air as two streaks of silver light before vanishing on the spot. In the next instant, violent fluctuations ran through the entire sky, and all of the world's origin chi within a radius of several tens of kilometers was swept up. Countless red and white runes instantly surged out of thin air, then converged to form two gargantuan balls of light, one white and one red, each of which was around an acre in size. The ball of white light was completely silent, while the ball of red light was rumbling incessantly, and they both came crashing down from above. Lord Li was quite alarmed by the sight of these two devastating balls of light, and he swept his staff through the air again, upon which it abruptly transformed into a gust of fierce black wind that swept toward the two balls of light in a frenzy, looking as if he were planning to forcibly tear through them. However, right at this moment, Han Li suddenly rubbed his hands together, and the silver ruler in his grasp abruptly vanished without any premonition. In the next instant, faint silver light flashed behind Lord Li, and the silver ruler emerged silently before hurtling through the air like a bolt of silver lightning. Lord Li was completely caught off guard. His body was instantly enveloped by several layers of silver light. He let loose a roar of fury as black light erupted from his body in an attempt to break through the layers of silver light, but he was clearly unable to accomplish this in a short time. At this moment, the fierce gust of black wind formed by the staff clashed with the balls of light up above, and an earth-shattering boom rang out, causing the entire sky to tremor incessantly. The black wind then suddenly transformed into a pair of identical gargantuan pillars that plunged viciously into the two balls of light. The balls of light dissipated, but a pristine crescent moon and a scorching crimson sun emerged from within them. The two were radiating dazzling light, and they had temporarily trapped the two giant pillars that had been thrust into them. Lord Li was tugging violently on the pillars with his powerful arms, but they refused to budge. It was as if they had taken root in the moon and the sun. A cold smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he pointed a finger at Lord Li. The layers of silver light around him immediately began to emit a loud buzzing sound, and a series of silver runes of different sizes emerged, producing a burst of enormous force that compressed violently toward Lord Li, instantly crushing most of the protective black light around his body in the process. The elderly man was clearly quite reluctant to abandon the treasures in his hands, but he was forced to release the two giant pillars. A vicious light then flashed through his eyes as he quickly made a hand seal before letting loose a loud cry. An astonishing scene then ensued. His massive body suddenly began to swell drastically once again, and two balls of flesh bulged from his shoulders. Following a string of harrowing cracks and pops, two more identical heads emerged on his shoulders. At the same time, four more balls of flesh bulged out of his back, and they transformed into two pairs of arms amid a flash of black light. The elderly man had transformed into a devilish being with 3 heads and 6 arms in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, there was violent black devilish chi erupting from his body, and his aura had swelled to become more than twice as powerful as it had originally been. As such, his early body integration stage powers rose to around the mid-body integration stage. After making this transformation, a vicious look appeared on all 3 of Lord Li's faces. He flipped his 6 hands over and 6 black devilish swords emerged, then unleashed countless black threads that erupted forth like a giant net. The layers of silver light around him were instantly sliced into countless pieces, and Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this as he immediately waved a hand through the air. The shattered fragments of the silver light began to converge and regenerate, but during this split-second delay, Lord Li's body flashed and he vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted several hundred feet away, and Lord Li re-emerged. As soon as he appeared, he let loose a thunderous roar, and a series of black devilish patterns appeared over his body. Immediately thereafter he expanded even further to over 1,000 feet in size, then swept his 6 arms through the air. The 6 giant swords that he was wielding vanished amid a flash of black light, but his gigantic hands reached out like 3 pairs of small mountains, with 2 of them reaching for the moon and the sun, while 2 more reached out for Han Li and Fairy Silverlight. Meanwhile, his remaining 2 hands were rapidly making a series of hand seals. At the same time, the 2 heads on his shoulders closed their eyes, then began to chant something as black runes swirled around them. The sun and the moon formed by the silver hooks were quite profound, but in the face of Lord Li, who had become drastically more powerful, they were no longer able to continue locking the pair of giant black staves in place. Thus, the 2 staves shot forth through the air before landing in Lord Li's grasp, following which the 2 combined as one and reverted back to a single giant black staff. Almost in the exact same instant, Han Li felt the sky dim before his eyes, and a giant black palm reached him in a flash. Han Li remained completely calm and collected as golden light revolved around his body. He extended a palm out of his sleeve, which transformed into a giant golden hand that reached out through the air. Prior to even coming into contact with one another, countless golden arcs of lightning erupted from the golden hand, and it crashed violently into the massive black palm. A resounding thunderclap rang out, and the devilish hand was instantly vanquished as if those arcs of golden lightning were the bane of its existence. In contrast, Fairy Silverlight didn't dare to take the attack head-on. In the instant that the devilish hand was about to reach her, she transformed into a gentle breeze that vanished on the spot, leaving the devilish hand to strike nothing but empty air. Lord Li's expression darkened even further after witnessing his attacks being nullified, and his other 2 heads suddenly ceased their chanting. The 2 hands that were making hand seals just a moment ago abruptly reached out to point at Han Li and Fairy Silverlight. 2 sharp ringing sounds rang out from his fingertips, and a pair of crimson threads shot forth before vanishing into thin air in a flash. A solemn look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he suddenly raised a hand, upon which a small black mountain appeared before him. The mountain was around 70 to 80 feet tall, and it hovered before him like a massive shield. This was none other than the Extreme Essence-Fused Mountain. In the next instant, the crimson thread reappeared several tens of feet away before plunging viciously into the small black mountain. Crimson light flashed, and the thread managed to pierce several feet into the mountain before it finally dissipated. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. No one was more aware than him of just how incredible the extreme essence-fused mountain's defensive prowess was. The treasure had been infused with countless precious materials and refined on several occasions. Even the average divine spirit treasure wouldn't be able to leave so much as a scratch on its surface. As such, the fact that the crimson thread was able to plunge so far into it was a testament to just how fearsome it was. It was no wonder that even after his transformation, it had taken Lord Li so long to prepare that attack. The attack didn't pose much of a threat to him, but Fairy Silverlight would most likely struggle to handle it. Just as Han Li was thinking this, he heard a muffled groan, and he hurriedly cast his gaze toward Fairy Silverlight to find that she was stumbling back a few steps with a hand clasped over her own shoulder. There was a red shield, a flag, and a jade badge hovering in front of her, but the spiritual light radiating from them had dimmed significantly, and it seemed that they had all been severely damaged. A pained look appeared on Fairy Silverlight's face, and she immediately opened her mouth to expel a small silver sword. The flying sword flew over to her shoulder as a streak of silver light, then abruptly sliced off her arm. Strangely enough, not a single drop of blood flowed out of the self-inflicted wound. As soon as the arm was detached from her body, it burst into crimson flames and was quickly incinerated into ashes. Be careful, Brother Han. This is one of the 4 great devilish flames of the Elder Devil race, the blood-eroding devilish flame. Once it enters a target's body, there's no way it can be expelled aside from through the use of several types of legendary treasures, Fairy Silverlight cautioned in an urgent voice. She then flipped her remaining hand over to produce a fragrant white pill amid a flash of azure light, then swallowed the pill without any hesitation. A burst of azure light immediately revolved around the cross-section of the wound on her shoulder, and another arm that was identical to the severed one appeared. However, her complexion had paled significantly behind her mask, and it was quite clear that she had paid quite a heavy price to instantaneously regenerate that lost limb. Han Li glanced at Fairy Silverlight's new arm, then turned back to the mountainous Lord Li, and a hint of killing intent flashed through his eyes. Blood-eroding devilish flames? I see, it looks like I underestimated you. But then again, this is a good thing. It shows that you're definitely quite an important figure in the Elder Devil race, which gives me even more incentive to kill you. You think the 2 of you can kill me? Lord Li guffawed in a disdainful manner. He then abruptly swept his giant black staff through the air, and countless mountainous staff projections took shape amid a string of rumbling booms, then swept toward Han Li and Fairy Silverlight with devastating force. Before the staff projections had even reached them, both of them were struck by a burst of suffocating spiritual pressure, as if heaven and earth were about to crumble around them. It seems that you're very confident in your own strength. As opposed to being alarmed by the situation, a cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and his body abruptly swelled drastically in size amid a flash of golden light. Within the span of just a single breath, he had transformed into an enormous golden ape. He made a grabbing motion with both hands, and a black mountain and an azure mountain appeared in his grasp. He then raised both mountains high up into the air, upon which they expanded to several thousand feet tall and kept all of the oncoming staff projections at bay. The staff projections unleashed by Lord Li were also extremely powerful, and they struck the 2 mountains amid a rapid string of resounding booms. But after the projections faded, the mountains were revealed again, having sustained no damage aside from some small pits and bumps. Incredulous looks appeared on all 3 of Lord Li's faces upon seeing this, and he exclaimed, "Impossible! How could there possibly be a body integration stage human cultivator with strength superior to mine?" He turned to inspect the giant ape that Han Li transformed into, and the astonishment in his eyes grew even more pronounced. It would be rude of me not to return the favor. How about you take an attack from me as well?" The golden ape chuckled coldly before abruptly bringing the 2 massive mountains together, then hurled them with devastating force. 2 resounding booms rang out as the pair of mountains hurtled through the air, leaving 2 white trails in their wake. Even when they were still a few hundred feet away from Lord Li, a burst of enormous invisible force had weighed down upon him, causing the space around him to tremor violently as if it were on the brink of being shattered. Lord Li was extremely alarmed to see this, but he refused to believe that he would lose to Han Li in a contest of strength. As such, all 3 of his heads let loose ferocious roars, and he swept his giant black staff toward the 2 mountains, sending countless staff projections hurtling through the air once again. An earth-shattering boom erupted, and Lord Li's hands instantly went numb as his giant staff was wrenched out of his grasp. At the same time, a burst of tremendous force crashed into his body, sending him flying back as he threw up a mouthful of black blood. The two giant mountains only faltered momentarily in midair before crashing down with devastating force again, threatening to crush Lord Li into mincemeat. An expression of shock and fury appeared on Lord Li's face, and his 6 arms suddenly detached from his body on their own, then transformed into a cloud of blood mist around him. Immediately thereafter, the two giant mountains also slammed into the blood mist, but Lord Li was already nowhere to be seen, clearly having escaped using some kind of movement technique. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this before a furious look appeared in his eyes. He thumped his own chest violently as an inky black vertical eye appeared on his glabella, and as soon as it emerged, a pillar of black light that was as thick as a large bowl erupted from it. The pillar of black light then instantly vanished into thin air, and in the next instant, a rumbling boom erupted several thousand feet away. An alarmed roar rang out and spatial fluctuations erupted as the mountainous Lord Li stumbled out of thin air. Han Li immediately pointed to his 2 mountains in the distance without any hesitation upon seeing this, and the pair of mountains shuddered in response. Silver runes flashed on the surface of one of the mountains as it released a burst of gray light, while the other released scintillating azure light that transformed into countless streaks of invisible sword chi. The two intertwined with one another, and even heaven and earth tremored in the face of Han Li's wrath. Lord Li's faces immediately paled upon seeing this, and he stomped both of his feet onto the space below him without any hesitation. His feet then exploded into 2 bursts of blood mist as well, revealing a pair of silver foot bones. Not only were these foot bones flashing with silver light, there was also a pair of crimson talismans adhered to their surfaces. Lord Li's 3 heads then began to chant a strange incantation in unison, and the 2 crimson talismans spontaneously combusted. A dozen or so large crimson runes were imprinted onto the foot bones in a flash, following which the foot bones transformed into a pair of silver flying wheels amid a flash of spiritual light. Crimson devilish flames erupted over the surface of the flying wheels, and they began to rotate at a rapid speed, transforming the devilish lord into a streak of crimson light that hurtled away into the distance. The wheels were traveling so quickly that they covered a distance of over 10,000 feet in the blink of an eye. Lord Li had decided to flee the scene as soon as he realized that he was no match for Han Li. Han Li naturally faltered slightly upon seeing this, and his brows furrowed tightly. This Lord Li seemed to be determined to battle Han Li to the death and even unleashed his elder devil avatar. Yet now he was fleeing the scene at the first sign of trouble, and that was truly very unexpected. Only the span of a few breaths had passed since Han Li had transformed into his giant mountain ape form, and Fairy Silver Light took advantage of this opportunity to catch her breath and recover somewhat from her expenditure. She was elated to see that Han Li was overwhelming their opponent, but at the same time she hurriedly yelled, "Brother Han, we can't allow him to escape. If he finds other devilish beings and comes back, then we'll be in big trouble." As soon as her voice trailed off, she pointed a finger at her pair of silver hooks and stowed them away up her sleeve. She then raised a hand to summon a green flying shuttle, which she immediately flew into without any hesitation. A resounding boom rang out, and the shuttle shot forth through the air as a streak of green light that was traveling no slower than the streak of crimson light in the distance. "That's a spirit treasure on the chaotic myriad spirit roll, the celestial green shuttle. I didn't think that she'd be in possession of such a treasure," Han Li murmured to himself in a rather surprised manner before a cold smile appeared on his face. "Of course, there's no way I'd let that old devil get away." Immediately thereafter he made a hand seal, and his giant ape body was suddenly enshrouded in a layer of silver light. A clear cry then rang out, and a giant silver bird that was over 1,000 feet in length appeared in the place of the giant golden ape. The giant bird raised its head and flapped its wings, and arcs of silver lightning erupted from its body as another pair of translucent wings also appeared on its back. These were none other than Han Li's thunderstorm wings. As such, the giant bird now had 2 pairs of massive wings. This integration of the Tianping transformation and the thunderstorm wings was an extreme movement technique that Han Li had developed over the past few centuries. The giant silver bird flapped all 4 of its wings in unison and instantly vanished on the spot as a bolt of lightning, leaving a trail of thunderclaps in its wake that were becoming more and more distant. At this point, the streak of crimson light was already several tens of kilometers away. Within the crimson light, Lord Li was relentlessly pouring his energy into the silver wheels beneath him while frantically looking around with an urgent expression. Prior to catching up to Han Li's duo, he had communicated with his two companions again. At the time, those two devilish lords were already quite close to him, and that was why he had dared to engage two body integration stage beings in battle on his own. However, never did he think that the male human cultivator who had killed his grandson would be this powerful. However, that wasn't too much of an issue. He hadn't unleashed his most powerful trump card either, and he would be able to launch a counterattack once his companions joined him. As such, he would still have an opportunity to kill those two human cultivators. With that in mind, Lord Li forcibly repressed the fury in his heart and began to chant something as he flew. Plumes of blood mist erupted from the wounds on his shoulders, and the flesh there squirmed and writhed incessantly. Moments later, all 6 of his dismembered arms had fully regenerated. Right at this moment, a male voice suddenly sounded beside his ears. "Why are you in such a sorry state, Brother Li? Are those two human cultivators that difficult to deal with? Rest assured, we've already set up a temporary devilish formation nearby. All you have to do is lure the two of them into the formation, and we'll definitely be able to kill them together." The voice belonged to none other than that bald devilish being. Lord Li was naturally ecstatic to hear this, and he immediately gave an affirmative response before suddenly changing directions. At this point, the streak of green light was still close to 10 kilometers away, and a vicious look appeared on Lord Li's face as he flew directly toward a cluster of small mountains. This was where the other two devilish lords were hiding, and they had also set up an extremely discreet formation there. In Lord Li's mind, all they had to do was use the formation to kill the female human cultivator within the streak of green light, which would leave Han Li on his own, and the 3 of them would definitely be able to take him down together. Fairy Silverlight was naturally completely oblivious to this insidious plot, and she continued to give chase as quickly as she could. Within the span of just a few breaths, the 2 of them were about to enter the cluster of small mountains. Just as Lord Li was about to fly into one of the mountains, however, a rumbling thunderclap suddenly erupted right above him, following which a giant 4-winged bird emerged amid a flash of silver lightning. The bird then flapped its 4 wings and vanished again as an arc of lightning. In the next instant, Lord Li heard a thunderclap erupt right above his head, following which a set of enormous talons came sweeping down from above at such a rapid speed that there was no time for him to take evasive measures. In his shock and fury, he could only pour forth more energy into the protective spiritual light around his body, causing it to swell drastically and form a virtually substantial light barrier. However, the light barrier posed no impediment to the talons and was torn apart with ease. Lord Li let loose a blood-curdling cry as his body plummeted down from above. At the same time, 2 geysers of blood erupted from his shoulders, which had clearly just been pierced through by the giant bird's talons. However, even after being caught off guard and sustaining these wounds, Lord Li was still able to retaliate. The pair of devilish flying wheels beneath him transformed into a pair of head-sized crimson fireballs that shot forth directly toward the giant bird up above, and even before they had come into contact with the bird's body, the entire space had already been set alight. At the same time, Lord Li twisted around and transformed into a streak of crimson light again before continuing to fly toward the small mountain, which was only around half a kilometer away. As long as he could enter the devilish formation that had been set up and unite with his companions, he would no longer have to fear the giant bird he was being pursued by. However, the giant 4-winged bird up above merely harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and a layer of 5-colored light suddenly erupted from its body as it transformed into an extremely exuberant 5-colored peacock. The peacock spread its wings to release balls of 5-colored light, which formed 5 giant halos that hurtled directly toward the oncoming fireballs. As for the 5-colored peacock itself, it flapped its wings and disappeared again as a ball of 5-colored light. The 2 crimson fireballs struck these halos amid a string of explosive booms, melting through the first 3 halos, only to be stopped in their tracks by the 4th one. The final 2 halos then swept forth to trap the 2 fireballs, then formed a pair of massive balls of light. Immediately thereafter, the 2 balls of light exploded, and a vast expanse of 5-colored light surged forth in all directions. Lord Li was swept up by this 5-colored light, and his body suddenly felt extremely sluggish. He felt as if he were flying through extremely thick treacle, and his speed was reduced significantly. "Help me." As a devilish lord, Lord Li naturally had far more battle experience than the average cultivator, and he instantly knew that he was in an extremely perilous situation. His desperate cry for help rang out like a resounding thunderclap, and at the same time he made a hand seal, and a suit of blackish-red armor appeared over his body amid a flash of black light. The entire suit of armor was covered in intricate silver runes, so it was clearly no ordinary treasure. Lord Li had only just had a chance to adopt this defensive measure before two giant shimmering golden fists suddenly entered the five-colored light around him, then hurtled directly toward his chest. Under the restriction of the five-colored light, there was no way for him to evade this attack, so he could only inject his power into the suit of armor with all his might. Scintillating light immediately erupted from the suit of armor, and it was as if a blackish-red sun had emerged. However, with Han Li's current level of unfathomable powers, his two fists were definitely no less powerful than a pair of ordinary spirit treasures. The wince-inducing sound of metal grating on metal rang out, and the first golden fist struck the suit of armor with ferocious might. Shockwaves proliferated outward in all directions in the wake of the collision, but the suit of devilish armor managed to remain intact as the silver runes on its surface flashed violently. However, the other golden fist then also struck the suit of devilish armor, and after receiving such a devastating blow twice in succession, it immediately shattered amid an anguished wail, revealing a layer of glossy black scales. The golden fist then crashed into Lord Li's devilish body without any hesitation, and a dull thump rang out as if the fist had struck a dead tree. Golden and black light intertwined, and Lord Li's body only swayed slightly before the fist was stopped cold in its tracks by that seemingly unremarkable layer of black scales. A sinister smile appeared on Lord Li's face upon seeing this, and he made a grabbing motion with all six of his hands. Devilish chi swirled around his fingers, and the vibrant five-colored light around him twisted and warped violently, looking as if it were going to crumble at any moment. Right at this moment, a long cry rang out from the small mountain, and two devilish figures shot forth toward Lord Li as two rapid streaks of light. These were none other than the two other body integration stage devilish lords. All of a sudden, a string of crackling sounds rang out from the golden fist that was adhered to Lord Li's body, following which countless golden lightning snakes erupted forth in a frenzy, instantly forming a giant lightning net that encompassed his entire body. Lord Li let loose a howl of agony, and his suit of devilish armor was instantly destroyed by the ferocious barrage of golden lightning, and the seemingly indestructible layer of black scales also became completely dull and devoid of luster. The golden fist then opened up into a palm that plunged straight into Lord Li's chest, and the golden lightning erupting from the hand subsided, only to be replaced by a layer of silver flames that completely engulfed his body. No. Lord Li only had a chance to let loose one more howl of despair before his body was completely incinerated into ashes by the scorching silver flames. Even his nascent soul hadn't managed to escape. Only then did a golden humanoid figure emerge within the five-colored light. This was none other than Han Li, who had reverted back to his human form. His entire body was shimmering with scintillating golden light, and that was a clear sign that he had activated his Provenance True Devil Arts to its maximal extent. At this moment the other two devilish beings had also arrived on the scene. The spiritual light around them faded, revealing the bald devilish being and his companion, and both of them were staring at the ball of scorching silver flames burning in front of Han Li with incredulity in their eyes. "Brother Han, did you just kill that devilish lord?" A surprised female voice also rang out from behind Han Li as fairy silver light arrived on the scene, then emerged from her shuttle with an astonished expression. "I was merely lucky, but it looks like we've got even more trouble on our hands now," Han Li said as he appraised the two devilish lords with a dark expression. As soon as his voice trailed off, he swept a hand through the air, and a clear cry immediately rang out from within the scorching silver flames. The silver fireball then transformed into a silver fire raven that was around 10 feet in length. The fire raven spread its wings and appeared above Han Li's head in a flash before circling around in the air like a living creature, and both of the devilish lords were appraising it with wariness in their eyes. "How dare you kill Lord Li right under our noses? We're going to make sure to put an end to your lives here no matter what," the devilish being with the blue patterns on his face said in a frosty voice. As for his bald companion, he wasted no time with words as he immediately made a hand seal to conjure up layers of black devilish qi around his own body. The devilish qi then formed a series of small black shields, each of which was around a foot in size, and the shields situated themselves directly in front of the two devilish lords. Immediately thereafter he raised his other hand to release a burst of azure light into the heavens, which transformed into a massive azure gate that hung in midair. The gate was around 100 feet tall and roughly 8 feet thick. The surface of the gate was covered in patches of rust, and there were two extremely menacing giant ghostly heads engraved on each half of the gate, striking the beholder with a bone-chilling sensation. Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately focused his gaze on this gate. As for the other devilish lord, he let loose a low roar and raised both hands up into the air to release a blue leather pouch that was around half a foot in size, as well as 13 streaks of black light. The leather pouch swelled drastically to around 10 feet in size, following which the opening was loosened, and over 100 balls of blue light rushed out from within it, then transformed into translucent blue flying snakes. Each snake was around 3 feet in length with a pair of transparent ice wings, and all of them were flicking their forked tongues incessantly. As for the 13 streaks of black light, they exploded almost as soon as they were released, transforming into 13 devilish flags enshrouded in dense black qi, and each flag was around 10 feet tall. These flags slowly unfurled themselves, and each flag contained an image of a half-naked woman standing on a mountain of bones. The women were all extremely lifelike and seductive in appearance. As soon as Fairy Silver Light caught sight of these treasures, her expressions changed drastically and she exclaimed, "That's the Heavenly Azura Gate and a set of hierarchical True Devil flags." Heavenly Azura Gate hierarchical True Devil flags? Aren't those 2 of the 10 great devilish treasures of our spirit realm? Han Li asked in a rather surprised manner. Be careful, Brother Han. The 10 great devilish treasures of our spirit realm are actually all replicas of renowned treasures of the Elder Devil realm, so those 2 treasures are most likely going to be even more powerful than the 10 great devilish treasures. It looks like we won't be able to take them down easily. How about we leave these 2 and continue on our journey? I'm sure they won't be willing to risk their lives to stop us, Fairy Silver Light suggested in a hesitant manner. It was quite clear that Fairy Silver Light wasn't optimistic about their chances against these powerful treasures, and was considering a retreat. It's too late. There's still a very long way to go until we reach Heavenly City. If we let these 2 go, the rest of our journey will be even more perilous. All you have to do is help me stall one of them for now and I'll take them down one after another. Han Li transmitted his voice to her in response in an implacable manner. Fairy Silver Light was naturally aware that Han Li was right, and she was both surprised and elated by his confidence. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, she nodded and transmitted her voice in reply. Seeing as you're confident in your ability to take care of these 2, then I'll do everything in my power to assist you. I'm going to summon a powerful treasure to trap one of them. The rest will be up to you, Brother Han. As soon as her voice trailed off, Fairy Silver Light made a rapid series of hand seals, and bright spiritual light erupted from her silver mask. Countless golden runes then emerged on the surface of the mask, and in the beginning the runes were only around the size of grains of rice, but they quickly expanded to encompass the entire mask. She then let loose a delicate cry, and the silver mask warped slightly before sliding off her face. Immediately thereafter, it expanded to become the head of a beautiful woman that was around 10 feet in size. The head was shimmering with silver light with its eyes tightly shut, and had long golden hair that was several feet in length. Attack! A cold light flashed through the bald devilish lord's eyes upon seeing this, and he immediately bit down onto the tip of his own tongue, then opened his mouth to expel a mouthful of black blood, which transformed into a cloud of blood mist that enshrouded the ghostly azure gate. After witnessing Han Li's dismantling of Lord Li, the bald devilish being had already cast aside all complacency, and he was sacrificing some blood essence from the get-go to activate this trump card treasure of his. In the instant that the giant azure gate was enveloped by the blood mist, the eyes of the 2 giant ghostly heads engraved onto its surface abruptly turned red, and they suddenly seemed to have sprung to life as they opened their mouths to devour the blood mist in the air. The massive rusty gate then became as bright red as blood, and an overwhelming odor of blood and gore permeated through the air. The two ghostly heads raised up toward the heavens and let loose shrill howls in unison, then pounced forward violently, each revealing half a ghostly body that extended all the way to their waists. After that, the two menacing ghosts extended a thick powerful arm each and grabbed onto the black knocker, degree, on each gate before pulling with all their might. A buzzing sound rang out from the giant gate as it was slowly pried open, and even though only a slight opening had appeared, there were already gusts of fierce winds erupting from the gate, alongside ghostly cries and bone-chilling howls. As for the other devilish lord, he had also sprung into action as soon as his companion had yelled the word, "Attack." He quickly made a hand seal, and all of the translucent flying snakes around him instantly began to hiss in unison. Ferocious looks appeared in their eyes as they opened their mouths to expel clouds of blue glacial chi, which quickly inundated all of their bodies. He then made another hand seal, and bursts of black chi began to surge out of the 13 devilish flags at his behest. The devilish flags rotated on the spot before transforming into 13 skeletons, each of which was roughly the same height as an adult human. Sinister crimson light flashed within their eyes, and as they twisted their bodies, peals of delightful female laughter rang out. The laughter was extremely peculiar, and even Hanli was struck by a sense of dizziness upon hearing it. However, there was still more to come. The laughter ringing out from the 13 skeletons suddenly ceased, and they flew toward the devilish being with blue patterns on his face in unison. As opposed to being alarmed by this, the devilish lord remained calm and collected, and he let loose a low cry before sweeping a sleeve through the air, releasing 13 crimson pills that he had prepared in advance. These pills were each around the size of an egg, and they seemed to be extremely alluring to the skeletons as they immediately changed directions to pursue the pills instead. The 13 pills were evenly shared among the 13 skeletons, and in the instant that the pills were devoured, bursts of crimson light instantly erupted from their bodies. The skeletons then began to dance with elation within the devilish chi, and peals of joyful laughter rang out once again. Immediately thereafter, the 13 skeletons abruptly twisted around, and the crimson light around them instantly formed blood and flesh over the skeletons. In the blink of an eye, 13 half-naked and extremely seductive devilish women had appeared, and all of them were extremely gorgeous and alluring. Han Li's pupils immediately contracted slightly upon seeing this. "Go!" the devilish lord commanded as he made a hand seal, then thrust a finger toward Han Li in a vicious manner. The expressions on the faces of the 13 seductive women instantly changed as they quickly grew sharp nails that were several inches in length each, then pounced toward Han Li with ferocious killing intent. The blue flying snakes in the air also flapped their wings, and the blue glacial chi in the nearby area was all drawn into their bodies. As a result, they transformed into over 100 giant ice spikes, each of which was around 10 feet in length, then shot forth through the air like speeding arrows. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he immediately swept a sleeve through the air to release 72 small golden swords. These swords then instantly swelled to around 3 feet in length each before splitting up into hundreds of sword projections. The sword projections shuddered slightly before hurtling through the air, transforming into golden threads that directly opposed the oncoming ice spikes. As for the silver fire raven, it let loose a clear cry before spreading its wings and transforming into a giant fireball, then shot forth directly toward the 13 devilish women. In the instant that Han Li's battle against this devilish lord commenced, Fairy Silver Light also gritted her teeth and lashed out toward the giant ghostly gate up ahead, which was still slowly being opened. The beautiful silver female head in front of her gradually opened its eyes at her behest, revealing a pair of golden eyes. At the same time, the female head also opened its mouth to expel a plume of translucent threads. The threads were completely unremarkable when they first emerged, but after just a single flash, they transformed into an enormous net that descended from above. The bald devilish lord was currently focusing all of his power on opening that giant gate, and his heart immediately stirred upon seeing this. His hand shot forth like lightning to point at the small black shields he had conjured up earlier, and these shields instantly swelled to become huge translucent shield projections that linked up with one another seamlessly. Thus, a semi-spherical black light barrier appeared in the air above the bald devilish lord, encompassing both himself and the ghostly gate. As opposed to being alarmed by this, Fairy Silver Light seemed to be quite elated by this sight, and she immediately sent the giant net crashing down from above, encompassing the black light barrier, the bald devilish lord and the ghostly gate. The net of threads then blurred and transformed into a dense light barrier that trapped everything beneath it, and at the same time fairy silver light pointed a finger at the female head hovering before her. Golden light flashed through the silver head's eyes, and bright dazzling light erupted from the golden runes on its face. These runes then shot forth one after another before flying into the light barrier as specks of golden light, upon which a series of profound golden patterns immediately appeared on the surface of the barrier. Golden light flashed erratically from the light barrier, and the golden patterns on its surface quickly writhed and transformed, manifesting a giant shimmering golden formation within the span of just a few breaths. Only then did fairy silver light heave a sigh of relief, and a faint smile appeared on her face. The bald devilish lord's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but a thought then seemed to occur to him, and he merely ignored the situation, choosing instead to increase the rate at which he was injecting magic power into the giant ghostly gate as a sinister smile appeared on his face. The crimson ghostly gate finally completely swung open amid a rumbling boom, and the two malicious ghosts that were prying the gate open immediately let loose cries of elation. Right at this moment, the unsettling howls and cries within the gate abruptly cut off, and gusts of bone-chilling winds began to sweep forth in a frenzy. However, this situation only lasted for a moment before an indistinct figure emerged from within the winds, then drifted out of the gate. Fairy silver light hurriedly focused her gaze on the figure, and the sight that she was greeted by had her feeling rather taken aback. This was a handsome young man in a set of scholarly robes. He certainly looked nothing like a legendary heavenly ghost. A hint of bewilderment appeared on Fairy Silverlight's face as these thoughts ran through her mind. In the next instant, the handsome young man looked around before suddenly turning to the bald devilish lord with a faint smile. "You really are quite brave. I didn't think you would dare to summon me with this treasure again. Have you prepared a blood sacrifice? If it's not to my liking, you know the consequences that await you. Quit the chit-chat, Azura Monarch. Hurry up and summon the heavenly ghost. As long as you can kill these two, I'll definitely provide a satisfactory blood sacrifice to you," the bald devilish lord replied in an urgent manner, then flipped a hand over to produce a long crimson saber. A vicious look then appeared in his eyes, and he brought the blade down in one powerful stroke, slicing off one of his own arms. The handsome young man's eyes immediately lit up at the sight of the dismembered arm, and he let loose a low cry, upon which his body swelled to around twice its original size, and he transformed into a giant ghostly monarch in a set of brocade robes with a golden crown on his head. His face had turned completely crimson in color, while his body was covered in green fur. There was also a row of bone spikes that were around a foot in length, each protruding from his back, and there were 4 menacing tusks extending out of his mouth. The ghostly monarch opened his mouth to expel a burst of gray chi that swept up the dismembered arm, then drew the arm into his own mouth before chewing on it amid a burst of wince-inducing cracks and crunches. The bald devilish lord's face was slightly pale as he yelled, "All right, you've accepted my blood sacrifice, so hurry up and lend me your heavenly ghost badge." After swallowing the entire arm, the ghostly monarch licked his lips with a long purple tongue, then said with a greedy look in his eyes, "Hee, those two aren't ordinary beings. If you want me to summon the heavenly ghosts to assist you, then you'll need to offer a better sacrifice." "What? You're asking for far too much. I'm only asking you to take care of 2 measly human cultivators, yet you're still not satisfied even after devouring one of my arms?" The bald devilish lord immediately flared up with rage. "If you make it sound so simple, can those 2 be compared with your past opponents? I'm most likely going to have to sacrifice many heavenly ghosts to take them down. It seems like you've already forgotten the pact that you made with me through this gate. Do you need me to refresh your memory?" the ghostly monarch asked in a menacing voice. The bald devilish lord's expression darkened even further, and he gritted his teeth before lashing out with the crimson blade again, slicing off one of his own legs on this occasion. "This should be enough, right? If you dare to say no, I'm going to destroy the pact between us, even if it means we'll both end up with severe injuries." "Hee, that is indeed enough." The ghostly monarch nodded in an ecstatic manner, then drew the dismembered leg into his own mouth as well. Meanwhile, the bald devilish lord began to chant something, and bursts of black chi emerged from his self-inflicted wounds, following which new limbs quickly emerged. However, doing so made his complexion even paler than before. It was quite clear that even though he had regenerated his own limbs, the blood essence that he had lost would not be replenished so easily. After devouring the leg as well, the ghostly monarch let loose a long cry of elation, then swept a sleeve through the air to summon a crimson badge. He then tossed the badge behind himself while he flew into the ghostly gate as a gust of wind, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The bald devilish lord's expression eased slightly at the sight of the badge, and after taking a glance at Han Li and Fairy Silverlight, he immediately pointed a finger at the badge. The ghostly badge immediately began to spin rapidly on the spot, quickly transforming into a crimson tornado. Ferocious cries rang out from within the tornado, and 4 menacing ghosts sprang out from within, then quickly swelled to over 100 feet in size each. These 4 giant ghosts had furless crimson bodies, but their bodily structure bore a strong resemblance to that of an ape. Each of them had a pair of black horns on their heads as well as a green hooked tail. As they whipped those tails through the air, they became too fast for the naked eye to follow, and one could only hear bursts of explosive booms erupting from behind the giant ghosts. The bald devilish lord immediately made a grabbing motion toward the 4 heavenly ghosts, and the crimson tornado in the distance immediately reverted back to a ghostly badge, then flew into his grasp in a flash. A vicious look then appeared on his face as he cast an incantation seal onto the badge while chanting something at the same time. The 4 giant ghosts were clearly bound by the badge, and they all turned to Fairy Silverlight with ferocious expressions at the bald devilish lord's behest. One of them let loose a fierce cry, and crimson light emerged from the backs of all 4 heavenly ghosts. A pair of purple bat wings then appeared on each of their backs, and they immediately flapped those wings, pouncing directly toward the light barrier up above. A cold smile appeared on the bald devilish lord's face upon seeing this. Having used the heavenly Azura gate on multiple past occasions, no one was more familiar than he was with just how fearsome these 4 heavenly ghosts were. Individually, each heavenly ghost was only at around the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage, but when they joined forces, even a mid-body integration stage being would most likely be no match for them. The light barrier that had trapped them did indeed appear to be quite profound, but it would be no match for the 4 heavenly ghosts. Even so, the devilish lord still opened his mouth to expel a small black seal. When it first emerged, it was only several inches in size, but it quickly swelled to several tens of feet, then hurtled up toward the light barrier overhead with devastating force. The 4 heavenly ghosts reached the light barrier up above in a flash, then swung their arms through the air to conjure up countless claw projections. At the same time, they also whipped their hooked tails forward to manifest countless streaks of green light. The combined attacks of the 4 ghosts were truly formidable, and the light barrier was only able to last for a few moments before it began to dim. The bald devilish lord was naturally ecstatic to see this, and he spurred on the giant black seal he had just summoned to strike the exact same spot on the light barrier. Black ripples immediately proliferated outward amid a resounding boom, and a crisp crack rang out, upon which countless thin white cracks appeared on the surface of the light barrier. It seemed to be on the verge of shattering. However, right at this moment, Fairy Silverlight suddenly flew over to the silver female head before her, then immediately thrust a palm toward it without any hesitation. The golden light in the silver head's eyes immediately shone even brighter, and it seemed to resonate with the light barrier down below. The golden formation on the light barrier emitted a loud buzzing sound, then released countless golden runes that vanished into the cracked barrier in a flash. A peculiar scene then ensued. In the instant that these golden runes surged into the light barrier, all of the cracks that riddled its surface were instantly sealed. A faint smile appeared on Fairy Silverlight's face upon seeing this. In contrast, the bald devilish lord was furious, and he immediately let loose a loud cry before injecting his magic power into the ghostly badge in his hand and the giant seal upon above again. Crimson light swirled within the eyes of the 4 heavenly ghosts, and they let loose sharp cries of fury as their bodies expanded once again. At the same time, they opened their mouths to release pillars of crimson light while summoning the same claw projections and streaks of green light from before. As for the giant black seal, a rumbling thunderclap erupted from it, following which bolts of black lightning shot forth from its surface. At the same time, hundreds of silver runes also surged out from the underside of the seal. It was quite clear that the bald devilish lord was unleashing the maximal extent of the seal's power. A torrential barrage of attacks struck the light barrier again, causing its surface to flash erratically with golden light. As the giant black seal struck the barrier for a second time, a black sun emerged amid an earth-shattering boom. The light barrier before the black sun was easily shattered, but then instantly regenerated amid another flash of bright golden light. The bald devilish lord was extremely frustrated by this, but he continued to make a series of hand seals to spur on the 4 heavenly ghosts and the giant seal. He knew that no matter how powerful this light barrier was, there was no way it could keep up this instantaneous regeneration indefinitely. As long as he continued to persist with the attacks, it wouldn't take long before the barrier would be overwhelmed. Most importantly, his companion was facing the other human cultivator, who had just slain Lord Li, and the bald devilish being was very concerned for his safety. Thus, as he was unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks against the light barrier, he turned to appraise the other battle in a slightly uneasy manner, upon which his expression changed drastically. There, a giant net comprised of countless golden sword threads had appeared, trapping all of the blue flying snakes within it. The flying snakes all had extremely resolute bodies and could expel profound glacial chi out of their mouths, but they were still quickly being shredded by the golden threads. Not far away from the golden net, the devilish women formed by the 13 skeletons had reverted back to their original forms. They were now giant skeletons that were around 20 feet tall each, with black devilish flame burning around their bodies. Murky poisonous mist was being released from their mouths, and streaks of glazed light were being blasted out of their eyes. Even though they were clearly fighting with all their might, they were still forced to frantically flee from a dozen or so shimmering golden beetles with purple patterns all over their bodies. The vastly renowned hierarchical true devils seemed to be extremely fearful of these insects, and didn't dare to let them get close. At the same time, all of the devilish flames and poisonous mist they were releasing seemed to be completely ineffective against these beetles. As for Lord Lon himself, he was in an even sorrier state. The human cultivator he was facing had transformed into a giant golden ape that was over 1,000 feet tall, and he was wielding a pair of small mountains, forcing Lord Lon to stumble back in retreat with his devastating attacks. Lord Lon was both shocked and enraged by his opponent's overwhelming powers, and he was making a rapid series of hand seals as 7 different treasures flew frantically around him. However, no matter which treasure was struck by one of the 2 mountains, it would immediately be forced to fall back while another treasure took its place. Otherwise, if a single treasure were to take 3 or 4 consecutive blows from the mountains, it would most definitely be destroyed. Within mere moments from the commencement of the battle, Lord Lon was already being crushed. The bald devilish lord drew a sharp breath upon seeing this. Those 13 hierarchical true devils were no less powerful than the 4 heavenly ghosts he had summoned, yet they had been reduced to such a sorry state by nothing more than a few spirit insects. It seemed that they had still underestimated the power of that male human cultivator. With his level of power, perhaps only the 3 or 4 devilish lords at the pinnacle of the body integration stage would be able to take him down. With that in mind, the bald devilish lord hurriedly transmitted his voice to his companion. After taking a dozen or so attacks from Han Li's mountains, sweat was pouring down Lord Lan's back, and his entire body was trembling as he stumbled back in retreat. After hearing what the bald devilish lord had to say, he was immediately reinvigorated, and after transmitting his voice in an affirmative response, he immediately began to think of a way to detach himself from this battle. Blue light was flashing through Han Li's eyes, and he was able to clearly see the changes in expression on Lord Lan's face. He immediately harumphed coldly, then suddenly hurled his 2 mountains through the air. After leaving his hands, then 2 mountains swelled to over 1,000 feet tall each and hurtled toward Lord Lon at an incredible speed. Even before they had actually reached Lord Lon, they were sweeping up gale force winds, and the nearby space was twisting and warping in the face of their power. Lord Lan's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, following which a vicious look appeared in his eyes. He suddenly gritted his teeth and abruptly pointed at 2 of the treasures hovering before him, then shot back in retreat with the rest of the treasures. Meanwhile, the 2 treasures he had just pointed at hurtled directly toward the 2 mountains, and in the instant that they came into contact with one another, the treasures instantly self-detonated amid an anguished wail. 2 resounding booms rang out as a pair of giant balls of light surfaced beneath the 2 mountains, and the mountain's seemingly unstoppable downward momentum was momentarily stopped cold. However, in the next instant the two mountains overwhelmed the balls of light and crushed them into nothingness. Immediately thereafter, Hanli appeared beneath the mountains in a wraith-like manner and casually raised his giant ape hands up into the air to catch them as if they weighed nothing more than a feather. After that, he cast his gaze several thousand feet up ahead with a cold expression, and he discovered that Lord Lan had taken advantage of the detonation of the pair of treasures to temporarily escape from Hanli. He was currently flying rapidly toward the small mountain down below, and at the same time, the 13 true devils being chased around by the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles were also hurtling toward the same direction as 13 balls of black devilish flames. The dozen or so purple-striped gold-devouring beetles immediately set off in hot pursuit, and at this point, all but a few of the blue flying snakes had been eradicated by the countless sword threads. The flying snakes were an extremely rare type of devilish beast in the Elder Devil realm, but they were no match for the peerlessly sharp azure bamboo cloud's warm swords. They would have been a lot more powerful had they been unleashed in conjunction with the cultivation art that Lord Lan was supposed to use, but he had found himself completely unable to use the cultivation art as he was too busy fending off attacks from Hanli. As such, even though Lord Lan was extremely reluctant to abandon those flying snakes, he had no choice but to do so. Hanli let loose a thunderous roar upon seeing this, and he abruptly stepped forward, covering a distance of several thousand feet in just a few flashes to take him directly above the small mountain. He then hurled his two mountains viciously downward again, while his giant ape hands clenched up into tight fists and unleashed a devastating barrage of fist projections. Curiously enough, in the face of such astonishing attacks, a hint of ecstasy flashed through Lord Lan's eyes as opposed to panic or horror. All of a sudden he swept a sleeve through the air to release a black formation plate, which transformed into a black cloud that completely concealed his entire body. The two mountains crashed down with devastating force, instantly dispersing the black cloud, but Lord Lan was nowhere to be seen. Not only that, but a resounding boom erupted from the mountains around the small mountain down below, and each mountain released a pillar of black light, which then transformed into massive formation flags. Each flag was as thick as a water tank and they extended all the way into the heavens like giant celestial pillars. A devilish formation that was around several kilometers in radius then emerged from the ground with the cluster of small mountains as the core of the formation. The entire sky darkened, and the surrounding space tremored as bursts of black devilish chi surged out of the mountains in a frenzy. Countless black runes took shape around Hanli, and the surrounding air tightened, upon which he was completely immobilized and left hovering in midair. Immediately thereafter, the black runes exploded in rapid succession to form countless black threads of light. The black threads flashed erratically before transforming into a series of inky black chains, and they instantly bound the giant ape in an extremely tight manner. At the same time, the black devilish chi down below rumbled and churned, then transformed into a series of giant tentacles that swept directly toward Hanli. Blue light flashed through Hanli's eyes, and he displayed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he let loose a low roar and all of his fur immediately stood up on end, while his body also expanded drastically. The black chains around him tremored violently as they were stretched to their limits, then shattered into countless pieces. A fierce look appeared on Hanli's face, and his arms swelled significantly in size as he raised them high up into the air above his head while his fur shot forth as countless streaks of golden light. The streaks of golden light flashed through the air, sending ripples running through the surrounding space, and an invisible restriction was forcibly shattered. Hanli then made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a giant silver ruler appeared in his grasp. He swept the ruler behind him in a vicious manner without any hesitation, and a pillar of silver light erupted forth, vanquishing all of the oncoming devilish chi tentacles. All of a sudden, Lord Lan appeared on the summit of one of the small mountains, and his expression darkened slightly at the sight of the giant ape's ferocious display of power. He harumphed coldly as he swept a sleeve through the air to produce a glossy black gourd, which immediately tipped itself over to release several streaks of green light that vanished into the nearby devilish chi. After that, he flipped his other hand over to produce that black formation plate again, and he opened his mouth to expel a mouthful of blood essence that seeped into the plate as a cloud of blood mist. In the next instant, all of the destroyed tentacles regenerated back to their original condition and swept toward Hanli again. However, on this occasion, before the tentacles had even reached Hanli, several bone tridents shot forth from within them. Each bone trident was only around a foot in length, but their tips were of a sinister green color, and they were releasing a nauseating odor, clearly indicating that they were extremely poisonous. Han Li thumped his own chest with his massive ape fists upon seeing this, and an astonishing thunderclap rang out as arcs of golden lightning erupted from his body, forming a giant lightning net. Thunderclaps rang out in rapid succession, and all of the oncoming bone spikes faltered in their tracks upon striking the golden lightning. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Li raised his giant ape head and let loose a thunderous roar. In response, the golden lightning around him brightened even further, then swept through the surrounding area with devastating force. The bone tridents were struck by thick pillars of golden lightning almost at the exact same time, and even though they had clearly been refined using secret devilish techniques, there was no way they would be able to withstand a strike from so much divine devilbane lightning. As such, they were instantly reduced to nothingness, and the giant tentacles were also reduced to clouds of mist in the wake of the golden lightning. Lord Lan faltered initially upon seeing this before a look of enlightenment and incredulity appeared on his face. "That's divine devilbane lightning." His voice was filled with shock and fury. Those bone tridents appeared to be quite ordinary, but they were actually treasures that even devilish lords had to be quite wary of. There weren't many things in the world that could counter them, but divine devilbane lightning just so happened to be one of those things. Han Li threw his head back and chortled to the heavens as he clenched his fists before throwing a vicious punch toward the mountain that Lord Lan was standing on. Spatial fluctuations erupted as a golden fist that was around an acre in size appeared in the air above the small mountain, then crashed down with devastating force. Lord Lan's expression changed drastically as he immediately laid a hand over his black formation plate, summoning a burst of devilish qi that inundated his entire body. An earth-shattering boom erupted as the giant golden fist struck the small mountain, which tremored violently before crumbling into a huge pile of rubble. Meanwhile, a burst of devilish qi emerged out of thin air above another nearby mountain, and Lord Lan reappeared. He quickly cast his gaze toward the small mountain that had just been destroyed, and his expression darkened even further. At the same time, Han Li made a grabbing motion with both hands, and his two mountains appeared in his grasp again before being hurled toward another two of the nearby small mountains. Those two mountains were also destroyed, and the devilish qi within the devilish formation immediately thinned noticeably. Lord Lan's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, following which a vicious look appeared in his eyes. "You're not breaking this formation. There's no way I'd let you escape from this place alive." As soon as his voice trailed off, he gritted his teeth and made a hand seal, upon which a dozen or so crimson pills flew out of his sleeves. The nearby devilish qi swirled and 13 skeletons emerged before devouring the pills, then began to dance around Lord Lan in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Lord Lan himself abruptly laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and crimson light flashed from his body as his flesh and blood fell away, revealing another terrifying skeleton. Aside from a pair of eyeballs that were flashing with purple light, the skeleton was completely white and devoid of color. Its limbs were waving erratically through the air, and it was uttering an incantation in a shrill, piercing voice that induced goosebumps on the listener's skin. The 13 skeletons around it also raised their heads and let loose sharp cries in unison, then vanished into the skeleton at the center as bursts of black qi. That skeleton then began to swell drastically, and light swirled over every single inch of its bones as it began to undergo a peculiar transformation. A dull thump akin to a rumbling thunderclap rang out, and the skeleton swelled to around 700 to 800 feet in size. Black devilish flames erupted over its entire body, and it resembled a fiend celestial that had just descended from the heavens. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that there was a series of small skulls embedded onto the giant skeleton's sternum. The skulls were only several feet in size each, and there were 13 of them, clearly having been transformed from the 13 skeletons. What was even more astonishing was that as the giant skeleton let loose a long cry, a burst of cracks and pops rang out, and 26 pairs of arms emerged from its back. Each arm was holding a different type of bone weapon, and as the weapons were swung through the air, howling devilish winds and scorching devilish flames swept through the surrounding area. This was the primary devil of the 13 hierarchical true devils, while its constituent skeletons were the secondary devils. However, this was a rather special method of cultivation where Lord Lan had refined his own body to become the primary devil. The benefits of this included drastically enhancing his own powers, allowing him to master several types of powerful devilish abilities, and erasing the risk of suffering backlash from the secondary devils. However, if he were to sustain overly severe wounds in this form, his mind could be corrupted by the devilish power he had attained, and he would be permanently reduced to a mindless primary devil. As such, if it weren't for the fact that Han Li was far more powerful than he had anticipated, he wouldn't have taken the risk to adopt this primary devil body. As soon as he adopted this form, a sense of overwhelming bloodlust flooded into Lord Lan's mind, and the fear he held toward Han Li was completely erased. After letting loose a burst of sinister cackling, he abruptly opened his mouth to expel a burst of devilish wind toward Han Li from afar. The devilish wind was extremely cold and encompassed the entirety of heaven and earth. The primary devil then stepped forward, and its body instantly vanished into the gust of devilish wind. At this point, Han Li had already pulverized most of the small mountains nearby using his own mountains as projectiles, and the mountain that the primary devil had been standing on before was the only one left. As the gust of devilish wind swept toward him, Han Li immediately hurled his pair of mountains forward once again. The two extreme mountains positioned themselves in front of him, and they began to swell drastically once again, reaching over 10,000 feet in height each. The devilish wind struck the two extreme mountains with tremendous force, and a thick layer of ice immediately took shape on the two mountains. Han Li stomped a foot onto the ground and launched himself onto the summit of one of the mountains, then peered carefully into the gust of devilish wind with blue light flashing in his eyes. In the next instant he suddenly let loose a furious roar as his giant ape hands lashed out like lightning, sending countless golden fist projections hurtling toward a certain spot within the devilish wind. A burst of unsettling cackling rang out as countless giant blade projections emerged from within the devilish wind, and the surfaces of these blade projections were all riddled with crimson runes. The seemingly indestructible golden fist projections were all sliced apart one after another, following which the blade projections continued on toward Han Li. The blue light in Han Li's eyes brightened even further upon seeing this, and he suddenly waved a hand through the air. 13 giant golden flowers immediately flew toward him before transforming into his 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles. They had been trapped momentarily by the restriction within the devilish formation, and they had only just managed to free themselves. Without requiring any instructions from Han Li, the 13 beetles expanded drastically to several tens of feet in size each, then instantly conjured up countless projections that appeared before Han Li like countless purple shields. The blade projections were extremely sharp, but all of them merely vanished amid dull thumps upon striking the beetles. With how resolute the bodies of the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles were, there really was barely anything in this world that could truly destroy them, and those blade projections were no exception. Right at this moment, a giant vortex appeared in the air above Han Li, following which a huge black figure descended from above. The black figure was wielding 26 bone weapons and enveloped in a sea of black flames. The primary devil that Lord Lan had transformed into was unleashing a sneak attack on Han Li. However, Han Li seemed to have anticipated this in advance and wasn't alarmed in the slightest. He abruptly took a deep breath, and a suit of black armor appeared over his body amid a burst of churning black qi, and countless black runes erupted from the suit of armor to protect him. He then rubbed his hands together before separating them and raising them up into the air, casting a giant net of lightning that erupted toward the descending sea of devilish flames. The black devilish flames and golden lightning clashed amid a resounding boom, and both were instantly significantly diminished as if they were direct counters to one another. Meanwhile, the 26 giant bone weapons came crashing down toward Han Li's head without any hesitation. A cold smile suddenly appeared on Han Li's face, and golden light erupted behind him as a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged. The projection swung its 6 arms through the air and released 6 balls of golden light. The balls of light converged above Han Li, then transformed into a golden vortex that was around an acre in size. This was none other than the revolving golden light. Under the smokescreen provided by the dazzling golden vortex, a faint green figure also shot forth from Han Li's body, then vanished into the nearby devilish qi. Meanwhile, waves of golden light were being released by the rapidly revolving golden vortex, and these golden waves instantly encompassed all of the oncoming bone weapons. At the same time, the golden projection behind Han Li let loose a low cry, and a burst of enormous suction force erupted from the golden waves. The bone weapons in the hands of the primary devil tremored violently in the face of this suction force, then quickly flew out of the primary devil's grasp and directly toward the golden vortex. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, clearly quite surprised that he had managed to disarm the primary devil so easily. In the next instant, a burst of sinister cackling rang out from the primary devil, and it abruptly pointed a finger toward the 26 bone weapons. Just as the weapons were about to be drawn into the golden vortex, they suddenly converged and released a burst of piercing gray light. In the blink of an eye, a giant bone lotus flower took shape, and every single bone petal was riddled with countless runes that were radiating unsettling gray light. The giant bone lotus revolved on the spot, and released countless blades of light that shot forth in a torrential barrage. All of the golden waves were sliced apart before the blades hurtled directly toward the golden vortex. But the revolving golden light was an incredibly powerful ability that Han Li had only attained after achieving full mastery of the Provenance True Devil Arts, so it naturally wasn't going to be broken so easily. The 3 heads of the golden projection behind him began to chant in unison, and it was also casting a rapid string of incantation seals into the vortex with its 6 hands. A loud rumbling sound immediately rang out from within the golden vortex, and the golden waves erupting from it instantly became even more powerful, forming a stalemate with the blades of light released by the bone lotus. The purple light in the primary devil's eyes brightened upon seeing this, seemingly frustrated by Han Li's tenacious resistance. It abruptly reached toward itself with its 26 hands, pulling out a thick bone each, which transformed into another set of 26 weapons that were swept toward Han Li again. Han Li thumped his own chest with his giant ape fists upon seeing this, then opened his mouth to expel a pillar of golden light. At the same time he rose up to clash with the primary devil with his bare fists, relying on the incredible defensive prowess of his suit of devilish armor to hold his own in melee combat. Right at this moment the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles also pounced toward the giant primary devil, but the primary devil let loose a low roar as the 13 skulls detached themselves from its sternum, then flew directly toward the 13 beetles with green light erupting out of their mouths. This green light wasn't able to harm the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles, but it was imbued with some kind of peculiar power that managed to temporarily trap the beetles. All of a sudden, the golden projection ceased its chanting and also withdrew its hand seals, and its body took on a substantial form. A burst of black chi then emerged from its middle head, revealing itself to be a black nascent soul that was several inches tall. The nascent soul was completely identical to Han Li in appearance, and it was holding a blade segment with both hands. It looked up at the primary devil with a cold light in its eyes, then harumphed coldly as it disappeared into the middle head of the golden body again. In the next instant the golden body's 3 heads moved in unison, and it flipped over one of its hands, upon which the blade segment that the black nascent soul had been holding a moment ago appeared in its grasp. The blade segment had expanded to over 10 times its original size to match the size of the golden body's hand, and the golden body's 3 heads began to chant in unison again. As it did so, it waved its other 5 arms through the air, sending countless golden runes raining down upon the blade segment, which began to radiate rings of 5-colored light. At the same time, a burst of power of laws of heaven and earth filled the entire space. Under the influence of this power of laws, the final small mountain nearby crumbled into rubble amid a resounding boom. All of the fierce winds sweeping through the devilish formation dissipated, and all of the devilish chi in a radius of several tens of kilometers quickly thinned out. Countless specks of 5-colored light began to appear before surging toward the blade segment in a frenzy, and the incomplete blade segment suddenly became whole again. A faint buzzing sound rang out from the purple blade, and the fluctuations of power of laws intensified even further. As for the specks of 5-colored light that hadn't yet surged into the blade, they all transformed into 5-colored runes. A cold smile appeared on the golden body's face, and it aimed the purple blade up at the primary devil overhead while roughly doubling its rate of injection of 5-colored light into the purple blade. Due to the enormous amount of 5-colored light passing through it, the arm that was wielding the purple blade had turned into a rainbow color, and a terrifying aura that threatened to destroy heaven and earth erupted from the blade. As more and more of the world's origin chi was injected into the blade, this aura became even more fearsome. The primary devil that was battling Han Li in the distance shuddered upon sensing this terrifying aura, and the violent killing intent of the primary devil significantly abetted as the logic of Lord Lan returned. The giant skeleton immediately hurled its 26 bone weapons through the air without any hesitation, then quickly pointed at the weapons, upon which they converged to form a sinister-looking blade that was several hundred feet in length. The giant blade came crashing down from above while the primary devil shot back in retreat, flying back to over 1,000 feet away in a flash. However, right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted near the primary devil, and a huge green hand shot forth like lightning to grip onto its shoulder in a completely unexpected turn of events. The primary devil was naturally extremely alarmed by this, but a ferocious look then appeared in its eyes as it expelled a burst of devilish flames out of its mouth. The huge black hand was set alight and was quickly charred into a blackened state, but it displayed no intention of letting go. Green light flashed several times in rapid succession, and not only did the hand completely regenerate to its original condition, it was now gripping even more tightly onto the primary devil's shoulder. Only then did the primary devil begin to panic. It swung several of its arms through the air in unison, and then transformed into a dozen or so bone blades that slashed toward the giant green hand. A string of sickening cracks rang out in rapid succession as each of the bone blades sliced around a foot deep into the huge hand, but they were unable to progress any further. This green hand was much more resolute than even the average treasure. The primary devil was truly growing very alarmed now, and it let loose a loud roar as its body disassembled into countless bones in an instant. The giant green hand was still holding tightly onto 7 or 8 of its bones, but the rest of the skeleton converged several tens of feet away in its complete form, and it seemed that those missing bones hadn't affected its body at all. However, during this split-second delay, the Provenance golden body down below had already finished what it was doing. Golden runes appeared on the surface of the purple blade before it was slashed toward the primary devil up above. A tremendous burst of power of laws instantly erupted from the blade, transforming into a giant black wave that surged through the air, reaching the primary devil in a flash. The primary devil was extremely alarmed by this, and the devilish flames around its body swelled drastically before sweeping toward the massive wave. At the same time, a burst of loud cracks and pops erupted from its body as hundreds of bone blades emerged before flying through the air amid the devilish flames. A peculiar scene then ensued. In the instant that the devilish flames and massive bone blades came into contact with the giant black wave, they were all erased from existence in a completely silent manner. The primary devil was horrified to see this, and it attempted to flee the scene, but it was completely immobilized by the power of laws in the air around it. Thus, the massive primary devil was completely inundated by the giant black wave in an instant, and it was completely wiped off the face of this realm. In the instant that the primary devil was destroyed, the skulls locked in combat with the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles and the giant bone lotus that was opposing the golden vortex all disintegrated into plumes of black smoke. In the next instant, the power of laws in the surrounding space also vanished along with the massive black wave, and it was as if nothing had ever happened. After unleashing the power of the purple blade segment, the light radiating from the golden body had dimmed significantly, clearly indicating that it had expended a lot of power as well. At this moment, a green figure flashed nearby, and a green-skinned Han Li calmly emerged out of thin air. This was none other than the spirit body that Han Li had refined using that immortal Zhou Xian, and it was being controlled by Chuer. Even though Chuer wasn't very powerful at all, the spirit body didn't reject her as she was also a spirit being of heaven and earth. As such, she was able to control the spirit body to great effect. Having been nurtured for centuries by the green liquid from Han Li's mysterious small vial, the spirit body had reached the pinnacle of the early body integration stage. With Chuer's current powers, she was only able to realize a fraction of the spirit body's potential, but it still proved to be an extremely valuable ally to Han Li. Only after it had momentarily trapped the primary devil was the golden body able to kill it with a single strike using the blade segment. Otherwise, with the primary devil's array of peculiar abilities, it would not have been easy for Han Li to kill it in a short time. After the primary devil was slain, the golden body and spirit body both vanished into the giant ape's body as a ball of golden light and a green shadow, respectively. After that, golden light flashed from the giant ape's body, and it quickly shrank down as Han Li reverted back to his human form. A faint smile appeared on his face as he heaved a faint sigh of relief. But right at this moment, an earth-shattering boom suddenly erupted from another direction. At the same time, several bursts of astonishing bone-chilling auras erupted into the heavens from the same direction. The smile on Han Li's face instantly faded, and he turned toward the other battle with a cold expression. At this point, the entire devilish formation had already crumbled, and the black devilish chi had all dissipated, so everything within where the devilish formation once stood was revealed. The giant light barrier that had trapped the bald devilish being and the 4 heavenly ghosts had already been shattered, and the devilish lord had emerged in midair alongside the heavenly ghosts. The 4 heavenly ghosts wore their usual vicious expressions, but the bald devilish lord's expression had become extremely strained. He could see that the devilish formation they had painstakingly set up had been completely destroyed, and Lord Lan's aura had also vanished without a trace, so he was naturally very alarmed and bewildered. As an acquaintance of Lord Lan, he was naturally aware of the hierarchical true devils that Lord Lan had cultivated. He knew that when fully unleashed, the hierarchical true devils were even more powerful than the 4 heavenly ghosts he had summoned. It had only taken him a very short time to break through the light barrier he had been trapped under. But during this time, Lord Lan had been slain even after using his hierarchical true devils, and that was astonishing to the bald devilish lord. In the instant that the light barrier was shattered, Fairy Silver Light threw up several mouthfuls of blood, and her face became deathly pale. It was quite clear that she had paid a very heavy price to keep the bald devilish lord trapped within her light barrier. Han Li turned toward the bald devilish lord and a cold look appeared in his eyes. However, before he had a chance to do anything, the devilish lord suddenly made a hand seal and fled the scene as a streak of black light. He had made a snap decision to flee, seeing as the situation had taken a dramatic turn for the worse. The 4 heavenly ghosts were also swept up into the streak of black light, and as for the heavenly Azura gate, it merely vanished as soon as the devilish lord fled the scene, as if it were nothing more than a projection. Han Li harumphed coldly as he narrowed his eyes, then made a hand seal to release the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles out of his sleeve again. At the same time, a thunderclap erupted behind Han Li, and a pair of translucent wings emerged on his back. He then transformed into his giant 4-winged Tianping form and quickly sped away into the distance as an arc of silver lightning. In the blink of an eye, the giant bird and the black streak of light had vanished into the distant sky, and Fairy Silver Light immediately heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that Han Li's speed outstripped that of the black streak of light. She knew that in her current state she wouldn't be of any help to Han Li even if she were to give chase, so she simply remained where she was. She quickly pulled a jade vial out of her storage bracelet and consumed 7 or 8 pills at once. As a result, she was quite reinvigorated, but a slightly unnatural flush had appeared on her face. After that, she turned toward the piles of rubble where the devilish formation had once stood, and a contemplative look appeared in her eyes. Around an hour later, a streak of azure light returned. The azure light faded and Han Li emerged in an expressionless manner, then dropped a round object from above, which landed right in front of Fairy Silver Light. The object gave off an overwhelming stench of blood and gore, and it was the head of one of the heavenly ghosts. Translation: Ooga booga me strong me kill ghost me want SNU right now. The heavenly ghost's vicious expression was still etched on its face, but there was a hint of lingering astonishment in its wide eyes. It was as if the heavenly ghost had seen something unbelievable in the instant that it had been decapitated. "Brother Han, did you chase down that devilish lord?" Fairy Silverlight asked as she glanced down at the heavenly ghost head in a stunned manner. "Rest assured, I've already taken care of him and the 3 other heavenly ghosts." A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face and he swept a sleeve through the air to release a ball of black light, within which was a miniature azure gate that was several inches in size. This was none other than the bald devilish lord's heavenly Azura gate. However, the light that was currently radiating from it was quite dim, suggesting that it seemed to have been damaged. "That's great. With all of them dead, there's no way the Elder Devil race will hear about our trip to Heavenly City. It was all thanks to you that we were able to kill those 3 devilish lords, Brother Han. If Ling Long hadn't told me about you all those years ago, I would truly be unable to believe that you've only been cultivating for just over 2,000 years, Fairy Silverlight said with both elation and awe in her voice. "I was merely lucky. The cultivation arts I use just so happen to suppress most devilish and ghostly cultivation arts. Compared to other fellow Daoists of the same cultivation base, my powers will be nowhere near as prominent. Speaking of which, don't forget what you promised me, Han Li said in a meaningful voice. Rest assured, Brother Han, I made a promise and I plan to deliver. Ling Long and I are both from the same race, so it won't be too difficult for me to pass on a message to her in your stead. It's just that Ling Long is currently with Senior Ao Shao, and I can't get into contact with her for now, Fairy Silverlight replied. I'll have to thank you in advance then, fellow Daoist Silverlight. If you need my assistance with anything else in the future, feel free to call on me, Han Li said with a smile. Fairy Silverlight's eyes lit up with elation upon hearing this and she replied, You're very welcome, Brother Han. This is just a simple task for me. Han Li was far more powerful than she had anticipated and wasn't inferior even to a late body integration cultivator in the slightest. With a favor from such a powerful being up her sleeve, she would definitely be able to benefit immensely from it at a later date. After a brief discussion, both of them erased all traces of the nearby battlefield, then continued on toward Heavenly City. Han Li was flying through the air at a leisurely pace within a streak of azure light, and he was gently stroking a white wooden box within one of his sleeves with a contemplative look in his eyes. This wooden box was something that he had obtained from the bald devilish being, whom he had slain using his blade segment again. Initially he wasn't all that interested in the item, and only after discovering that neither his spiritual sense nor his spirit eye ability could allow him to glean its contents did he become very curious toward it. However, an extremely powerful formation had been set up on this box, making it very difficult for him to open it even with his vast array of abilities. As such, Han Li stowed the item away and hurried back to where Fairy Silverlight was. As he was stroking the wooden box he could feel faint traces of heat being released from its surface, but less than 10 minutes later, it suddenly became very cool to the touch, and that made Han Li even more intrigued by its contents. However, they were currently still traveling so he would just have to wait until they reached Heavenly City before studying the wooden box further. With that in mind, Han Li released a crimson bead from each of his 5 fingers, which then vanished into the wooden box in a flash as 5 crimson runes. This was a restriction he had learned from a certain foreign race, and he had cast it onto the wooden box as a safety precaution. Immediately thereafter, the wooden box was stowed away into his storage bracelet amid a flash of azure light, and he focused his entire attention on flight. At his and Fairy Silverlight's current speeds, they were quickly able to cover a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Meanwhile, within a newly constructed devilish city that was countless kilometers away, there was a hall situated within one of the massive pyramids. All of a sudden, a thunderous roar of fury erupted from within the hall. What happened? How did 3 devilish lords fail to transport a single item? Do those 3 pieces of trash want to be thrown into the devil form pond? The one who had spoken was a crimson-robed young man sitting in the main seat at the center of the hall. It was none other than the clone of sacred ancestor Shuaguang, and his face was currently etched with fury. This clone was only at the pinnacle of the body integration stage, but in his burning fury, a giant devilish projection that was over 100 feet tall abruptly appeared behind him. The projection was completely crimson in color with a dozen or so horns on its head. At the same time, there were several thick tentacles extending from its body and whipping wildly through the air, making it appear as if it were a giant octopus. The terrifying aura released by the devilish projection was causing the entire hall to creak and tremor violently, as if it were going to collapse at any moment. In the face of this terrifying aura, the black-armored guards in the hall hurriedly half-knelt onto the ground and lowered their heads with horrified expressions, not daring to look up at sacred ancestor Shuaguang. There were only 2 high-grade devilish beings standing near sacred ancestor Shuaguang, and they immediately exchanged a bewildered glance upon seeing this. One of the 2 was a man in a baggy silver robe and he asked, "What's made you so angry, Master Shuaguang?" The fury on sacred ancestor Shuaguang's face quickly faded, but his voice was still very heavy as he replied, "I asked 3 of my subordinates to transport something very important, but the wisp of spiritual sense I left on that item has been cut off by a secret technique. Something must have happened to those 3. Otherwise, there's no way the item would have been lost." The other high-grade devilish being was a pink-robed middle-aged beauty, and she said in a bewildered manner, "Is that so? That seems very implausible. With 3 devilish lords traveling together, they should be able to protect themselves even against a human cultivator at the pinnacle of the body integration stage. As for that Grand Ascension stage human cultivator, he was wounded by several sacred ancestors when he ventured into our sacred realm around 1,000 years ago, so surely he won't appear at a time like this. It is indeed quite incredible to think that the 3 of them could have perished all at once, but it's not impossible for someone to have simply taken the treasure from them. I just tried to contact them using a secret technique, but there was no response. Someone go check if any devilish lord level soul flames have been snuffed out in the soul hall. Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang instructed with a dark expression. Yes, Sacred Ancestor. One of the black-armored guards immediately extended a respectful bow before backing out of the hall. Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang leaned back in his seat and fell silent as he narrowed his eyes slightly. The 2 high-grade devilish beings were naturally aware that he was in a foul mood, and didn't dare to speak either. Thus, the entire hall became deathly silent. Around 10 minutes later, the black-armored figure rushed into the hall again, then half-knelt onto the ground and reported in a slightly panicked manner. Sacred Ancestor, the soul flames of 3 devilish lords have been snuffed out in quick succession. 3. Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang's eyes immediately widened, and one of the armrests of his chair was instantly crushed into dust in his white-knuckled grip amid a dull thump. Yes, Sacred Ancestor. The supervisor of the Soul Hall has confirmed that these 3 soul flames belonged to Lord Lan's trio, the guard replied in a careful manner. Upon receiving this news, Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang was looking like a volcano that was on the brink of eruption. The 2 high-grade devilish beings in the hall also exchanged an astonished glance upon hearing this. However, both of them could tell that Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang was more enraged by the fact that the aforementioned item had been lost, rather than the deaths of the 3 devilish lords. This made them both rather curious about just what this item was. Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang sat in a brooding silence for a long while before finally making a decision. You 2, lead a group of bloodlight crystal guards and set off right away to find the place where those 3 were killed. Even if a Grand Ascension cultivator had been responsible, there must still have been signs of battle left behind. Carefully examine every single inch of soil there, and be sure to verify the identity and whereabouts of the human cultivators responsible. Drop all your other duties for now and prioritize this one above all else. Contact me as soon as you find any useful information. Yes, Master Shuiguang. The pair of high-grade devilish beings immediately accepted their orders with a respectful bow. An hour later, a crimson cloud flew out of a certain level of the pyramid, and sinister devilish beings in suits of translucent crimson armor could be seen within the cloud. There were over 100 such beings in total, and they quickly vanished into the distance. Over a month later, 2 streaks of light shot forth in an extremely discreet manner toward a giant human city constructed beside a lake. After just a few flashes, the 2 streaks of light landed on a nameless mountain nearby. They were none other than Han Li and Fairy Silverlight, who had finally made it to the general vicinity of Heavenleen City. Both of them were currently appraising Heavenleen City with grim expressions. In the air in front of one of Heavenleen City's city walls, there were tens of thousands of giant black arcs hovering in midair, and between these arcs were countless ferocious devilish cavaliers. The devilish beast steeds of these cavaliers had black clouds beneath their feet and were fitted with suits of beastly armor, clearly setting them apart from those normal devilish beasts. Those are the all-encompassing devilish cavaliers. The rumors were correct. The Elder Devil race only sent armies of low-grade devilish beasts to attack our Deep Heaven City, but they've sent out their truly elite forces to wipe out the other human settlements in the area. These all-encompassing devilish cavaliers are mostly only at the core formation stage or nascent soul stage, but after fusing as one with their devilish steeds through the use of a devilish secret technique, their powers will be multiplied, and human cultivators of the same cultivation base definitely wouldn't be a match for them. Even a deity transformation or spatial tempering stage being would be forced to flee if they were to be attacked by a large group of these cavaliers. Also, I heard that they're very adept in combination techniques, and a devilish formation set up by over 10,000 of these cavaliers will pose quite a threat even to cultivators of our caliber. There appears to be over 100,000 all-encompassing devilish cavaliers here, so it's no wonder that Heavenleen City is desperately asking for reinforcements, Fairy Silverlight said in a grim manner. The all-encompassing devilish cavaliers aren't the most troublesome things to deal with. It's those guys. Han Li's lips twitched slightly as he pointed toward a cluster of giant black arcs. There were some armored devilish beings near the arcs with beastly lower bodies and human upper bodies. At the same time, they each had 3 different heads and 6 arms. The middle heads were all completely identical to those of normal humans, and they were all handsome male heads or gorgeous female heads. However, the other 2 heads were extremely terrifying to behold and resembled those of malicious ghosts. They were all holding different weapons in their 6 hands, and even though they numbered far fewer than the devilish cavaliers, the collective baleful aura they were releasing was extremely astonishing. Furthermore, there were a series of glowing gray projections behind them, and upon closer inspection, Han Li discovered them to be projections of giant ferocious beasts. The largest of these projections were over 1,000 feet in size, and even the smallest ones were over 100 feet in stature. These devilish beings all wore cold expressions and seemed to be completely devoid of emotions. Those are the Jialuan War Devils. There are only a few thousand of them, but Heavenly City truly is in trouble here, Fairy Silverlight said as she drew a sharp breath. I presume these Jialuan War Devils have played a big role in the deaths of Heavenly City's 2 Grand Elders, Han Li said with a grim expression. Apparently, Jialuan War Devils rank in the top 5 even among the elite forces of the Elder Devil race. If those 2 fallen fellow Daoists had been trapped by these devils before being attacked by other devilish lords, then it would have indeed been very difficult for them to escape. I really want to see just how powerful these war devils are in action, Fairy Silverlight mused. Hee, it seems that your wish is about to come true, Han Li suddenly chuckled. Almost at the exact same moment, a burst of buzzing suddenly rang out from the giant black arcs, following which almost every single one of them released countless black pillars of light that hurtled directly toward the giant city wall up ahead in a frenzy. A string of resounding booms rang out, and formations of all different colors emerged on the surface of the slightly damaged city wall. These formations conjured up layers of shimmering light barriers that managed to withstand the powerful pillars of black light, which exploded into violent black ripples that made the entire sky dim significantly. Right at this moment, the sound of rumbling war drums rang out from the arcs, following which over 100 mountainous giant beasts emerged from the battle arcs. Each of these devilish beasts were over 1,000 feet in size, and they appeared to be massive black rhinoceroses that were crashing directly toward the city wall, looking as if they were planning to use their bodies as battering rams. At the same time, all types of low-grade devilish beasts surged out of the other giant arcs in a frenzy, then surged toward the city wall like a devilish wave. Dense devilish chi surged through the entire heavens and countless beasts roared in unison. Countless human warriors appeared atop the city wall and unleashed attacks such as fireballs, ice spikes, and wind blades toward the oncoming devilish army using some crossbow-like weapons. The devilish beasts at the forefront of the devilish wave were quickly felled by these attacks, having either been reduced to masses of mangled blood and flesh, or incinerated into charcoal or frozen into ice blocks. Tens of thousands of low-grade devilish beasts were slain in an instant, and the momentum of the entire attack seemed to have been halted momentarily. However, those giant rhinoceros-like beasts paid no heed at all to the oncoming attacks. They each conjured up a layer of extremely dense yellow light around their bodies, and the attacks being aimed at them were unable to pierce through these light barriers. Thus, all of these giant beasts arrived in front of the city wall in the blink of an eye, then aimed their inky black horns toward the city wall. Black halos of light instantly appeared on the horns of these devilish beasts, following which they abruptly shook their heads, and the halos instantly vanished as a result. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted on the surface of the giant city wall, and these black halos erupted out of thin air before viciously striking the protective formations on the surface of the city wall. In the face of these black halos, the light barriers formed by the formations were torn apart with ease, following which giant rifts were torn into the wall. The human warriors who were unfortunate enough to be struck by these black halos were all instantly reduced to dust, and the warriors near them were naturally very alarmed to see them. Some of them attempted to get down from the city wall in a panicked manner, but right at this moment, bursts of light suddenly appeared above their heads. Head-sized yellow crystal balls then emerged from these bursts of light, then released threads of yellow light that swept through the air. The retreating human warriors were instantly decapitated by these threads of light, and their headless bodies slumped to the ground. Deserters, those who refuse to follow orders, and those who aren't giving their all will be killed on the spot. A bone-chilling voice echoed over the city wall, following which several armor-clad nascent soul cultivators emerged from the bursts of light up above. Each of them had 5 yellow crystal balls revolving around them, and they all wore steely expressions. Following their emergence, the human warriors could only continue to oppose the devilish army with all their might, and as a result of their desperate efforts, even the giant rhinoceros beasts were forced to a standstill. At the same time, a profound incantation rang out from within the city, and a series of huge blue formations emerged behind the city wall. Immediately thereafter, bolts of blue lightning sprang out of these formations amid a string of rumbling thunderclaps. The bolts of lightning formed a series of massive lightning nets, each of which was several thousand feet in size, and they descended toward the other side of the city wall. Countless low-grade devilish beasts as well as many giant rhinoceros beasts were caught under the explosions of these nets of lightning, resulting in the emergence of a series of giant blue lightning clouds. The low-grade devilish beasts were instantly destroyed, and even the dense light barriers around the giant rhinoceros beasts were torn apart. The bolts of lightning struck their enormous bodies in a frenzy, causing them to roar with agony as large sections of their bodies were charred black. However, these giant beasts truly possessed astonishing vitality. Not only were these lightning strikes unable to kill them, they seemed to have only enraged the beasts further. They swung their heads vigorously through the air, releasing several more black halos that surged toward the city wall, and an earth-shattering boom rang out as a section of the giant city wall finally collapsed. Through this gap in the city wall, one could even see the backup army of human warriors in the city. These human warriors were all deathly pale, but they were forced to maintain their formation by the intimidation of the law-enforcing nascent soul cultivators up above. Meanwhile, the general of the devilish army was becoming very impatient. A sharp piercing cry erupted straight into the heavens from one of the giant black arcs, and the cry was filled with unadulterated killing intent. A cold light flashed through the eyes of the devilish cavaliers near the arc, and they all began to converge together into massive groups. From a distance, it looked as if several black seas had suddenly appeared in the air, and they were setting up complex formations as they slowly advanced toward Heavenly City. The devilish cavaliers and their devilish beast steeds all began to release a vast amount of inky black devilish chi, and the sun up above was quickly completely concealed by a black devilish sea. Some of the giant arcs suddenly blasted forth pillars of purple light that instantly vanished into the bodies of the giant rhinoceroses, and their injuries were completely healed within the span of just a few breaths. Their eyes then turned bright red in response to the sharp cry that had just erupted behind them, and they crashed through the oncoming attacks as they charged directly toward the gap in the city wall. Under the cover of these giant rhinoceroses, the army of low-grade devilish beasts was also finally able to advance toward Heavenly City as well. As such, the situation had become extremely perilous for Heavenly City. Right at this moment, spiritual light flashed several times in rapid succession from the gap in the city wall, and groups of human cultivators suddenly appeared, then frantically waved the formation flags they were holding through the air. A string of loud rumbling rang out as giant bricks of different colors came raining down from above, completely filling the gap in the blink of an eye. Not only were these bricks remarkably huge, they were all as smooth and lustrous as jade, clearly having been specially refined. After they blocked the opening in the city wall, the cultivators up above immediately cast incantation seals toward them, and they immediately fused with the rest of the city wall in a seamless manner. In the instant that the opening in the city wall vanished, the surfaces of several giant buildings in Heavenly suddenly blurred, following which countless runes emerged from them. These runes swirled through the air before forming a series of profound formations of different sizes, and immediately thereafter, these buildings transformed into giant stone puppets amid a string of rumbling booms. Each puppet was completely devoid of facial features aside from a huge single eye, and there was a house-sized opening on each of their bellies. Within each of those openings were several human cultivators standing on a heptagram, holding strange treasures with nervous looks on their faces. These giants abruptly threw their heads back and let loose thunderous roars, then immediately rushed over to the city wall before rubbing their hands together. A gust of fierce glacial winds swept forth, and countless specks of blue light appeared within the glacial wind before converging toward their palms. In the blink of an eye, a series of translucent ice spears that resembled 1,000-feet-long pillars appeared. The giant puppets grabbed onto the spears, then hurled them violently through the air, upon which they instantly vanished amid flashes of blue light. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in the air above the giant rhinoceroses, and over 1,000 streaks of piercing blue light emerged out of thin air. These streaks of blue light then transformed into 1,000-feet-long ice spears that pierced through the rhinoceroses' mountainous bodies before exploding violently. Following their explosions, the spears transformed into clouds of blue mist that were several acres in size, sealing the severely wounded rhinoceroses into gargantuan ice statues. The yellow protective light barriers around their bodies had completely failed to protect them. Loud thunderclaps then erupted as over 100 massive bolts of crimson lightning crashed down from above, piercing through the dense devilish chi without any warning before shattering all of the gigantic ice statues. All of the giant rhinoceroses were instantly slain on the spot, and even their souls hadn't managed to escape. Within a set of secret chambers inside the bodies of these giant stone puppets, a group of deity transformation stage human cultivators all released the items in their hands as relieved expressions appeared on their faces. These items were a series of shimmering red talismans, upon which were inscribed countless golden and silver runes. As soon as these talismans were released by the human cultivators, they immediately completely dimmed and disintegrated into plumes of smoke. Almost at the exact same moment, the human warriors on the city wall had exhausted the powers of their weapons, and they quickly began to retreat back to the city. They were replaced by groups of human cultivators wearing four-colored robes, and as soon as they arrived on the city wall, they summoned a series of shimmering treasures, which transformed into swathes of five-colored light that hurtled directly toward the oncoming army of low-grade devilish beasts. All of the low-grade devilish beasts that came into contact with these swathes of light were instantly destroyed, and it was quite clear that these weapons were far more powerful than the weapons the human warriors had been using. With so many cultivators attacking at once, they were able to conjure up an astonishing spectacle, even though there weren't many high-grade beings among their ranks. Without the protection of the giant rhinoceroses, the low-grade devilish beasts were being wiped out at an alarming rate, and the devilish army was being severely dented. As a result, the all-encompassing devilish cavaliers behind the low-grade devilish beasts immediately spurred on the devilish cloud around them to more than double the speed of its advancement. Following a command issued by a high-grade cultivator, who was the leader of all of the human cultivators on the city wall, everyone immediately directed their treasures away from the low-grade devilish beasts and aimed them toward the devilish cloud instead. The treasures hurtled toward the devilish cloud like a series of shooting stars, and a few dull thumps rang out as the devilish cloud churned violently. A series of massive black runes then surged out of the cloud in a frenzy before forming a giant black formation. Treasures rained down upon the formation like a torrential storm, but the formation merely tremored slightly before keeping all of the treasures at bay. Right at this moment, the devilish cavaliers within the devilish cloud each raised a hand at the same time, conjuring up long blades that were several feet in length each before slashing them violently through the air. Countless black blade projections swept out of the devilish cloud as streaks of black light, and resounding explosions echoed throughout the entire heavens. Hundreds of thousands of human treasures clashed with these blade projections before instantly being sliced into pieces, then disintegrated into specks of light of different colors. The entire sky was instantly illuminated by these colorful lights, and at the same time, the devilish cavaliers let loose loud roars as they hurled their long blades through the air. The blades transformed into streaks of black light that vanished into the giant formation up above, and a series of giant black blades quickly re-emerged from the center of the formation amid erratic flashes of black light. Each of the blades was several hundred feet in length, and they immediately swept forward before crashing viciously down toward the city wall up ahead. Black light swirled around the giant blades, and blade projections that were over 10,000 feet in length hurtled directly toward the city wall, unleashing a devastatingly fearsome aura. All of the human cultivators encompassed beneath this burst of terrifying spiritual pressure immediately flew into a blind panic, and many of them rose up into the air to flee the scene, but it was already too late. The giant black blade projections swept through the air, reducing all of the human cultivators to shreds of mangled blood and flesh, and another massive section of the city wall was felled, creating a huge gap that was over 1,000 feet wide. Over 10,000 cultivators had just been killed by that single attack alone, and all of the human cultivators on the city wall were extremely horrified to see this. Some of them gritted their teeth and continued to attack the devilish formation in the distance, while others hurriedly summoned defensive treasures as a prophylactic measure. After unleashing that devastating barrage of attacks, the giant black blades at the center of the formation disintegrated into specks of black light, following which a bone-chilling cry rang out from that gargantuan devilish arc again. Vicious looks appeared on the faces of all of the devilish cavaliers upon hearing this sound, and they roared as they abruptly spurred on their devilish steeds to carry them forward as rapid streaks of black light. The distance of several kilometers was covered by these devilish cavaliers in just a few flashes, and all of the attacks that they were struck by were repelled by the black light barriers that appeared over their suits of armor. Only very few of the oncoming treasures managed to break through their defenses, but the number of devilish cavaliers that were felled by these treasures was simply negligible in the grand scheme of things. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 all-encompassing devilish cavaliers had reached the protective light barrier in front of the city wall, and they unleashed countless streaks of powerful black light with their weapons to attack the light barrier. Meanwhile, their devilish steeds were also unleashing all types of abilities, with some blasting pillars of flames out of their mouths, while others conjured up a series of giant wind blades, and some were even directly attacking the light barrier with their horns. In the face of such an astonishing number of attacks, the protective light barrier was only able to last for the span of a few breaths before flashing erratically, looking as if it were on the verge of collapse. Just a single wave of attacks from these all-encompassing devilish cavaliers was threatening to breach the city's defenses, and the oncoming human treasures were completely ineffective against them. As for the giant stone puppets in the city, they seemed to only be capable of unleashing that one attack, and they had reverted back to become giant buildings again thereafter. However, a clear ringing sound suddenly erupted from one of the giant towers, immediately following which spatial fluctuations surged through the air nearby, and thousands of human cultivators suddenly emerged. All of them wore grim expressions, and they quickly formed a massive formation with the giant tower at the very center. After that, they lowered their heads and raised a hand each as they began to chant incantations in unison. 5 colored incantation seals formed by spiritual power surged into the massive tower as countless streaks of spiritual light, and a loud buzzing sound rang out from the tower as dazzling 5-colored light appeared over its surface. At the same time, violent tremors suddenly ran through a plot of empty land outside the city wall, and the ground abruptly split open to reveal a series of inky black tunnels. Immediately thereafter, groups of copper humanoid figures that were each around 20 feet tall rushed out of the tunnels. These copper humanoid figures were clad in thick and heavy suits of armor, and were wielding all types of weapons, including long halberds and powerful crossbows. Some of them were riding atop copper spirit beast steeds, while others were standing on azure war carriages that were over 100 feet in length each. These humanoid figures pounced toward the devilish cavaliers in a completely expressionless manner, and the devilish general in the giant ark seemed to be rather taken aback to see this, but he then harumphed coldly before letting loose another piercing cry. Ferocious looks immediately appeared in the eyes of the devilish cavaliers as they rushed toward the puppet army, and a fierce battle immediately ensued. During this brief period of respite, a series of dazzling streaks of light appeared in the air above the city wall. These streaks of light then faded to reveal several thousand high-grade human cultivators, and they summoned countless treasures before also joining the battle. Even though the army of copper puppets was clearly no match for the all-encompassing devilish cavaliers, the addition of the high-grade cultivators allowed them to hold their own. Furthermore, with the assistance from the desperate attacks being unleashed by the low-grade cultivators on the city wall, they were slowly gaining the upper hand. Strangely enough, the devilish general in the giant ark didn't send the Jialuan war devils into battle despite this. Only after several hours had passed, when both the all-encompassing devilish cavaliers and the human army had suffered some casualties, did the dull chime of a bell suddenly ring out. As soon as the devilish cavaliers heard this sound, they immediately began to retreat, forming a series of tight defensive formations as they did. At the same time, the Jialuan war devils began to advance while appraising the human army with cold expressions. The high-grade human cultivators' hearts jolted upon seeing this, and they didn't dare to pursue the retreating devilish cavaliers. The copper puppet army also stopped not far away from Heavenline City at the behest of some mysterious cultivators in the city. After these devilish cavaliers retreated back to the giant arcs, they immediately disappeared into the arcs as specks of black light. Once all of the devilish cavaliers had entered the arcs, the Jialuan war devils also turned back and did the same thing. A loud buzzing sound rang out, and all of the giant black arcs instantly flew away into the distance, vanishing out of sight in what seemed like the blink of an eye. After launching a massive attack against the city, the devilish army had retreated in an inexplicable fashion. Han Li and Fairy Silverlight couldn't help but exchange a befuddled glance upon seeing this. Han Li was silent for a moment before analyzing in a contemplative manner. Something's not right. If those Jialuan war devils had joined the battle, the devilish army could have immediately regained the upper hand, and if the devilish lords had been deployed as well, then it's quite possible that they could have forced their way into the city. With so many devilish elites in this army, I'm sure there would be quite a few devilish lords among their ranks as well. 2 of Heavenly City's grand elders have already perished, which means there are only 2 body integration cultivators left in the city, so they're at a grave disadvantage when it comes to top-grade forces. Heavenly City must have some other trump card that the devilish army has already fallen prey to, which is why they're proceeding with such caution. That does indeed sound quite plausible. It seems that our task here may not be as difficult as we imagined. Fairy Silverlight's expression eased slightly upon hearing this. I wouldn't be so quick to jump to conclusions. Even if Heavenly City does possess some kind of powerful trump card, it's most likely not enough to oppose the devilish army. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken such a risk to request reinforcements from Deep Heaven City. We'll only know what the exact situation is like when we enter the city, Han Li said. Fairy Silverlight nodded in response. I guess so. Even though the devilish army has retreated, they've definitely left behind some scouts to monitor the situation here, but there's no way they can stop us, so let's head to the city right away. Fairy Lin Luan of the Heavenly Sovereign Sect is an old acquaintance of mine. I wonder how she's doing. Indeed, this is a great opportunity for us to enter the city. Let's go, Han Li agreed with a nod. At this point, the human cultivators and puppet army had also retreated back to the city, and the 2 of them began to fly toward the city as 2 streaks of light. Their approach naturally attracted the attention of the high-grade human cultivators in the distance, and some of the spatial tempering cultivators among them swept their spiritual sense toward Han Li's duo from afar. Upon verifying that the 2 were both humans, a stir immediately ran through the group of human cultivators. Just as they were about to reach Heavenly City, a bone-chilling voice suddenly rang out, seemingly out of nowhere. I've been waiting for you. As soon as the voice trailed off, the nearby world's origin chi surged violently, and a set of mountainous devilish claws emerged out of thin air before hurtling toward the 2 streaks of light. The devilish claws were several thousand feet in size and completely inky black in color, with pillars of green flames erupting from the fingertips. Its enormous size encompassed the entire heavens, and Han Li's duo was struck by the sense that there was no way to evade it. One of the devilish lords must have stayed behind. Fairy Silverlight exclaimed as she immediately swept both of her sleeves through the air. Silver light flashed, and a pair of silver hooks shot forth before transforming into a white crescent moon and a scorching crimson sun. Each celestial body was several hundred feet in size, and they hurtled directly toward the giant claws amid the sound of rumbling thunderclaps and howling winds. As for Han Li, he also raised a hand to launch a massive shimmering golden fist projection through the air, and an earth-shattering boom rang out as spiritual light of different colors exploded violently. The entire space tremored, and the sound of wind and thunder rang out incessantly. Even with Han Li's extraordinary strength and physical constitution, he was still forced to stumble back 7 to 8 steps from the force of the impact before finally stabilizing himself. As for Fairy Silverlight, she was forced back even further, hurtling through the air for several hundred feet before finally managing to arrest her own momentum. Furthermore, this was even after Han Li had nullified around 75% of the devilish claw's power. In the face of such a fearsome attack, Fairy Silverlight's expression immediately darkened significantly. However, the owner of the devilish claws hadn't enjoyed that clash either. Not only had the giant devilish claw projection he unleashed been completely destroyed, he was also forced to stumble out of thin air. A cold look appeared in Han Li's eyes, and he was just about to focus his gaze on this devilish being when a bone-chilling sensation suddenly swept toward him from behind without any warning. If a normal mid-body integration cultivator were in his place, they would have definitely been slowed down significantly by this burst of glacial power. However, Han Li possessed the 5-colored glacial flames, and he had also absorbed another type of unknown glacial power in the primordial world. So his proficiency in controlling glacial powers wasn't inferior in the slightest compared to body integration cultivators who purely used isotribute cultivation arts. As such, the burst of glacial power didn't do anything aside from conjure up a layer of frost over his robes. All of a sudden, a green figure leaped out of Han Li's back before throwing a vicious punch. The green fist struck a snowy white flying dagger amid a resounding boom, and green and white light intertwined as a burst of thriving vitality erupted in all directions alongside white glacial chi. The flying dagger tremored before flying back, then landed in the grasp of another humanoid figure who had just emerged out of thin air. This was a thin young man who appeared to be around 15 to 16 years of age. He wore a cold expression and was currently appraising Han Li with a frosty look in his eyes. As for the green figure, it was revealed to be a green-robed humanoid figure that was identical in appearance to Han Li. There was faint purple light emanating from its body, and it was missing one of its hands. Even though it had managed to force back that flying dagger with its fist, its hand has also been severed during the clash. However, a ball of green light then appeared around the wrist of the severed hand, and another hand immediately took its place. The green-skinned Han Li flexed the fingers on the hand, and it was no different to the hand that had just been severed. The frosty young man faltered slightly upon seeing this before a vicious light appeared in his eyes. The green-skinned Han Li was naturally none other than his body integration stage spirit body, and it had saved him from that perilous sneak attack. However, Han Li wore a slightly dark expression as he also appraised the white-robed young man with animosity in his eyes. Ever since he had mastered the first stage of the spirit refinement technique, no one had ever been able to sneak so close to him without his detection. This immediately made Han Li quite wary of this mid-body integration stage devilish lord. All of a sudden, a resounding boom rang out, and Han Li raised an eyebrow as he cast his gaze toward fairy silver light out of the corner of his eyes. There he discovered that she had summoned a silver flag, which had transformed into a ball of silver light, and had just endured another clash against the owner of the giant devilish claws. Judging from her pale complexion and the slightly disoriented look in her eyes, she had clearly come off decidedly second best during the clash. This was partially due to the fact that she had still yet to recover from her last battle, but at the same time, the power of her opponent was certainly not to be discounted. Han Li's heart stirred slightly as he cast his gaze up into the air, upon which he caught sight of a burly devilish man in a suit of black devilish armor. The devilish man had a crimson sarcoma on his head, and he was holding a pair of inky black bone hammers while appraising Han Li and fairy silver light with a sinister expression. Han Li's eyelids twitched slightly as he discovered that this black-armored devilish man was at the pinnacle of the late body integration stage, and the indescribably sinister aura emanating from his body indicated that he seemed to be using an extremely powerful devilish cultivation art. You two are esteemed figures even in the context of the entire Elder Devil race. Don't you think it's far too underhanded to use such sneaky tactics? Fairy Silverlight accused in an enraged manner. If we can kill our enemies, what does it matter? We aren't bound by the pretentious rules that you humans have set for yourselves. The burly devilish lord guffawed as he thumped his hammers together violently. Judging from your powers, I'm sure you two are quite renowned even among devilish lords. How about telling us your names? Han Li said in a calm manner. You two were able to withstand my attack just now, so you're worthy of hearing my name. I am Tai Long of our sacred race's Steel Bone branch, and this is Fei Ya of the Ice Spirit branch. You two must be the human reinforcements that have been sent to this heavenly city. Why don't you tell me your name as well so I can add you to the list of human body integration cultivators I've slain? Tai Long said with a sinister smile. Rather than being irked by this provocative remark, Han Li merely smiled and replied, My surname is Han, and I'm just an insignificant man that I'm sure you wouldn't have heard of. Do you think you still have a chance to kill us after failing to do so with that sneak attack? As if to back up Han Li's words, as soon as his voice trailed off, 2 streaks of spiritual light suddenly flew out of Heavenly City before hurtling directly toward them. Within the 2 streaks of light, 2 astonishing bursts of body integration stage spiritual pressure surged toward the 2 devilish lords. They contained an early body integration cultivator and a mid-body integration cultivator. Tai Long's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and after taking a quick glance at the 2 oncoming streaks of light, He turned to his companion with a dark expression and said, "Let's go." As soon as his voice trailed off, he raised a hand to summon an inky black war carriage that was several tens of feet in length, and he immediately flew onto the carriage. Meanwhile, the frosty young man remained completely expressionless, but his body blurred on the spot before vanishing in a flash. In the next instant, the white-robed young man appeared several thousand feet away, then took another step and vanished once again. He seemed to possess a formless body, and it only took him several steps to completely disappear into the distance. As for Tai Long, the black war carriage beneath his feet flashed with black light, then carried him away into the distance as an arc of black lightning. A string of thunderclaps rang out, and after a few more flashes, the carriage also vanished into the distance. Han Li wore a contemplative expression as he looked on at the two departing devilish lords, but made no effort to give chase. As for Fairy Silverlight, she was clearly very wary of Tai Long's astonishing powers, and also remained on the spot with a strained expression. These two devilish lords were far more powerful than she had anticipated, and there could even be other devilish lords among this army. In that case, even with her and Han Li's assistance, it would be very difficult to guard this city. Han Li's expression quickly returned to normal, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he cast his gaze toward the two oncoming streaks of light. The lights faded and two people were revealed not far away from Han Li's duo. The two people consisted of a man who appeared to be in his 40s, and a woman who appeared to be around 27 to 28 years of age. The man had a square and stern face and wore a set of yellow scholar robes. He had a thick white jade book in his hand, and there were two giant brushes, one golden and one silver, strapped to his back. As for the woman, she had an oval face and was quite a beauty. She wore a dark green palatial dress and she was holding a basket of flowers. A hint of elation flashed through Fairy Silverlight's eyes at the sight of the woman, and she immediately said, "I'm so glad that you're safe and well, Sister Lin. I was sent here to reinforce your sect." "Sister Silverlight, it's so good to see you. Your city must have received our request for reinforcements. May I ask who your companion is? I don't recall ever seeing him before." The woman in the palatial dress appraised Fairy Silverlight with a look of surprise and elation on her face, which was then replaced by a hint of befuddlement when she turned to Han Li. Before Han Li had a chance to reply, the yellow-robed scholar smiled and said, "Hee, this is fellow Daoist Han Li. I met him on several occasions on 9 Immortal Mountain." This scholar seemed to recognize Han Li, and Han Li also found him to be rather familiar. After a brief pause for contemplation, he recalled who this man was and he immediately greeted with a smile. "Ah, you're Master Azure Dragon of the 9-Star Sect. It's a pleasure meeting you again." This Master Azure Dragon was a body integration cultivator whom he'd met on several occasions during the Myriad Treasure Exchange Convention, but they weren't overly familiar with one another. The scholar swept his spiritual sense toward Han Li, upon which a hint of astonishment appeared in his eyes. "I recall you were only at the early body integration stage when we last met, yet you've progressed to the mid-body integration stage after just several centuries. I really must congratulate you, Brother Han. I was very fortunate to have been able to make a breakthrough during the past few centuries. I didn't think that we would meet again after the exchange convention. This must be the fellow Daoist Lin Luan that Fairy Silverlight mentioned, right?" Han Li gave a modest response as usual before changing the subject and directing his attention to the woman in the palatial dress. "Indeed, I am Lin Luan, Brother Han. I've heard much about you lately, and I must thank you and Sister Silverlight for coming to our city to assist us in our time of need. If no body integration stage fellow Daoists had come to reinforce us, then our Heavenly city most likely wouldn't even be able to last 2 more months, Lin Luan said in a grateful voice that was very pleasant to the ears. "Why is that, Sister Lin? Brother Han and I saw the devilish army attack the city from afar just now, and the all-encompassing devilish cavaliers do appear to be quite troublesome, but the city was able to keep them at bay, so what's the issue?" Fairy Silverlight asked as a grim look appeared on her face. "Unfortunately, what you just saw is only a small portion of the devilish army. The true army is situated in a mountain range thousands of kilometers away from here. Also, these devilish elites aren't attacking our city in an all-out assault because they're waiting for a certain day to arrive," Lin Luan replied with a wry smile. "They're waiting for a certain day?" Fairy Silverlight was rather bewildered to hear this. "Indeed, but this is not the place to talk. Let's return to the city first. The elder devils are extremely cunning. Perhaps those 2 devilish lords will return to this place with the other 2 devilish lords, Master Azure Dragon reminded. Fairy Silverlight's heart jolted upon hearing this, and she immediately agreed without any hesitation. There are 4 devilish lords in total? Alright, let's hurry back to the city. Thus, the 4 of them flew toward Heavenline City together, reaching the massive city wall in the blink of an eye. At this point, some of the human cultivators and copper puppets were still yet to enter the city, and Han Li couldn't help but take a few glances at them. The high-grade cultivators all appeared to be quite exhausted, and some of them had very pale complexions, indicating that they were either carrying injuries or had expended far too much energy. As for the copper puppets, most of them were riddled with pits and bumps, and some of them were even missing limbs. It seemed that Heavenline City really had been struggling. Fairy Silverlight's expression also darkened upon seeing this, while Lin Luan and Master Azure Dragon could only look on with wry smiles. Right at this moment, a group of cultivators in 5-colored robes flew onto the city wall atop flying treasures. They then began to repair the city wall while carving a series of complex and profound formations onto its surface. At the same time, groups of human warriors got onto the city wall to replace the human cultivators there. These warriors were all fully equipped and appeared to be quite well rested, and Han Li's heart eased slightly upon seeing this. Thus, he and Fairy Silverlight were led over the city wall, as well as the defenses that had been set up in the city, and finally made their way into a hall situated in a corner of Heavenline City. There were several spatial tempering cultivators already waiting for them inside the hall, and as soon as they arrived, the group of cultivators stood up to greet them in an enthusiastic manner. At the sight of the hint of befuddlement that had appeared on Han Li and Fairy Silverlight's faces, Master Azure Dragon hurriedly explained, "These are the fellow Daoists who are responsible for overseeing our city's defenses. I'm sure they'll be able to introduce our current situation to you." "I see." Han Li nodded before taking a seat in the hall, while the group of spatial tempering cultivators remained standing respectfully off to the side. "Sister Lin, fellow Daoist Azure Dragon, please tell us about Heavenline City's current situation in detail, as well as how those 2 fellow Daoists were killed, so Brother Han and I can know what to look out for," Fairy Silverlight said as she took a seat. Everyone's expressions changed slightly at the mention of the 2 deceased body integration cultivators, and Master Azure Dragon's expression became a little strained. Fairy Lin Luan brows furrowed slightly as she replied, "There really isn't much to be said about how those fellow Daoists were killed. We mentioned everything there was to be said in that letter. The devilish lords that are leading the attack against our city are extremely cunning. They only brought a small portion of their all-encompassing devilish cavaliers initially, and these cavaliers were led by only 2 early body integration stage devilish lords. As such, our 2 fellow Daoists were lured out of the city, where they were ambushed by 4 devilish lords and were killed on the scene." "I see, these devilish beings really are very calculating," Fairy Silverlight sighed in a forlorn manner. Han Li nodded in agreement before asking, "Indeed, the 2 of us will need to proceed with caution as well. If possible, would you be able to tell us about the abilities of those 4 devilish lords?" "Of course, we'll be counting on you and fellow Daoist Silverlight to help us defend the city, so we'll give you all of the information we've compiled on these 4 devilish lords," Master Azure Dragon quickly agreed. "That would be best. You were saying earlier that the devilish beings were waiting for a certain day. Would you be able to elaborate on that?" Han Li asked. Fairy Silverlight was clearly also very interested to hear the answer. "This is referring to the day where the 5 suns transition into moons 2 months from now. On that day, the main protective formation that our city is relying on will cease to function," Lin Luan replied in a grim manner. "The day when the 5 suns transition into moons? Now that you mention it, this centenary phenomenon is indeed going to take place in 2 months. But how does it have anything to do with the city's protective formation?" Fairy Silverlight asked. Han Li was very knowledgeable in formations, and he quickly theorized, "On the day when the 5 suns transition into moons, the yang energy of heaven and earth will be severely lacking. Could it be that this formation draws its power from this energy?" "Precisely, fellow Daoist Han. Our 4 sects set up a 9-sun astral formation in the city, and the more yang energy of heaven and earth it can absorb, the more powerful it'll be. At the height of its powers, it wouldn't be impossible for it to kill even devilish lords. It's exactly because of this formation that the devilish army hasn't dared to launch an all-out attack against our city. Not only can this formation only be set up in a place where 9 plots of earthly fire can be found, the materials required have exhausted almost the entire wealth of our 4 sections. On top of that, it's limited by the fact that it can only unleash its power after absorbing an enormous amount of the yang energy of heaven and earth. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't be an issue, but due to the issue outlined earlier, we're truly in a dire situation, Lin Luan said with tightly furrowed brows. 9 Sun Astral Formation? If this formation is as powerful as you say, then why have I never heard of it before? Fairy Silverlight asked. That's no surprise. This formation is one that was created by a dozen or so of our 4 sex formation masters, and it took over 1,000 years for them to do so. Its powers are definitely not inferior to those the legendary ancient formations, Fairy Lin Luan explained in a slightly proud manner. Han Li's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, but he was actually quite surprised. Only a major power such as this one would be able to gather enough resources and manpower to create a new formation of such staggering power. It seemed that the 4 sects were very powerful, and had been preparing for this devilish tribulation for a long time. Not only had they gathered 4 body integration cultivators, they had even created such an extraordinary formation. A thought suddenly occurred to Han Li and he smiled as he said, "This 9 Sun Astral Formation does sound very powerful, but the city is facing an army of devilish elites led by 4 devilish lords. Surely this formation alone isn't enough to make the army so wary of the city. Indeed, this formation is extremely powerful, but it will surely take quite a while to activate, so it would be quite a stretch to use it against the 4 devilish lords. On top of that, there's a devilish lord at the pinnacle of the late body integration stage among the devilish army. Will a formation really be enough to oppose such a powerful being?" Fairy Silverlight also asked with a puzzled expression. Aside from the 9 Sun Astral Formation, our city did have some powerful trump cards that could threaten devilish lords, but these trump cards all have severe limitations and can only be used a set number of times, so there are barely any remaining now. These devilish lords are throwing their armies at us once every few days, and they're doing this in order to exhaust all of our trump cards. I'll disclose the specific details of the situation to the 2 of you later, Master Azure Dragon replied with a wry smile. Indeed, those devilish lords are extremely devious, and every time they've attacked the city, we've been forced to exhaust a large number of our defensive resources. On many occasions, the 2 of us were forced to exit the city to combat the enemies, and the devilish lords would always appear to attack us. If we hadn't used some trump cards to defend ourselves, we could have easily followed in the footsteps for our 2 fallen fellow Daoists, Fairy Lin Luan said as a look of intense resentment appeared on her face. It sounds like the city's not in a very good place. Please elaborate on the current situation, Han Li said in a calm voice. Yes, it would indeed be a good idea for us to get a better grasp of the situation, Fairy Silverlight chimed in agreement. Fellow Daoist, sure, introduce our Heavenly City's current situation to our fellow Daoists here, Master Azure Dragon said as he turned to one of the spatial tempering cultivators. Yes, Grand Elder, a gray-robed elderly man said as he immediately took a step forward in a respectful manner. After extending a salute to Han Li's duo, he began in a solemn voice. The situation that our Heavenly City is currently in is truly not a very optimistic one. All of the fortresses we had constructed around the city had been razed to the ground by the devilish army several months ago, and 5 of the 13 protective restrictions we've set up around the city have also been destroyed. In order to repair these restrictions, we'll require at least a month of respite. The most powerful asset of our city, the army of copper puppets, has also been reduced from 100,000 to around only 70,000. On top of that, the remaining puppets are all severely damaged, and are in desperate need of repair and recuperation. Otherwise, their numbers will only drop at an increased rate. The most damning thing of all is that the treasure used as the core of several of our city's major protective formations was destroyed in a surprise attack from the Jialuan War Devils, which has dropped our defensive prowess by about 30%. As for the spirit beasts being nurtured by the Heavenly Sect and Heavenly Sovereign Sect. As the elderly man spoke, the grim look in Fairy Silverlight's eyes became more and more pronounced. Han Li's brows also furrowed slightly, and after listening for a while longer he suddenly interjected, "Why is it all bad news? Isn't there anything good you can tell us?" Of course there's some good news as well. Thus far our city hasn't actually suffered all that many casualties, and we've only lost around 10% of all of our low and mid-grade cultivators and mortal warriors. It's just that morale is not very high due to frequent battles we've had to endure and the death of the 2-body integration stage seniors. On top of that, our supply of spirit stones and other resources are extremely abundant, and they'll be able to last us several decades with no issues. Thus, the gray-robed elderly man began to rattle off a list of positives at Han Li's behest. I see, so we're not lacking in manpower or resources. With Brother Han and I here to reinforce the city, there's a very good chance that we'll be able to defend it, Fairy Silverlight said in a slightly relieved manner. That's what fellow Daoist Azure Dragon and I think as well. With your assistance, we won't have to fear the 4 devilish lords anymore. Those all-encompassing devilish cavaliers and Jaluan war devils are certainly very troublesome, but as long as we can put on a display to show everyone that our high-end powers aren't inferior to that of the devilish army, then I'm sure morale will be recovered in no time, Lin Luan said with a hopeful look in her eyes. Indeed, when the devilish army attacks our city again, we just have to think of a way to trap the 4 devilish lords, then unleash the power of the 9-sun astral formation. Perhaps we'll be able to severely wound 1 or 2 devilish lords, Master Azure Dragon chimed in an optimistic manner. It most likely won't be that easy. Those 2 devilish lords have already seen us enter Heavenly City, so they'll definitely have their guard up. They'll most likely devise countermeasures against the 9-sun astral formation, or simply wait until the day when the 5 suns transition into moons before they attack the city again, Han Li said with a shake of his head. If they choose to do that, then our city will get some much-needed respite. If we can repair the city's restrictions and copper puppet army, and prepare some other trump cards we have up our sleeves, we may be able to defend the city even if the 9-sun astral formation fails. However, no matter what happens, we'll require your assistance, fellow Daoists, Master Azure Dragon said with a cold smile. After a brief silence, Han Li nodded and said, "It looks like that's all we can do for now. Rest assured, if those devilish lords join in on the attack against the city, fellow Daoist Silverlight and I will be sure to lend you our assistance. We came all the way here with the goal of helping your city through these tough times, so we're certainly not going to just stand by and watch when our services are required," Fairy Silverlight chimed in with a smile. "You have my thanks, fellow Daoists," Fairy Lin Luan immediately said in a grateful manner, and Master Azure Dragon also expressed his gratitude with an elated look in his eyes. After that, Han Li and Fairy Silverlight made some more inquiries about the city defenses, and after the spatial tempering cultivators answered all of their questions, they took their leave and were taken to their silent cultivation chambers to rest. They had traveled for a long time to get to Heavenly City, and a battle against the devilish army could erupt at any moment, so they really did need to rest and recuperate. Of course, prior to their departure, Master Azure Dragon gave each of them a jade slip containing information about the devilish army that they were facing. As such, as they were resting, they would be able to familiarize themselves with their enemies. Following the departure of Han Li's duo, the group of spatial tempering cultivators also took their leave. Master Azure Dragon looked on at their departing figures, and suddenly heaved a long sigh. "Are you still concerned, fellow Daoist?" Fairy Lin Luan asked with a faint smile. "How could I not be concerned? You and I both saw how our fellow Daoists were felled on that day. Those 2 devilish lords are far more fearsome than we imagined. Even with fellow Daoist Han and fellow Daoist Silverlight's assistance, our chances of securing victory are still very slim," Master Azure Dragon said in a grim voice. Fairy Lin Luan's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this, but a cold smile then appeared on her face and she said, "But if we use that thing, there's still a chance for us, so it's not like we've deceived them." "Are you really planning to release that thing?" "Even with the combined powers of all 4 of us, we were only able to seal it into the 9-sun astral formation when it was at its most feeble point. If we were to release that monster, perhaps it would attack us first before it attacks our enemies. After all, it does possess some intelligence," Master Azure Dragon said in a concerned manner. "There's no need to be overly concerned about that. The Blood Soul Talisman is almost ready, and it's in the final stage of its preparation. I've inquired the restriction masters in our sect about this, and even though the talisman isn't completely ready, it'll currently still be around half as effective as it should be in its complete form. As long as we inject that talisman into the monster, even if we won't be able to completely control it, we'll at least be able to ensure that it won't attack us. Our top priority now is to endure this period of 2 months. Sealing that beast in the 9-sun astral formation is indeed a very secure arrangement, but if the formation doesn't deactivate on its own, there's no way for us to release that beast either. You and I both know that if the devilish lords didn't care about casualties and launched an all-out attack on our city, even with the 9-sun astral formation, there's no way we can stop them, Fairy Lin Luan said in a grim voice. The Blood Soul Talisman is ready? That's fantastic. With fellow Daoist Han and Fairy Silverlight's assistance, we should be able to last until that day. I'm sure those devilish beings won't have anticipated that we're also waiting for the day when the 5 suns transition into moons to arrive, Master Azure Dragon said in an elated manner. With that monster's help, even in the worst-case scenario, we'll at least be evenly matched with those devilish beings. If worse comes to worst, then we'll just have to take our core disciples and travel to Deep Heaven City. We'll have to rely on their charity for our safety, but at the very least, it'll ensure that we'll survive this devilish tribulation. During the few days prior to the day when the 5 suns transition into moons, gather all of the city's resources and core disciples so we can leave right away if required. As long as we do our best to hold off those devilish lords, those disciples will definitely be able to make a safe departure, Fairy Lin Luan said with a confident smile, and it was quite clear that she had put a lot of thought into this plan. After contemplating the proposed plan for a moment, Master Azure Dragon decided that it was quite sound, but a forlorn look then appeared on his face. I guess that's our only option. What a pity. If our 2 fellow Daoists hadn't fallen into that trap, our Heavenly City would be in a far better situation right now. Indeed, who would have thought that the devilish lords would become so cunning? If we had anticipated their plan and unleashed the combination formation that the 4 of us prepared in advance, we definitely would have been at least evenly matched with those devilish lords, Fairy Lin Luan sighed. Alright, so we've now decided on our main course of action, but I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on things as our overall morale is still very shaky in the aftermath of the loss of our 2 grand elders. Also, make sure that no resources are spared in repairing those copper puppets. It took our 4 sects tens of thousands of years to refine them, and they're our main counter against the all-encompassing devilish cavaliers. Of course, but I think it's time we considered unleashing our elite forces against those Jaluan war devils. Otherwise, the puppets alone definitely wouldn't be enough. Thus, the 2 began to discuss some other matters. Fair Lin Luan possessed a slightly inferior cultivation base compared to Master Azure Dragon, but she was clearly the leader when it came to decision-making. Just as the 2 of them were holding their discussion, the 4 devilish lords were also discussing some matters together. They were situated in a hall within a massive valley that was enshrouded in dense devilish qi tens of thousands of kilometers away from Heavenly City. Tai Long was sitting on the main seat, while Feiya was leaning expressionlessly against a stone pillar beside the entrance of the hall. The other 2 devilish lords were comprised of a smiling beauty in a blue dress, and a 40-feet-tall giant clad in a suit of fiery red armor. Only his eyes were visible through the suit of full-body armor, and there were flames dancing within them. What? Lord Li's trio was killed at the same time? And we've been ordered to stop attacking Heavenly City to investigate this matter? The giant in the suit of red armor exclaimed in an incredulous manner. Even though he had tried to keep his voice as low as possible, the entire hall still tremored violently. Is that true, Brother Tai? You're not making a joke here, are you? The female devilish lord asked in a bewildered manner. I only just received this order following my return as well. This order was passed down by Master Shueguang himself, so it's definitely authentic. On top of that, Master Shueguang even deployed his personal guards, the Yin-Yang Twin Devils, to meet up with us in a month. It seems that not only was Lord Li's trio killed, something that was extremely important to Master Shueguang was also lost in the process, Tai Long said in a grim voice. Even the Yin-Yang Twin Devils were sent out. That item really must be extremely important to Master Shueguang, then. Brother Tai, do you know exactly what was lost to prompt such a reaction from Master Shueguang? The woman asked. I'm not so sure about that, and Master Shueguang didn't elaborate on it either. However, we should be able to ask the Yin-Yang Twin Devils when they arrive, Tai Long said with a shake of his head. If it's something that Master Shueguang doesn't want to tell us, then I'll only be asking for trouble if I try to pry around for answers. It's a pity that we'll have to give up on our attack against Heavenly City though, the woman sighed. Not only was this woman an early body integration stage devilish lord, she seemed to be regarding the late body integration stage Tai Long as equals. We're not giving up, it's only a temporary ceasefire. Once the day when the 5 suns transition into moons arrives, we'll launch an all-out attack. 2 body integration stage human cultivators just arrived at Heavenly City, and they're quite powerful, so there's no longer any point in launching these attacks to whittle down the city's defenses. On top of that, seeing as the Yin-Yang twin devils are coming here, perhaps we can invite them to assist us during our all-out attack. Even if the humans do come up with some tricks, there'll be no match for all 6 of us, Tai Long said in a calm manner. That's true. If the Yin-Yang twin devils can also participate in the attack, then we'll be able to take the city down with ease. Speaking of which, from the sounds of it, you seem to have already encountered the 2 new human cultivators. Would you be able to tell us about their abilities? The woman asked. Tai Long's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this before he replied, I'm not the only one who encountered those 2. Brother Fei was also with me. You were also there, Brother Fei? What did you think of those human cultivators? The red-armored giant asked. Fei didn't seem to be a fan of speaking, and only after a long pause did he give a clipped response. There's a weak early body integration cultivator and a powerful mid-body integration cultivator. The woman faltered slightly before chuckling. That's not a very helpful answer, Brother Fei. Besides, you're a direct lineal descendant of sacred ancestor Zhou Xian, so your powers far outstrip those of cultivators of the same caliber. Your standards of weak and powerful are much different from ours. One of them is weaker than you while the other can kill you, is that clear enough? Fei elaborated in an expressionless manner, and the woman's chuckles were immediately cut off as a dark expression appeared on her face. Is that an exaggeration, Brother Fei? Fairy Yu is one of the branch descendants of Master Ming Luo. Her bloodline may not be as pure as your direct lineal bloodline, but she's definitely far more powerful than other devilish lords of her cultivation base as well, the red-armored giant said in a skeptical manner. I'm just telling you what I think. You can choose to believe it or not, Fei replied in a cold voice. The red-armored giant didn't have any response to this. Brother Fei's words are a little harsh and abrasive, but one of those 2 new human cultivators is indeed quite extraordinary. At the very least, his physical body is no weaker than mine, and he possesses incredible strength. He was able to escape completely unscathed from a grab that I had unleashed. Keep in mind that he was caught completely off guard, and my grab was imbued with a hint of the power of laws. Under normal circumstances, it should have been able to capture a mid-body integration cultivator with ease, Tai Long said. Is he really that troublesome to deal with? The woman was truly surprised to hear this. Brother Fei is definitely not exaggerating. Even I was struck by a sense of extreme danger when facing that human cultivator, and I may not have been able to defeat him. Otherwise, Brother Fei and I wouldn't have immediately made a retreat after the initial confrontation. If you 2 encounter that human cultivator, then you really must be careful, Tai Long said in a solemn manner. Thank you for the words of caution, but if I really do encounter this human cultivator, I'd like to face him to see if he really is as powerful as the 2 of you proclaim, the woman said as a competitive gleam flashed through her eyes. Tai Long's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and he was just about to say something when the red-armored giant suddenly proposed a theory that sent a jolt running through everyone's hearts. If that human cultivator is this powerful, then could it be that he was behind the deaths of Lord Li's trio? Tai Long and the woman's expressions stiffened slightly upon hearing this, and they reflexively exchanged a glance. A hint of surprise also appeared on Fei's stoic face. Now that you mention it, that is indeed quite possible. Judging from the time when Lord Li's trio was killed, there's a good chance that they would have encountered the 2 human cultivators as they were traveling to Heavenly City. In that case, that human cultivator must be even more powerful than I imagine him to be. With the assistance of another devilish lord, it won't be difficult for me to defeat Lord Li's trio, but even I wouldn't be able to kill all of them if they were intent on fleeing the scene, Tai Long said in a contemplative voice. In that case, we really must regard this man as a formidable enemy. If he was able to kill Lord Li's trio, then it may be quite difficult for us to ensure his death even with the help of the Yin-Yang twin devils. If he's determined to escape, then only a sacred ancestor will be able to trap him with absolute reliability, the woman murmured as her brows furrowed tightly. Indeed. On top of that, now that this man has joined Heavenly City, he could prove to be a major volatile factor in our plans as well, Tai Long said with a dark expression. The entire hall fell silent, and the 4 devilish lords had become rather concerned. If worse comes to worst, then we'll just have to use that strategy again. If we can lure him into our trap, there's no way he'll be able to escape. We managed to kill those 2 body integration stage human cultivators last time, didn't we? The woman suddenly suggested. We can't use that strategy again. The last time we did so, it was at the expense of close to 1,000 devilish cavaliers and over 10 war devils. If we use it a second time, the cost will definitely be far greater than last time. These are all elite forces that were painstakingly trained by our sacred race. We can't just sacrifice them like this, the red-armored giant countered vehemently. But if we don't use that strategy and let that human cultivator escape, he might end up killing more of our brethren than what we'd have to sacrifice to trap him. On top of that, if he's the man that Master Shuiguang is searching for, and we let him escape, which one of us is going to bear the wrath of Master Shuiguang? Tai Long harumphed coldly in response. I was only speculating just now. How could there be such a coincidence that he's the one who killed Lord Li's trio? The red-armored giant backtracked with a wry smile. We'll have to launch an investigation to see if he's indeed the perpetrator. In any case, we have to treat this as a case of guilty until proven innocent. I would rather expend the necessary resources to kill him rather than wrongfully allow him to escape. However, I don't think we'll have to employ that strategy again to kill that man, Tai Long said. What do you mean by that, Brother Tai? First you say we'll only be able to kill that man through that strategy, and now you say we may not have to. Which is it? The woman asked as she raised her eyebrows in exasperation. Allow me to elaborate on my thought process, Fairy Yu. The Yin-Yang twin devils are indeed quite powerful, but even when combined, their powers are only roughly comparable to mine. Seeing as Master Shuiguang has sent them to hunt down the perpetrator behind the deaths of Lord Li's trio, then he must have given them a way to kill that man. Otherwise, if that man is able to kill Lord Li's trio, then it won't be very difficult for him to kill the Yin-Yang twin devils as well. And I'm sure Master Shuiguang is aware of this, Tai Long explained in a calm manner. That does indeed make sense. In that case, there really is no need for us to be overly concerned. We can just reserve that strategy as a last resort when all else fails. The red-armored giant was very relieved to hear this. However, the woman seemed to still be rather unconvinced. She turned to the white-robed young man and asked, What do you think, Brother Fei? I don't care what measures you prepare to trap that man, but I have to be the one to take his life. He possesses a type of glacial power that will be extremely useful to me, Fei Ye said in a bone-chilling voice. The woman faltered slightly upon hearing this before chuckling. Rest assured, I'll be sure to leave him to you. How about you, Brother Tai? Tai Long hesitated momentarily before replying, I'm naturally more than willing to let Brother Fei do the honors as well, but I'll be taking half of that man's treasures, while the half is split between Fairy Yu and Brother Yen. I presume you have no objections to that, Brother Fei. All I want is that man's glacial power. You can do with his treasures as you please, Fei Ye replied in a nonchalant manner. Brother Yen and I have no objections either, the woman agreed with a smile. Even though the woman was speaking on the red-armored man's behalf, the latter didn't seem to find this to be inappropriate at all. All right, then it's decided. We'll send out some people to investigate the deaths of Lord Li's trio, and wait for the arrival of the twin Yin-Yang devils in the meantime. I'm sure we'll be able to track down the perpetrator prior to the arrival of the day when the 5 suns transition into moons. If it really is that human cultivator, then we'll address the situation through the methods we just discussed. If it isn't him, then we'll act according to our original plan, Tai Long concluded. Within Heavenly City, Han Li was seated in a secret chamber on the first floor of an intricate pavilion. There were restrictions set up all around him, and he was inspecting a white wooden box with a contemplative look on his face. This wooden box was none other than the one he had obtained after killing that bald devilish lord. However, the item had been sealed with some kind of profound restriction that he had been unable to crack, and he finally had some time to study it now that he had arrived in Heavenly City. There were alternating bursts of frosty and scorching energy seeping out of the box, and it was able to keep out all spiritual sense, which made it all the more intriguing. After carefully inspecting the wooden box for a long while, 2 bursts of piercing blue light suddenly appeared in Han Li's eyes, and he peered directly into the depths of the box. As he did so, his expression began to change slightly, and he continued to stare at the wooden box in a completely still manner, as if he had transformed into a statue. Time slowly passed by, and 3 days and 3 nights flew by in the blink of an eye. At this point, Han Li's face had paled slightly, and the blue light in his eyes had also dimmed somewhat. Around 10 minutes later, Han Li made a hand seal with a peculiar look on his face, and the blue light in his eyes completely faded. Interesting. So this box is a Xiumi treasure, and it's been sealed by 13 types of ancient restrictions. If I didn't possess my bright sight spirit eyes ability, it would have been very difficult for me to study it. However, all of these restrictions are extremely powerful, and it would take at least several centuries for me to break each one. There's no way that bald devilish lord could have cast such profound restrictions. I wonder just what could be in this box, Han Li murmured to himself. He then laid the wooden box down onto the ground before him and began to stare at it in a contemplative manner. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a thought seemed to have occurred to him. I'm unable to break the restrictions cast on this box for now, but if I use that foreign secret technique, I should be able to inspect its contents. However, if there's a vicious creature or being contained within the box, then things could become a little troublesome. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he weighed up his options. However, he quickly arrived at a decision. So be it. Even in the worst-case scenario, I'll only be losing some of my spiritual sense, and half a month of meditation will allow me to make a full recovery, so it's definitely worth the risk. With that in mind, he immediately swept a sleeve through the air, and a dozen or so translucent 5-colored beads flew out of his sleeve amid a flash of light. These beads then transformed into balls of spiritual light that hovered in midair, and within them were a series of 5-colored eyes that were flashing with peculiar light. Han Li then flipped his hand over to produce another 5-colored bead, which he held in front of his chest before immediately uttering a foreign incantation. Meanwhile, he laid his other hand onto the top of his own head, and a nude golden nascent soul emerged. It made a strange hand seal with its pair of tiny hands and also began to chant an incantation. All of a sudden, bright light erupted from the 5-colored eyes within the balls of spiritual light, and they released thin beams of 5-colored light that vanished into the nascent soul in a flash. At the same time, the golden nascent soul let loose a low cry before abruptly pointing a finger toward the bead being held in front of Han Li's chest. A golden projection erupted from the nascent soul's body, then immediately vanished into the bead. A blurry nascent soul projection then took shape within the bead, and the golden nascent soul waved a hand toward the bead upon seeing this. 5-colored light swirled over the surface of the bead, and it quickly flew into the wooden box on the ground down below as a streak of light. Within a murky gray space, a streak of 5-colored light suddenly appeared before transforming into an indistinct humanoid figure. Even though its facial features were rather blurry, judging from its attire, this appeared to be Han Li. As soon as he appeared, he inspected his surroundings with blue light flashing within his eyes. This seems to be an illusionary restriction rather than a shimmy space. Could it be that the wisp of spiritual sense was trapped in a certain level of restriction? Han Li murmured to himself in a perplexed manner. This projection was a temporary spiritual sense clone that Han Li had conjured up, and he had sent it into the wooden box using a certain foreign secret technique. However, this space clearly wasn't the space inside the wooden box, and that was rather surprising to Han Li. However, despite his surprise, he wasn't overly concerned. After all, the worst that could happen would be the loss of this wisp of spiritual sense, which wouldn't have too much of a negative impact on him. Thus, after inspecting his surroundings for a while, Han Li drifted toward a certain direction. Along the way, his surroundings were entirely comprised of thin gray mist, and after flying for several hours, the scenery hadn't changed at all. His brows furrowed slightly as he stopped momentarily, then suddenly changed direction and flew directly upward. After passing through one layer of mist after another, he discovered that the sky in this space also seemed to be completely boundless. Even after flying for half a day, he still found himself inside a vast expanse of ever-present gray mist. His expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, but all of a sudden he turned toward a certain direction and yelled, "Who's there?" His voice wasn't very loud, but it echoed incessantly throughout the nearby space. However, no one emerged from the nearby space to meet him. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this before giving a cold harumph, then suddenly sat down with his legs crossed to meditate in midair. His eyes were tightly shut and he remained completely still for over half a day, looking as if he planned to never get up again. On the second day, a ball of green light suddenly emerged nearby before transforming into a green-robed elderly man. The man had a pair of remarkably long eyebrows and his face was very thin and gaunt. There was a yellow wooden pin in his hair, and the image of a sinister devilish monster with 3 heads and 6 arms was embroidered onto his robes. After he appeared, he displayed no intention of approaching Han Li, and merely appraised him in silence with a cold look in his eyes. However, Han Li continued to sit with his eyes closed, as if he hadn't even sensed the elderly man's arrival. Thus, the two of them maintained a rather peculiar silence, and it seemed that neither of them wanted to be the one to speak first. Time quickly passed by and 3 days and 3 nights later, there was still no change to the situation whatsoever. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that a hint of surprise had appeared in the elderly man's eyes as he appraised Han Li. After another 8 hours, the elderly man was clearly starting to become a little restless. His body swayed and he abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted several tens of feet in front of Han Li, following which the elderly man re-emerged. However, Han Li merely continued to ignore him, and a hint of fury appeared on the elderly man's face. "Humph, you sure are quite courageous to disregard me like this." The elderly man finally broke the silence, and his voice was as sharp as unpleasant as the sound of metal grating on metal, striking the listener with a sense of unease and anxiety. "From the sounds of it, you must be quite an important figure. May I know your name?" Han Li asked in a calm voice as he slowly opened his eyes. "A mere human cultivator like you won't know of me. Having said that, I'm very curious. How did this spiritual clone of a human cultivator get into this place? Does this mean this item has fallen into your hands?" The elderly man was able to immediately identify that this wasn't Han Li's true body. "Hehe, you must be a mighty figure of the elder devil race. This box did indeed fall into my hands, and I sent this spiritual sense of clone of mine into the box to investigate its contents. If I'm not mistaken, this is one of the restrictions in the box rather than the actual space within the box, right?" Han Li asked in a calm voice. Due to the fact that he was only a spiritual sense clone, he was unable to ascertain the power level of this elderly man. However, he had already guessed that this was a devilish being, so despite the fact that his expression remained unchanged, he was naturally rather wary of this elderly man. Indeed, this is the 10th illusionary restriction in the box. As long as one can master the key elements of this restriction, they'll be able to change everything within this space at will. I must say, the sacred race really has become incapable. How could they have let this treasure fall into the hands of a human? You mentioned that this treasure is in the form of a box. That's good to hear. At the very least, it's far less unsightly than its previous form, the elderly man murmured with furrowed brows as he swept a sleeve through the air. The entire surrounding area blurred, then shattered and fell away like a mirror. All of a sudden, Han Li was greeted by the refreshing fragrance of nature, and the sound of a flowing stream. His heart stirred in response, and he hurriedly inspected his surroundings again, upon which he discovered that the world around him had been completely transformed. There were blue skies and white clouds overhead and beautiful scenery all around him. He and the elderly man were currently standing in a clear stream. The water in the stream only reached halfway up their shins, and there were a few small azure fish swimming past them in a leisurely manner, seemingly completely unfazed by their presence. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he made a grabbing motion downward, and a lively azure fish was immediately drawn into his grasp. As the fish struggled between his fingers, he could clearly feel its slippery scales in his hand. Blue light flashed through his eyes, and he tossed the fish back into the stream, then brought his hand up to his nose, upon which he was immediately greeted by a strong fishy odor. What a profound restriction. Everything is completely realistic in here. Would you be able to tell me how I ended up here, Senior? When I injected this wisp of spiritual sense into this box, I had intended for it to directly reach the space within the box. However, I've appeared in this restriction instead, and I assume this has something to do with you, Han Li said in a slow voice. Why do I have to answer your questions? If you want answers, go look for them yourself, the elderly man said with a disdainful roll of his eyes. As opposed to being enraged by the elderly man's haughty demeanor, Han Li merely smiled and said, Hee, I'm sure you've appeared before me because you wish to speak to me as well. I can see that your body is also formed from spiritual sense. I assume you're being kept in here against your will. Who are you? Were you sent here by that bastard Shueguang? The elderly man suddenly bellowed in a thunderous voice, and a burst of astonishing pressure crashed down onto Han Li's body. Immediately thereafter, the elderly man's body swept forward, and he closed a hand around Han Li's neck as his eyes turned into a vicious crimson color. A ferocious aura akin to that of a vicious primordial beast erupted from his body, and a giant crimson devilish projection emerged behind him, threatening to tear Han Li into countless pieces. Han Li was quite alarmed by this sudden development, but his expression remained calm as he replied, I don't know of anyone by the name of Shueguang. Bullsh**. If you don't know Shueguang, then how did you obtain this devil sealing lock? Do you really think I'll believe your nonsensical lies? This devil sealing lock has been passed down between countless sacred ancestors, and all of them have carried it with them at all times. If you don't know Shueguang, how could this treasure have possibly fallen into the hands of a mere human cultivator like you? Don't tell me that you obtained this item after killing Shueguang. A hint of insanity surfaced within the elderly man's eyes as he spoke, and dazzling green light began to glow from the fingers that were locked around Han Li's neck, as if he were about to put an end to Han Li's life. This spiritual sense clone of Han Li's naturally didn't possess any powerful abilities, so he didn't even bother to put up any resistance. Instead, he merely smiled and said, I see, so this treasure is known as a devil sealing lock. I don't know who this Shueguang is, and I certainly wouldn't do the bidding of a devilish being. Besides, if I really wanted to harm you in any way, I wouldn't have sent just a mere wisp of spiritual sense into this treasure. Even if you destroy this spiritual sense clone of mine, it wouldn't have much of an impact on me, but I may just drop this box into a bottomless abyss that no one will be able to find. Perhaps the box will never see the light of day again, and you'll be trapped in here for the rest of eternity. Much to Han Li's surprise, as opposed to being enraged even further by this threat, the fury in the eyes of the elderly man completely faded, and he immediately released Han Li's neck. You dare to threaten me? Haha. It seems that you really don't know who I am, which means there's no way you were sent here by Shueguang. Please do forgive me for my rudeness, fellow Daoist. Han Li's expression also eased slightly upon seeing this, and he adjusted the slightly creased collar of his robes as he asked, Oh? So you believe what I said now? In that case, would you be able to tell me who you are? Of course I can. Just as you guessed, I've been trapped in here for countless years, and I also have many questions for you about the outside world. How about this? I'll answer one of your questions for every question of mine that you answer, the elderly man proposed as he stroked his beard. That sounds very fair. Go ahead then, fellow Daoist, Han Li replied after a brief moment of contemplation. The elderly man was elated to hear this, and he immediately asked the most pressing question in his mind. All right, the first thing I want to know is who you obtained this devil sealing lock from. Han Li had anticipated this question and he immediately replied, I obtained it from a few devilish lords. Devilish lords? Could they be subordinates to Shueguang? Why would he have handed down this treasure to his subordinates? The elderly man murmured to himself in a contemplative manner. Han Li continued, I've already answered one of your questions. Would you be able to tell me your name now? My name is Che Qigong. How did a human like you encounter devilish lords? Are you in our sacred realm right now? The elderly man replied before asking another question. Che Qigong? I've never heard of that name before. It's currently the time when your elder devil realm overlaps with our spirit realm, and that's how I encountered those devilish lords, Han Li replied. What? The sacred sacrifice is taking place right now? I can't believe I've already been trapped in here for so many years. How long has it been since the sacred sacrifice began? If it only commenced not long ago, then Shueguang wouldn't be able to descend into the spirit realm yet. Could that be why he entrusted this devil sealing lock to his subordinates? The elderly man's brows furrowed tightly as he spoke. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing the term sacred sacrifice, and he said, I think it's my turn to ask a question now. A hint of fury reappeared on the elderly man's face, but he quickly repressed it and said, All right, go ahead. My next question is very simple. I want to know if you're one of the sacred ancestors of the Elder Devil realm, Han Li said in a solemn manner. Why waste a question like this if you've already guessed the answer? Not only am I a sacred ancestor, I'm one of the eldest sacred ancestors in our sacred realm. Even in the entire sacred realm, there are only a few beings as old as I am, the elderly man said in a cold voice. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before chuckling. I see, apologies for my rudeness earlier then. Judging from the elderly man's haughty demeanor and the astonishing abilities he had displayed, Han Li wasn't all that surprised to hear this. What are you laughing at? Do you find it funny that an esteemed sacred ancestor such as myself has been trapped in this place? Che Qigong asked as a hint of rage flashed through his eyes. Not at all. Your powers are far superior to mine, so I'm certainly in no place to be laughing at you, Han Li replied in a calm voice as his smile faded. However, he had made a mental note to himself to tread with caution as the elderly man's mood seemed to be extremely volatile and unpredictable. You still seem to be very calm even after learning that I'm a sacred ancestor. Are you under the impression that I won't devour this wisp of spiritual sense of yours? Che Qigong threatened. If you wanted to do that, you would have done so long ago. Han Li remained completely unfazed. Che Qigong calmed down slightly and harumphed, you're quite a smart man. If it weren't for the fact that I'm trapped in here, I would have killed a mere human cultivator like you on sight. Alright, answer my previous question now. Are the sacred ancestors able to descend into the spirit realm yet? The devilish tribulation only commenced not long ago, so it's still impossible for the sacred ancestors to descend into the spirit realm, Han Li replied in a truthful manner. I see. A hint of excitement flashed through Che Qigong's eyes upon hearing this, but he then fell into deep thought again, seemingly contemplating an important matter. After a brief silence, Han Li asked his next question. Would you be able to disclose to me the functions of this devil sealing lock? The elderly man faltered slightly upon hearing this before turning to Han Li with a disdainful look in his eyes. There's no way a human like you would be able to use the devil sealing lock, so you won't benefit from this information. I'll be the one to decide whether this information will be useful to me or not, Han Li insisted. Alright, if you really want to know, then there's no harm in telling you. This devil sealing lock is actually an incomplete profound heavenly treasure that contains chaotic yin-yang qi. Not only does it have its very own independent space, there are also 13 layers of ancient restrictions that have been cast onto the treasure by the top-grade formation masters of our sacred realm. Once someone is trapped in this treasure, they'll only be able to escape if they possess the ability to dispel chaotic yin-yang qi on their own. Otherwise, even if someone were to remove the 13 restrictions from the outside, it still wouldn't do anything. In its complete form, this profound heavenly treasure would even be able to trap a true immortal unless they just so happen to possess an ability that can counter this treasure. Even in its current form, it's still more than enough to trap a sacred ancestor like me, the elderly man said in a cold voice. An incomplete profound heavenly treasure? Han Li's calm facade immediately cracked upon hearing this. He possessed a profound heavenly treasure himself, so he was naturally well aware of just how powerful these treasures were. Even though this was only an incomplete profound heavenly treasure, it was still an extremely tempting prospect to him. Unfortunately, this devil sealing lock was created in our sacred realm, so only the sacred ancestors of our sacred race who are able to draw upon the power of laws of heaven and earth are able to make use of it. Even if an outsider like you were to obtain the treasure, it would serve no purpose. I just so happen to have recently broken into this restriction, and I managed to stop your spiritual sense from delving deeper into the box. Otherwise, if your spiritual sense clone had reached the space within the box, it would have been instantly destroyed by the chaotic yin-yang qi in there, Che Qigong said in an indifferent manner. I see, so only those who can draw upon the powers of heaven and earth of the elder devil realm can make use of such a treasure, Han Li murmured to himself in a contemplative manner. I suggest you don't get any funny ideas. I can see that you're using a cultivation art of our sacred race and can control some true devilish qi, but unless you can hone your mastery of this cultivation art to the sacred ancestor level, there's no way you'll be able to draw upon the powers of heaven and earth of our sacred realm. If you really do manage to master that devilish art to such a degree, then you'll be renounced by the spirit realm and forced to ascend to our sacred realm, Che Qigong cautioned in a meaningful voice. Han Li's eyelids twitched slightly upon hearing this, and after a long while he finally sighed. In that case, this item appears to be completely useless to me. That's right. That's why I told you it wouldn't benefit you to learn the functions of this treasure. On top of that, due to its incomplete nature, This treasure is bound by a severe limitation that makes it very difficult even for sacred ancestors like us to use, the elderly man said with a mysterious smile. What's the limitation? Han Li asked as his brows furrowed slightly. I'm not going to tell you, Che Qigong chortled. Han Li's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. After a brief silence, the elderly man continued, There's one more thing that I want to ask you. I hope you can answer me truthfully. Do you know if there are any places with yin-yang infernal ponds or earthly hellish flames in the nearby area? Instead of answering the question right away, a cautious look appeared on Han Li's face and he asked, Yin-yang infernal ponds or earthly hellish flames? Why do you ask? You sure have a lot of questions. You haven't even answered my questions yet, Che Qigong said in a cold voice as his expression darkened slightly. In that case, this will count as my question, Han Li replied in a calm manner. The fury in the eyes of the elderly man became even more pronounced upon hearing this, and palpable spiritual pressure began to erupt from his body. However, Han Li remained completely unfazed as he reminded, You can do whatever you like to me. I'm just an insignificant clone. You wouldn't dare to be this cocky if your true body were here. Che Qigong harumphed coldly as he forcibly repressed his own rage again. After a brief hesitation, he explained in a resigned manner. Those are the two types of places where the devil sealing lock can be refined again. After placing this treasure into one of those places, a secret technique of our sacred race can be used to refine the treasure and extract some of the chaotic yin-yang qi within it. This chaotic yin-yang qi is extremely useful to sacred ancestors like us both for tool refinement as well as to enhance our own powers. Due to the fact that the sacred realm is filled entirely with devilish qi, those two types of places can only be found in the spirit realm. Otherwise, Shuiguang definitely wouldn't have entrusted this devil sealing lock to his subordinates, and it certainly wouldn't have fallen into the hands of a human cultivator like you. Chaotic yin-yang qi can be extracted from the devil sealing lock when it's put into one of those two types of places? Is that true? Han Li was very surprised to hear this. There were some records of chaotic yin-yang qi in some ancient tomes, and those records all proclaimed that chaotic yin-yang qi possessed countless types of incredible functions. Why would I lie to you about something like this? You were able to manifest a spiritual sense clone, so I presume you're a body integration cultivator. If you can absorb even a tiny wisp of chaotic yin-yang qi, there's a chance that you could progress to the grand ascension stage in the future. Even in the worst-case scenario, it should at least allow you to make an immediate breakthrough. If you use the chaotic yin-yang qi to refine a treasure instead, then even the most ordinary of treasures could be transformed into a powerful divine spirit treasure. Che Qigong said. From the sound of it, this Shuiguang must also be a sacred ancestor. If the chaotic yin-yang qi is that important, then why did he entrust the treasure to someone else? Why didn't he wait until he could descend into the spirit realm so he could extract the chaotic yin-yang qi himself? Han Li asked in a skeptical manner. I've been trapped in here for countless years, so I don't know what his exact reasons could be. Perhaps the other sacred ancestors are already suspecting him and have sent spies to monitor him, so he doesn't dare to carry out this task in person. Alternatively, perhaps he's encountered some trouble in the sacred realm and can't descend into the spirit realm at all. Sacred ancestors are able to send clones into this realm, but there are very few of them who can descend into this realm with their true body and not have to fear being rejected by this realm. Shuiguang doesn't rank very high among the sacred ancestors, so perhaps he's simply restricted by a lack of power. By the way, you came into possession of this devil sealing lock, so you must have killed the devilish lords that you mentioned earlier. Tell them about their abilities and I'll see if I have any recollection of them, Che Qigong prompted. Han Li thought about this for a moment before deciding that this information wasn't of any consequence, so he replied truthfully, that does indeed sound rather plausible. Among the devilish lords I encountered, one of them had extraordinary strength and a physical body seemed to be no less powerful than that of a sacred ancestor. As for his two companions, one could directly summon heavenly ghosts, while the other was adept in using hierarchical true devils. I've only heard of one of those three, and he wasn't all that renowned back when I was first sealed into this treasure. However, he was already a subordinate of Shuiguang's at the time, so it seems that he really did entrust this devil sealing lock to his subordinates. In that case, the leader of the devilish army that descended into this area is most likely this sacred ancestor Shuiguang, Han Li mused. Indeed. Unless all of my prior speculation was incorrect, that must be the case. You still haven't answered my original question yet. Are there any places with yin-yang infernal ponds or earthly hellish flames nearby? Che Qigong asked again in a serious voice. There's a valley around 2 months' travel away from here that contains earthly hellish flames. This flame can only be used to refine some yin flame treasures, so even though it's very rare, us human cultivators don't really pay it much heed, Han Li replied in a slow voice. My theories are virtually all but confirmed then. Shuiguang must have sent his 3 subordinates to this place to try and extract some chaotic yin-yang qi from this devil sealing lock, only for it to be taken by you. Che Qigong guffawed, clearly taking a lot of pleasure in Shuiguang's misfortune. In contrast, a contemplative expression had reappeared on Han Li's face. You seem to be interested in the chaotic yin-yang qi as well, Che Qigong observed in a cold voice as his mirth subsided. It would be very pretentious of me to say that I'm not interested in such an incredible treasure. However, how do I know you're not lying to me? Han Li asked in a calm manner. How would I benefit from lying to you? I've been trapped in this treasure for countless years and I've broken through to the last 3 layers of the 13 restrictions placed on the treasure. If the chaotic yin-yang qi in this devil sealing lock can be drawn out, perhaps I'll be able to free myself someday. Of course, I won't allow a human cultivator like you to reap such an outrageous reward for nothing. If you want me to tell the refinement method for this devil sealing lock, then you'll have to promise me a few things first, Che Qigong said in a nonchalant manner. Are you trying to make a deal with me? Han Li asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. I am. Are you not interested in the chaotic yin-yang qi? A cold smile appeared on Che Qigong's face. Of course I am, but I plan to consider this matter in greater detail before I decide whether to strike up a deal with you. A peculiar light suddenly flashed through Han Li's eyes as he spoke, following which he abruptly disintegrated into specks of golden light. Che Qigong's expression darkened significantly upon seeing this, and only after a long while did he murmur to himself. He withdrew his spiritual sense from this place. Is he really not interested in the chaotic yin-yang qi at all? If he's unwilling to make a deal with me, then who knows when I'll next encounter someone that can help me escape from this place. Che Qigong stood on the spot and looked into the distance with a dark expression. Meanwhile, specks of golden light drifted out of the white wooden box that was suspended in midair in the secret chamber on the top floor of the pavilion that Han Li was situated in. The specks of golden light quickly vanished into the golden nascent soul above Han Li's physical body, following which the 5 colored eyeballs in the surrounding area all imploded amid a string of dull thumps. The golden nascent soul made a hand seal, and it flew into Han Li's physical body as a streak of golden light, upon which a long sigh rang out. Han Li slowly opened his eyes before staring at the wooden box in silence with a cautious look in his eyes. Chaotic yin-yang qi and devil sealing lock, eh? Who would have thought that I would stumble upon such an incredible treasure? Having said that, nothing is free in life. This chaotic yin-yang qi will indeed be extremely useful to me, but I have to consider the situation carefully first. Han Li murmured to himself as he made a grabbing motion to draw the wooden box into his grasp. As he stroked the box, he fell into deep thought. All of a sudden, a certain thought occurred to him, and his expression changed slightly as he rose to his feet before pacing around the secret chamber. If this item is that important, then who's to say that sacred ancestor Shuiguang wouldn't have placed some kind of tracking mark on it? I'm sure he wouldn't be willing to lose such a treasure. This could be a little troublesome. Despite the concern in his voice, there wasn't any panic or fear in his eyes. Of course, this was because the sacred ancestor Shuiguang in the spirit realm was only a clone. If sacred ancestor Shuiguang had descended into the spirit realm in his full glory, then Han Li would immediately be fleeing the scene. He was quite confident in his own abilities, but he definitely wasn't deluded enough to think that he could oppose a grand ascension stage being such as a sacred ancestor. Of course, if he could make another breakthrough and reach the late body integration stage, he should at least be able to ensure self-preservation even against a sacred ancestor. After pacing around for about 10 minutes, a decisive look finally appeared in Han Li's eyes. He immediately tossed the wooden box into the air, then swept a sleeve through the air to release a dozen or so golden and silver talismans, which adhered themselves to the box in a flash. After that, he began to chant something while flicking his fingers incessantly toward the box, casting a torrent of incantations seals that transformed into streaks of light, which instantly encompassed all of the golden and silver talismans. Light flashed from the surfaces of these talismans, and they blurred before transforming into golden and silver runes of different sizes before being drawn into the wooden box. Han Li's chanting ceased upon seeing this, but he continued to make different hand seals, and a string of dull thunderclaps suddenly erupted from his body. Golden lightning flashed from his fingertips, and a series of thin arcs of lightning sprang forth, then instantly intertwined to form a golden lightning net that descended toward the wooden box. Following a string of rumbling thunderclaps, the lightning net converged at Han Li's behest, and layers of golden lightning enveloped the wooden box, transforming it into a shimmering golden rectangular brick. Only then did Han Li's expression ease slightly as he swept a sleeve forward to release a burst of azure light, which drew the golden brick into his storage bracelet in a flash. After that, Han Li sat down with his legs crossed again to contemplate his current situation. He began to wonder whether the green liquid from his mysterious small vial would work on this incomplete profound heavenly treasure. Unfortunately, with that sacred ancestor in the treasure, he didn't dare to conduct any reckless experiments. Otherwise, if he were to somehow damage the restrictions in the treasure and release the sacred ancestor, then he would be in a world of trouble. Han Li naturally wasn't going to do something so risky, so he could only repress this urge for now. As for whether that sacred ancestor Shuaguang would send people to hunt him down, Han Li was confident that self-preservation wouldn't be an issue as long as he didn't get surrounded by 4 or 5 late-body integration stage devilish lords at once. Sacred ancestor Shuaguang's clone would definitely be far more powerful than the average late-body integration stage devilish lord, but as one of the generals of the devilish army, he definitely couldn't just abandon his post to pursue Han Li himself. Furthermore, even if he did come after Han Li, there was no telling who would emerge on top in a battle, as Han Li had a profound heavenly treasure as a trump card. With that in mind, Han Li was convinced that he would be fine at least for the short term. As for several decades from now, if sacred ancestor Shuaguang really did manage to descend into the spirit realm, then the powerful human and demonic beings on the Holy Island would be able to oppose him. All he had to do was leave Deep Heaven City prior to that, and no one would be able to find him. Having devised a course of action in his mind, he closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Over a month later, a flying carriage drawn by a pair of giant black birds suddenly appeared near the valley where the devilish army was situated. Within the carriage were 2 high-grade devilish beings, one male and one female, and they were conversing with one another with grim expressions. "Lord Tai isn't lying to us, is he? The human cultivator who killed Lord Li's trio just so happens to be in Heavenleen City? Is he saying this to make us join their attack against Heavenleen City? I've heard that this city is an extremely difficult nut to crack, unlike the other human settlements we've destroyed in the past," a pink-robed beauty said in a concerned manner. Her companion was a silver-robed middle-aged man, and he shook his head in response. "Rest assured, Lord Li is a borrowed devilish lord, and he has quite an uncouth personality, but he definitely wouldn't lie about something like this. After all, this is a task handed down by Master Shuaguang himself. There's no way he would risk invoking the wrath of Master Shuaguang. Besides, if that human cultivator really is in Heavenleen City, then there's no harm in lending them our power to attack the city." "That's true. We did manage to find the place where Lord Li's trio was killed quite quickly, but the entire battlefield had been cleaned up, so we weren't able to find any useful leads. It really is quite fortunate for us that we've received some information here. At the very least, we'll be able to answer to Master Shuaguang," the woman sighed in a resigned manner. "Indeed. I would be very fearful of the consequences that await us if we return without the item that Master Shuaguang is searching for. Alright, now that we have a solid lead, we have to prepare for a grueling battle now. Those human cultivators were able to kill Lord Li's trio, so even with the treasures that Master Shuaguang entrusted to us, we'll have to tread with caution. On top of that, those people are hiding in Heavenleen City. It'll most likely take a lot of effort to force them out of the city," the middle-aged man said as a cold look flashed through his eyes. Lord Tai wishes to use our power to attack Heavenleen City, so he'll naturally be responsible for that. If he can't even do something so simple, then he has no right to join forces with us. Our only task is to kill the perpetrators behind the deaths of Lord Li's trio, and to recover the item that Master Shuaguang is searching for," the woman said in a proud manner. Don't underestimate Lord Li and the others. Lord Li himself is at the pinnacle of the late body integration stage, and he's only one step away from becoming a sacred ancestor. Fei Ya is still quite young, but as a direct lineal descendant of sacred ancestor Xue Tian, he possesses powerful glacial abilities. It's said that even Master Xue Tian himself once praised his powers. On top of that, Fairy Yu is a descendant of sacred ancestor Ming Luo as well, so she should definitely have a couple of powerful trump cards up her sleeve. The weakest one among them is most likely only Lord Yan. The middle-aged man seemed to have a very detailed understanding of the devilish lords that were attacking Heavenly City. That's true. They want to borrow our power, so why don't we do the same? Let's get down there. I'm sure they've already sensed our arrival, the woman chuckled. Almost as soon as her voice trailed off, the black devilish clouds above the valley abruptly surged, following which groups of black-armored cavaliers emerged amid a burst of loud drumming. These cavaliers were led by a black-armored elderly man, who was standing in midair with a hint of a smile on his face. Behind him stood Fei Ya, Fairy Yu and Lord Yan. Fairy Yu wore a faint smile on her face, while Fei Ya was still as expressionless as ever. Thank you for your hard work, fellow Daoists. You've arrived far sooner than I anticipated, Tai Long chuckled as he cupped his fist in a salute from afar. We came as quickly as we could after receiving the news. It seems like we weren't too late, the woman said with a smile. Ah, indeed, you're here just in time. It won't be long until we launch our attack against Heavenly City. Let's go down into the valley before we discuss anything further, Tai Long said as he made an inviting hand gesture. Sure, we were also wanting to ask you how you're so certain that the person we're looking for is in Heavenly City, the middle-aged man replied with a smile. The two giant black birds then flew down into the valley with the flying carriage in tow, and the 4 devilish lords followed along behind them. After that, the 6 devilish lords and a group of high-grade devilish beings gathered in a hall within the valley and held a discussion for over half a day, and when the devilish lords emerged from the hall, they all seemed to be extremely pleased. Around half a month flew by in a flash, and Han Li was just meditating in his secret chamber when he suddenly heard a flurry of cries of surprise outside. He immediately opened his eyes before standing up and making his way over to the window. As he did so, he swept a sleeve through the air and the window opened on its own. Han Li only took a quick glance outside before his expression abruptly changed, and he flew out of the room as a streak of azure light. After just a few flashes, he was several thousand feet in the air, and he looked up even further to find that a gray mark had appeared on the edge of one of the 7 suns in the sky, and the gray color was gradually spreading to the center of that sun. It was as if someone were slowly covering the sun with their hand. Everyone down below was looking up at the phenomenon taking place up above with panicked expressions. Even though the higher-ups of Heavenly City had done everything they could do to keep this a secret, news that the formation would be rendered defunct on the day when the 5 suns transitioned into moons still inevitably spread through the city, causing a lot of panic. The remaining 2 body integration cultivators of the 4 sects had come forward in person to reassure everyone with a series of promises. But even so, everyone in the city still couldn't help but panic at the arrival of this phenomenon. Right at this moment, the toll of a bell rang out across Heavenly City, and a series of high-grade cultivators from the 4 sects flew out of various different buildings. At the same time, groups of armored cultivators and warriors also spilled out onto the streets. They patrolled both the air and the ground, and the atmosphere in Heavenly City instantly became very tense. Instead of being further alarmed by this, the panicked individuals on the street became calmer at the sight of these patrolling cultivators and warriors, and they all returned to their homes. In a matter of minutes, all of the streets in the city were cleared of civilians, and a deathly silence ensued. Han Li paid no heed to everything that was going on around him, and merely inspected the phenomenon unfolding up above in silence. After a while, when the entire sun had turned gray, Han Li finally turned and flew toward a certain massive hall in the city as a streak of azure light. Heavenly City was an enormous city, but thankfully the pavilion that he was staying in wasn't far from the hall where important conferences were supposed to take place. Thus, it only took just over 2 hours for Han Li to reach the hall. "You're a little late, Brother Han." A gentle chuckle rang out from the entrance of the hall, following which an elegant figure wearing a silver mask emerged. It was none other than Fairy Silverlight. "Greetings, fellow Daoist Silverlight. I was inspecting the situation in the city for a while, so I was slightly delayed." It seems that Fairy Lin and fellow Daoist Azure Dragon have done a good job to keep the situation under control, Han Li replied in a calm voice. Of course. Sister Lin and Master Azure Dragon are both veteran body integration cultivators and grand elders of the 4 major sects. It's naturally no difficult task for them to take care of these matters. The suns are already beginning to transition into moons, so the devilish army will most likely arrive soon. You are going to be the most powerful being in the city, so do take care of yourself, Brother Han, Fairy Silverlight cautioned in a solemn voice as her smile faded. Han Li was rather surprised to see the genuine look in Fairy Silverlight's eyes, and he smiled as he replied, "Thank you for your words of caution, fellow Daoist, but to say that I'm the most powerful being in the city is an exaggeration. Fairy Lin Luan and fellow Daoist Azure Dragon's powers are not inferior to mine. Sister Lin and Master Azure Dragon are unaware of your true power. Otherwise..." Just as Fairy Silverlight and Han Li were conversing with one another, Master Azure Dragon's voice rang out from inside the hall, and it was tinged with a hint of stress. "Fellow Daoists, please come and join us in the hall. I've just received news that the devilish army has been mobilized and will arrive at our city soon." Han Li didn't want to continue with the previous conversation anyway, so he said, "Let's not keep Fairy Lin and fellow Daoist Azure Dragon waiting, then fellow Daoist Silverlight." "Alright, let's go in, Brother Han," Fairy Silverlight agreed with a nod. Thus the two of them strode into the hall together. At present the entire hall was packed to the rafters with over 100 spatial tempering cultivators present, as well as hundreds of armored guards that were standing around the hall in a stationary manner. At one end of the hall were 4 chairs, 2 of which were slightly more elevated than the other 2. At the center of the hall was a giant light screen, and the image in the light screen depicted a rather familiar-looking city in a great level of detail. There were currently clouds of black chi that were inching toward the city from all directions. This was clearly a treasure that was able to simulate the entire Heavenly City, and as for the clouds of black chi on the screen, those naturally symbolized the approaching devilish army. These clouds of black chi seemed to be moving extremely slowly, but in reality, the devilish army was approaching at a rapid speed. "Please take a seat, fellow Daoist Han Fairy Silverlight. This battle is going to decide the fate of our Heavenly City, so we'll be counting on you, fellow Daoists," Master Azure Dragon said in an earnest manner as he rose to his feet. "Of course, it's only right that we do our part in such an important battle," Fairy Silverlight said with a smile. An elated look appeared on Master Azure Dragon's face upon hearing this, and he immediately offered words of gratitude. Fairy Lin Luan was also appraising the two with a smile on her face, and once they had taken their seats she said, "According to the news provided by our scouts, the devilish army is throwing everything at us on this occasion and leaving nothing in reserve. Thankfully we had already anticipated that this would be the case, and we've also made some preparations for this day. As long as we can hold off those devilish lords, there's a very good chance that we'll be able to force back the devilish army. Of course, we are very grateful that Sister Silverlight and fellow Daoist Han have come all the way here to reinforce our city, and our 4 sects certainly won't make this a thankless trip for the 2 of you. We've prepared some presents, please do accept them." As soon as her voice trailed off, she clapped her hands twice, and 2 azure armored guards immediately strode into the hall from outside. Each of them was carrying a silver platter covered by golden silk fabric, and they made their way over to Han Li and Fairy Silverlight before raising the platters high above their heads as a gesture of respect. A peculiar look flashed through Han Li's eyes as he waved a hand toward one of the silver platters, and the section of golden silk fabric draped over the platter rustled slightly before a blue bracelet flew out and was drawn into his grasp. This was a storage bracelet of quite a high caliber. Han Li injected his spiritual sense into the bracelet and immediately drew a sharp breath. He had already anticipated that the items in the storage bracelet would be extremely valuable, but even he didn't think that it would be filled with so many precious materials and ingredients. This was virtually the equivalent of the entire wealth of a medium-sized sect. As expected of one of the most prominent superpowers of the human race, the 4 major sects truly were extremely wealthy. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the survival of Heavenly City truly hinged on the upcoming battle. Otherwise, no matter how grateful Master Azure Dragon and Fairy Lin Luan were toward Han Li and Fairy Silverlight, there was no way they would offer such staggering compensation. On top of that, if Han Li and Fairy Silverlight were to accept this massive offering, then they would have no excuse to not give everything they had in the upcoming battle. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face and he said, "Thank you for the present, fellow Daoists." He flipped his hand over as he spoke, and the storage bracelet vanished amid a flash of spiritual light. After inspecting the contents of her storage bracelet, a hint of elation also flashed through Fairy Silverlight's eyes, and she accepted it as well. Both Fairy Lin Luan and Master Azure Dragon were very elated to see this, and the latter said, "If we can defend the city from the devilish army, we'll have another present for the two of you following the battle as thanks for your efforts. Indeed, as long as we can withstand this attack, the suns will return to normal, and the 9-sun astral formation will recover its function, which will restore the city's ability to protect itself. However, prior to this, the four of us will definitely have a grueling battle ahead. I hope our presence will suffice as a show of our heartfelt gratitude," Lin Luan said with a smile. "This is indeed a very large present, and I'll be sure to do everything in my power to help the city withstand this attack. The all-encompassing devilish cavaliers aren't a concern as the Copper Puppet Army will be able to counter them, but those Jialuan War Devils are going to be very troublesome. I'm concerned that ordinary cultivators won't be able to handle them," Han Li said in a slow voice. "Rest assured, Brother Han. We're also aware of just how powerful these Jialuan War Devils are, so we've organized a group of elite cultivators and prepared some special methods to oppose them. I'm sure we'll be able to keep those devils at bay," Master Azure Dragon replied in a slightly ambiguous manner. "Oh, sounds like my concerns were unnecessary then. You seem to already have everything planned out. Would you be able to disclose your plans to me and Fairy Silverlight?" Han Li asked with a calm smile. "Of course. Aside from the 9-sun astral formation, we've spared no expense to activate all of the other formations in the city to their maximal extent. On top of that, we've also brought out the 32 spatial tempering stage puppets stored in our treasure vault, which is one of our trump cards." Thus, Master Azure Dragon began to introduce the preparations they had made, and Fairy Lin Luan would interject from time to time to provide additional details. Both Han Li and Fairy Silverlight listened with rapt focus, and close to 2 hours later, a large number of high-grade cultivators suddenly began to frequently enter and exit the hall. All of them wore grim expressions and flew away to different parts of Heavenly City to carry out the orders they had received. Not long after that, a resounding bell chime rang out across the entire city, and groups of armored warriors and countless streaks of light appeared in the city before rushing to all of the city walls. At the same time, a series of formations of different sizes emerged on a plot of empty land in a secluded corner of the city. These formations were all radiating dazzling light, and some of the nearby buildings suddenly began to transform, taking on the form of massive giants or huge battle carriages and flying arcs. At the center of the city, the massive conference hall suddenly began to tremor violently before slowly rising up out of the ground, then hovered in midair after growing to over 100,000 feet tall. Not only that, but the seemingly ordinary patterns running along the surface of the hall suddenly lit up and arranged themselves into a series of profound 5-colored runes. A dull thump rang out, and a dense 5-colored light barrier emerged from the underside of the hall, then swelled to encompass the entire building. Immediately thereafter, a burst of buzzing rang out from the hall, and it flew toward a certain direction as a giant ball of 5-colored light. A few hours later, the giant hall appeared in the air above a certain section of the city wall, where it hovered in a stationary manner. On the city wall and inside the city down below was an enormous army of human warriors and low-grade cultivators that stretched for as far as the eyes could see. This was an army of millions. There were also around 7,000 to 8,000 high-grade cultivators in the air above the army, and all of them were standing on flying treasures with grim looks in their eyes. In a certain corner of the human army down below, there was also a large horde of ferocious-looking spirit beasts. All of them had vicious looks in their eyes and seemed extremely eager for blood, but they were being controlled by a certain invisible restriction and didn't even dare to utter a single sound. Deep under the ground beneath these ferocious beasts were a series of complex underground tunnels, within which a copper puppet army was standing at the ready. Among this army were 32 particularly eye-catching golden puppets, each of which was around 1,000 feet tall. At the same time, there were a dozen or so white-robed cultivators situated on a giant plaza in Heavenly City that was surrounded by countless guards. These cultivators were busy at work standing around a purple super formation that was virtually entirely constructed from blocks of purple jade stones. All of these stones were engraved with runes of different colors, and they formed 9 secondary formations that the super formation was ultimately comprised of. This was an extremely rare hierarchical linked formation. At the center of each of the 9 formations was a miniature formation formed by blue runes, and these miniature formations were releasing bursts of astonishing glacial chi as well as a rank odor. The entire super formation was quite dim, and the 9 secondary formations seemed to have completely ceased to operate. Only those miniature blue formations were still as dazzling as ever and resembled scintillating suns that would never be snuffed out. The dozen or so white-robed cultivators seemed to be extremely wary of those blue formations, and even as they were placing pieces of some kind of golden crystal around the entire formation, they made sure to keep far away from those blue formations. Time slowly passed by and around 8 hours flew past in the blink of an eye. Right at this moment, the sound of war drums rang out in the distance, striking the listener with the feeling that their blood had been set alight. Immediately thereafter, one black thread appeared after another, and they gradually thickened before forming an inky black devilish sea that surged toward the city from a distance. There were countless indistinct devilish shadows within the sea, and the outlines of a series of mountainous giant arcs were particularly eye-catching. Light flashed from the roof of the giant hall in the air above Heavenleen City, and a dozen or so humanoid figures emerged before casting their eyes toward the devilish sea in unison. These were none other than the city's 4 body integration cultivators, as well as a group of late spatial tempering cultivators. All of them were completely silent as they inspected the black devilish sea in the distance, and blue light suddenly flashed through Han Li's eyes. All of a sudden, a burst of unsettling cackling rang out from within the sea, following which the devilish chi parted, and several figures emerged from within. One of them was a burly man in a black suit of armor, and standing beside him was a thin white-robed young man. These were none other than Tai Long and Fei Ya, whom Han Li had already encountered once before. Their 2 companions consisted of a 100 feet tall giant in a suit of fiery red armor, and a smiling beauty in bare feet standing on a pair of giant pythons, one of which was crimson while the other was azure. Han Li had never encountered those 2, but detailed information about the 4 devilish lords had been provided to him, so he was naturally able to quickly identify them. Both of these devilish lords were only at the early body integration stage, so unless they possessed some kind of extraordinary treasures or were using cultivation arts that defied the natural order, they most likely posed no threat to him. During the discussion that had taken place in the hall, it was decided that Fairy Silverlight and Fairy Lin Luan would be taking on these 2 devilish lords. As for Tai Long and Fei Ya, they were far more powerful, so they were naturally assigned to Han Li and Master Azure Dragon. According to the plan, they didn't actually need to defeat their opponents. All they had to do was keep the devilish army at bay until the suns returned to normal, and that would be the equivalent of a victory for them. Even though the 4 devilish lords had already flown out of the devilish chi, the dozen or so human cultivators standing above the giant hall remained still on the spot. After flying for a certain distance out of the devilish chi, the 4 devilish lords stopped, and they began to discuss something as they hovered in mid-air, displaying no intention to attack right away. Those devilish lords sure are able to bide their time. It seems that they're not going to attack until all 5 suns transition into moons, Master Azure Dragon said in a grim voice. Han Li didn't respond to this, but he looked up into the sky to discover that 4 of the 7 suns up above had already completely dimmed. As for the 5th sun, it had mostly been covered in a gray blanket, which was rapidly spreading at a rate that was virtually discernible to the naked eye. Of course that's the case. If the 5 suns haven't completely transitioned into moons, then these devilish lords will have to worry that the 9-sun astral formation hasn't completely lost its ability to function, Lin Luan said with a smile. These devilish lords most likely wouldn't be so hesitant if they were to learn that we've already deactivated the formation ourselves. In any case, it's a good thing for us that they're stalling like this, Master Azure Dragon said as a faint smile also appeared on his face. It looks like we won't be able to stall for long though, Fairy Silverlight said with a wry smile as she looked up into the sky. Even a slight delay is better than having the devilish army attack the city right away. The more we delay here, the greater our chances of being able to defend the city, Master Azure Dragon chuckled. Fairy Silverlight merely smiled and offered no response. Time slowly passed by and the radiance of the fifth sun also gradually faded. In the instant that it turned completely gray, a burst of violent killing intent erupted from both the Devilish Sea and Heavenly City in unison. Master Azure Dragon took a deep breath, yet just as he was about to say something, Tai Long broke the silence first. Fellow Daoist Azure Dragon, the formation you're relying on is no longer a factor in this battle, so why continue to insist on offering futile resistance? As soon as you agree to surrender, I'll take you back to our sacred ancestor and implore him to inject devilish chi into your body so you can become a member of our sacred race. This is your final chance. If you still insist on opposing us, we'll just have to raise your insignificant Heavenly City to the ground. Tai Long's voice was extremely loud, and it was clearly audible to everyone in Heavenly City. Master Azure Dragon's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he harumphed coldly in response. I have no intention of becoming a devilish being, so save your breath. I would rather die than surrender to a foreign race. Master Azure Dragon's words were extremely decisive and resolute, and the entire human army was instilled with a sense of heightened conviction and determination. Tai Long was furious to hear this, but he suddenly burst into laughter. I originally intended to spare you, seeing as your abilities could be useful to our sacred race, but your foolishness has left me with no choice but to kill you along with everyone else here. He then swept a sleeve through the air and 3 green balls of light erupted forth, then exploded high up in the air amid 3 dull thumps. 3 giant fireballs, each of which was around an acre in size, appeared up above, and they were all radiating scintillating light. Shrill screeches immediately rang out from within the devilish sea behind Tai Long, and a series of giant battle arcs that were each over 10,000 feet in length slowly emerged. At the same time, several hordes of low-grade devilish beasts rushed out of the sides of the massive arcs, and groups of armored devilish cavaliers also surged out in a menacing wave directly behind the arcs. Within the span of just a few breaths, the low-grade beasts and all-encompassing devilish cavaliers had taken up virtually the entire sky, and their numbers far exceeded what Hanli had witnessed on the previous occasion. On top of that, over 300 giant devilish beasts had been released from the massive arcs, and aside from the rhinoceros-like beasts that had made an appearance during the last attack, there were several other types of even more ferocious-looking giant beasts. Among them were gargantuan praying mantis-like beasts, as well as devilish birds with vibrant colorful feathers. The final type of devilish beast was a monster with a human face and a W-worm body, creating an extremely harrowing sight to behold. They had disheveled heads that resembled those of unkempt cavemen, but from the neck down, they possessed giant purple W-worm bodies that were covered in scales, and they were releasing an overwhelming odor of blood and gore. Among these 3 new types of giant beasts, the giant praying mantises comprised the majority of their numbers with over 200 of them present, and there were also around 80 giant rhinoceros beasts. As for the vibrant devilish birds, there were only just over 30 of them in total, and they were accompanied by a measly trio of human-faced purple Ws. Under the leadership of these giant beasts, the low-grade devilish beasts let loose thunderous roars as they rushed toward Heavenly City like a giant swarm of locusts. At the same time, pillars of black light erupted from the massive battle arcs to bolster the offensive power of the swarm of devilish beasts. As for the devilish cavaliers, they formed a series of formations once again and charged forward right behind the army of beasts, with excitement and bloodlust in their eyes. At this point, the Jialuan war devils were still nowhere to be seen, presumably still concealed within the devilish sea. However, aside from the all-encompassing devilish cavaliers, another type of elite devilish beings had emerged from the sea. This was a group of beings that resembled giant malicious ghosts. They were each around 40 to 50 feet tall with sharp claws and fangs, but they were dressed in long green robes. There was an extra green eye on each of their foreheads, and none of them were wielding any weapons as they advanced behind the all-encompassing devilish cavaliers. There were slightly more of these devilish beings than the Jialuan war devils, but the disparity in numbers definitely wasn't a very significant one. In total, there were only around 20,000 to 30,000 of these green-robed devilish beings, and all of them wore sinister smiles. The grim expressions on the faces of Master Azure Dragon and the others became even more pronounced upon seeing this, but the devilish lords were yet to attack, so they couldn't emerge from the city to face this devilish army either. Without requiring any orders, the high-grade cultivators above the city wall issued a series of instructions to the human army down below. After a few flashes, the black pillars of light that had erupted from the giant arcs crashed violently into Heavenly City's protective restrictions. On this occasion, the pillars of black light were significantly thicker than the ones unleashed in the previous attack, and they were raining down relentlessly without any respite. Each pillar of light was imbued with power equivalent to that of an all-out attack from a deity transformation cultivator, and with so many of them raining down at once, the outermost layers of restrictions began to disintegrate almost immediately. The restrictions of Heavenly City seemed to be about to collapse, and Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. However, before he had a chance to say anything, over 100 bursts of different formation fluctuations abruptly erupted from down below, then surged toward all sections of the city wall in a frenzy. A loud buzzing sound rang out, and a series of silver runes appeared on the surfaces of the city walls to form one shimmering silver formation after another. The formations glowed with scintillating light, and the five-colored light barrier up above was instantly replaced by a silver light barrier that had an extremely smooth surface. Upon striking the silver light barrier, most of the oncoming black pillars of light were instantly diverted away, and only a small proportion of them were actually able to strike the light barrier, in response to which the barrier tremored slightly, but didn't sustain any substantial damage. Both Fairy Silver Light and Han Li were quite relieved to see this. At this moment, the army of human warriors and cultivators had also begun to charge out of the city at the behest of the high-grade cultivators up above. At the same time, the ground in front of the city wall abruptly collapsed, and the copper puppet army emerged once again. The exact same defensive measures that had been adopted during the previous attack were being used again, except the number of people involved and the level of intensity was on an entirely different level. Spiritual light flashed incessantly up above, and the earth tremored and quaked violently. The area within a range of 5 kilometers from the city wall had been transformed into a deadly realm of slaughter. Countless balls of light exploded both on the ground and in the sky, and the pungent odor of blood and gore quickly filled the entire space. Care for a battle, fellow Daoist Azure Dragon? Just as Master Azure Dragon was appraising the battlefield with a grim expression, a burst of hearty laughter rang out from the distance. Immediately thereafter, 2 gusts of fierce winds came crashing down toward the city wall, and after just a few devastating blows, the silver light barrier was displaying signs of collapsing. The man who had issued the challenge was none other than Tai Long, and he was attacking the city's restriction with his pair of giant hammers. The 2 giant hammers swelled to over 1,000 feet in size each, and they crashed down repeatedly upon the restriction like a pair of small black mountains, causing the restriction to tremor violently. "Humph, let me see what you're made of." A cold light appeared in Master Azure Dragon's eyes, and he made a hand seal, upon which a pillar of azure light immediately erupted out of his body, then transformed into an azure dragon projection that was over 1,000 feet in length. The projection circled around in the air before letting loose a thunderous roar, then swept up Master Azure Dragon and hurtled directly toward Tai Long. Tai Long's haughty guffaws faltered momentarily at the sight of the powerful azure dragon projection, but a cold smile then appeared on his face as he abruptly pointed toward the 2 gusts of fierce black winds before him. The gusts of wind instantly reverted back to a pair of giant hammers, immediately following which the 2 combined as one to form a gargantuan hammer that was several thousand feet in length. The colossal hammer was sent crashing down toward the Azure Dragon projection with devastating force, in response to which Master Azure Dragon swept a sleeve through the air to release 7 small black swords. All of the 7 swords were releasing astonishing spiritual chi, and a string of dull thumps rang out as they pierced into 7 acupoints on his chest. At the same time, Master Azure Dragon let loose a low cry and expelled a ball of blood essence out of his mouth, then began to make hand seals while chanting an incantation. The ball of blood essence exploded into 7 clouds of blood mist at his behest, which then vanished into the 7 small swords. A loud buzzing sound instantly rang out from the 7 swords, and crimson light began to radiate from them as they disappeared into Master Azure Dragon's body. Immediately thereafter, Master Azure Dragon let loose a long cry, and the 7 bursts of crimson light erupted forth from the spots on his body that had just been impaled by the 7 swords, and these bursts of light fused as one with the Azure Dragon projection in a flash. An astonishing scene then ensued. Countless crimson threads suddenly appeared within the body of the azure dragon projection before quickly intertwining with one another. In the next instant, Master Azure Dragon had vanished, but the azure dragon projection had taken on a far more substantial form, appearing like an actual living creature now. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged throughout heaven and earth in a frenzy, striking those in its immediate vicinity with the urge to bow in subordination. The azure dragon raised a claw before extending it toward the oncoming mountainous hammer, and a giant azure claw appeared out of thin air. The claw was able to catch the colossal black hammer amid a resounding boom and keep it at bay with ease. Tai Long faltered slightly upon seeing this, and even though there was a hint of wariness in his eyes, a sinister smile quickly appeared on his face. That's the great blood spirit manifestation technique. I didn't think that you would have mastered such a powerful ancient ability. It seems that I underestimated you. Having said that, let's see how much blood essence you have to give. The instant you run out of blood essence is the instant you'll fall by my hands. Immediately thereafter, he rubbed his hands together before raising them upward, and countless bursts of silver lightning and fire were sent surging through the air in a torrential wave. At the same time, the gargantuan black hammer also blurred before quickly multiplying into 8 slightly smaller black hammers that attacked the azure dragon from all sides. The azure dragon whipped its tail violently through the air, sweeping up an almighty gust of wind that repelled the 8 giant hammers, as well as the lightning and fire sweeping down from above. As for the azure dragon itself, it abruptly vanished on the spot, then reappeared in the air high above Tai Long before opening its mouth to unleash a burst of azure flames. Tai Long was clearly quite wary of these azure flames as he immediately stomped a foot into space and also disappeared into thin air, not daring to take the attack head-on. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted, and a massive inky black blade lashed out toward the azure dragon from the side without any warning. The blade was sweeping through the air with devastating force, clearly attempting to slice the dragon in half in one fell swoop. However, the azure dragon was agile beyond belief, and it lashed out with one of its azure claws almost as soon as the black blade emerged. Azure light flashed from its claws before swelling drastically to form 5 azure longswords that swept toward the giant black blade. A string of loud clangs instantly rang out, and despite the fact that Tai Long was a late body integration stage devilish lord, he was still unable to gain the upper hand over the fearsome azure dragon. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched, and this came as quite a surprise to both the body integration stage human cultivators and the devilish lords. Of course, this was a pleasant surprise to the humans and a far nastier one for the devils. Han Li was also rather taken aback and relieved to see this. If Master Azure Dragon could hold off the late body integration stage Tai Long, then the rest of the devilish lords would naturally be far easier to deal with. With that in mind, Han Li cast his gaze toward the other 3 devilish lords. Fei Ye seemed to have sensed something, and he also turned to meet Han Li's gaze. Without uttering a single word, he swept a sleeve through the air, and a glittering and translucent flying dagger that was several inches in length suddenly appeared in his hand. He then flew directly toward Han Li, and Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this as a cold smile appeared on his face. Spiritual light flashed from his body, and he was just about to fly forth to meet this devilish lord in battle when Fairy Lin Luan suddenly laid a hand onto his shoulder. A faint smile appeared on her face and she said, "Brother Han, this devilish lord is no ordinary mid-body integration stage being, and he's extremely adept in glacial abilities. I have some treasures that are a perfect counter to him, so allow me to take him on instead." As soon as her voice trailed off, she laid a hand onto her waist without waiting for a reply from Han Li. Immediately thereafter, 3 gourds of different colors, 1 purple, 1 black and 1 yellow, flew out before her. The gourds were only several inches in size each, but their surfaces were riddled with layers of silver runes, and it was quite apparent that they were no ordinary treasures. 3 dull thumps rang out in quick succession as the lids on the 3 gourds were removed of their own accord, and swarms of thumb-sized fiery hornets emerged from within, then flew toward Fei Ye as 3 giant fiery clouds that were releasing a loud buzzing sound. Meanwhile, Fairy Lin Luan made a hand seal, and 2 bursts of crimson flames suddenly erupted behind her, then formed a pair of fiery red wings. With a flap of her wings, she was propelled through the air as a streak of red light directly behind the fiery clouds. Moments later, the fiery clouds and the white-robed young man clashed, and explosions of white glacial qi and scorching flames erupted as a fierce battle ensued. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he was immediately able to identify that the cultivation arts and treasures that Fairy Lin Luan was using seemed to truly be a great counter to glacial power. In the face of the astonishing glacial qi being released by Fei Ye, the fiery hornets were able to hold their own, and they were even beginning to gain a slight upper hand. However, he could also see that Fairy Lin Luan was constantly making a series of hand seals while rapidly injecting her magic power into the three gourds, so it was quite clear that controlling these fiery hornets was a very taxing task. Even though Fei Ye's abilities were being suppressed, his expression remained as calm as ever, and he seemed to have more to give. This observation made Han Li's brows furrowed slightly. Brother Han, Sister Lin and Master Azure Dragon have taken on the two most troublesome opponents. Let's engage the other two in battle as well. If we can take down one of them quickly, perhaps there's a chance we'll be able to win this battle, Fairy Silverlight said as she raised both hands up into the air, releasing her 2 silver hooks as well as several other treasures. She then rose up into the air as a streak of silver light before flying through the silver light barrier and hurtling directly toward the petite woman, leaving the armored giant to Han Li. The devilish lord by the name of Fairy Yu naturally wasn't going to fear Fairy Silverlight, and a hint of disdain appeared on her face as a burst of strange fragrance suddenly erupted from her body. Immediately thereafter, clouds of pink mist emerged out of thin air around her, then formed a giant pink cloud that was around an acre in size before rapidly descending from above. The pink cloud swept up the streak of silver light before countless beasts of different descriptions were manifested by the pink mist. The ferocious beasts pounced toward the silver streak of light, and in response Fairy Silverlight released a crescent moon and a red sun that released scintillating light in all directions. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, but that was soon replaced by a cold expression as he cast his gaze toward the armored giant. He then immediately made a hand seal, and a loud thunderclap erupted behind him, following which a pair of translucent wings surfaced on his back. After flapping those wings a few times, arcs of silver lightning shot forth around him, then intertwined to form a lightning formation that was several tens of feet in size. In the distance, the armored giant was also appraising Han Li, and he was rather taken aback to see this. However, before he even had a chance to react, a rumbling boom suddenly rang out around 70 to 80 feet above him, and a thick bolt of silver lightning instantly sprang forth as the lightning formation appeared out of thin air. Within the formation was a golden human figure, and he swept a sleeve downward, sending 2 giant mountains, one black and one azure, crashing down from above. A vast expanse of gray light and thousands of streaks of invisible sword chi surged forth in a frenzy from the undersides of the 2 mountains, and at the same time, a bone-chilling harumph rang out within the armored giant's ears. The giant was immediately struck by a burst of excruciating spiritual pain, as if several sharp spikes were being driven straight into his brain. He let loose a cry of agony and alarm as he threw his hands over his head, and the protective spiritual light around his body faded as he plummeted out of the sky. Right at this moment, the 2 giant mountains came crashing down toward the armored giant's head with devastating might. Gray light and invisible sword chi surged violently, forming a massive net that encompassed the armored giant from all sides. "Help me!" As a body integration stage devilish lord, the armored giant was quickly able to recover from the agony inflicted by Han Li's spirit stun thorn, and as soon as he returned to his senses, his face immediately paled as he let loose a desperate cry of help. A burst of buzzing rang out from his suit of red armor, and it swelled drastically in size amid a flash of bright crimson light. At the same time, 3 crimson fiery pythons, each of which was several hundred feet in length, emerged from the suit of armor to protect him. This suit of armor was a life-saving treasure that the giant constantly wore, and in this dire situation, it had activated of its own accord to protect its wearer. Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon hearing the giant's cry for help, but he didn't falter even for a single instant as he swept both sleeves through the air, releasing 72 small azure swords that surged forth in a frenzy. The 72 swords then split up into hundreds of streaks of azure sword chi, then converged to form a giant azure sword that was over 100 feet in length. In the face of the wave of gray light, the 3 fiery pythons were instantly vanquished as if they had encountered the bane of their existences, immediately following which countless swords threads unleashed a ferocious assault on the giant suit of red armor. Countless explosions rang out in rapid succession, and the suit of armor was immediately pushed to the verge of falling apart. Han Li pointed a finger toward the giant sword before him and uttered a single word. Slash. At the same time he swept a hand down from above, and a silver shadow shot forth from within his sleeve. The giant sword crashed downward with devastating might and incredible speed, and before it had even reached the armored giant, he was already struck by a bone-chilling sensation of impending doom. He felt as if his entire body had been plunged into a glacial pit, and in his desperation he attempted to flee the scene as a ball of crimson flames. However, right at this moment, a silver ruler suddenly emerged out of thin air without any warning, then immediately transformed into a long silver snake that wound itself tightly around the giant's waist, preventing him from being able to escape. The crimson flames around the armored giant's body instantly swelled up with greater intensity, but the silver snake was completely unfazed and only wound its body tighter around the giant. A look of shock and horror appeared on the giant's face, and he tried to unleash some other abilities, but it was already too late. The giant's silver sword descended with unstoppable might, instantly tearing through the protective spiritual light around the giant's body. Immediately thereafter, it transformed into a massive azure vortex that encompassed an area of around an acre in size. The armored giant was situated right at the center of the vortex, and he only had a chance to let loose a blood-curdling cry before his body and nascent soul were both shredded into nothingness. Almost at the exact same moment, two bursts of formidable fluctuations erupted from within the devilish chi, and two streaks of light, one golden and one silver, shot forth directly toward Han Li. As such, Han Li didn't even get a chance to savor his victory against that body integration stage devilish lord before he was forced to turn his attention to these two oncoming streaks of light. The two streaks of light were traveling at an incredible speed, and after just a few flashes, they stopped around 1,000 feet away from Han Li. The golden and silver light then faded to reveal a silver-robed middle-aged man, and a middle-aged beauty in a pink palatial dress. Both of them were appraising Han Li with fury and incredulity in their eyes. They were none other than the Yin-Yang twin devils, who had joined the devilish army just a few days ago. Tai Long had somehow managed to convince them that Han Li was the one who had killed Lord Li's trio, so they agreed to participate in this attack against Heavenlin City. The two devilish lords had intentionally concealed themselves within the devilish sea, and their plan was naturally to get the other devilish lords to distract Han Li and the others before they lashed out with a series of surprise attacks. However, never did they think that Han Li would be able to kill one of the devilish lords before they even had a chance to intervene. This alarming turn of events naturally filled them with shock and fury. After sweeping his spiritual sense toward this pair of devilish lords, Han Li's brows also furrowed slightly. These two were both mid-body integration stage beings, so this could prove to be a rather troublesome battle. He had already guessed that there were other devilish lords hiding within the devilish sea upon hearing the armored giant's plea for help, but it was naturally still a surprise to see that there were two devilish lords lurking in the shadows. To think that you were able to kill Lord Yen in just a single exchange, it seems that there really is a very good chance that Lord Li and the others fell by your hands as well. With your abilities, I'm sure you're quite a renowned figure in the human race. Do you dare to tell us your name? The middle-aged man said as his eyes narrowed slightly. Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, but his expression remained unchanged. Lord Li? Who's that? Are you two mistaking me for someone else? As for my name, I'll disclose that to you when I send you two on your way. It's been many years since anyone has dared to speak to the two of us like this. There's no use denying your involvement in the deaths of Lord Li and the others. We're going to capture you and use that infernal soul refinement technique to make you spit out the truth. Senior Marshal Brother, bring out the treasure that the sacred ancestor bestowed upon us, the middle-aged beauty said with a cold look in her eyes. She then opened her mouth to expel a miniature purple cauldron that was enveloped by black chi. Initially it was only several inches in size, but it quickly swelled to around 10 feet, and there were countless shimmering black runes on its surface. The middle-aged man flipped a hand over upon seeing this to produce a glittering and translucent miniature pagoda that was radiating rainbow spiritual light. Han Li was quite wary of the fact that these two had asked about Lord Li's trio, but he certainly wasn't going to fear a pair of mid-body integration stage devilish lords, even though the treasures that they had released seemed to be quite extraordinary. His expression darkened slightly as he raised both of his hands, hurling his two extreme mountains through the air. He then made a hand seal before pointing a finger at each of the mountains, and they both swelled to over 10,000 feet tall before crashing down toward the two devilish lords with devastating might. Gray light and invisible sword chi surged out of the undersides of the mountains once again, and the entire heavens quaked in the face of the two mountains' tremendous power. However, Hanli knew that these attacks alone wouldn't be enough to take down the two devilish lords, and he immediately made a grabbing motion, upon which a short silver ruler appeared in his grasp. He flicked his wrist and two ruler projections shot forth before vanishing into thin air in a flash. In the next instant, the two ruler projections reappeared behind the two devilish lords before sweeping viciously toward the backs of their heads. At the same time, a thunderclap erupted behind Hanli, and he also disappeared into thin air as an arc of silver lightning. "Humph, you think such a clumsy surprise attack can harm us?" The devilish beauty harumphed coldly as she completely ignored the oncoming ruler projection and pointed a finger at the giant cauldron before her. A rumbling boom erupted from the cauldron, and the black runes on its surface surged forth in a frenzy before converging to form an enormous rune right above the cauldron. A burst of peerless suction power then erupted out of the cauldron amid a loud ringing sound, and the two ruler projections that were hurtling toward the pair of devilish lords from behind were instantly sucked into the giant purple cauldron as two streaks of silver light. As for the two massive mountains that were crashing down from above, the devilish beauty switched to another hand seal, and the giant rune above the cauldron blurred before taking on a different form. The suction force being released by the cauldron was instantly reversed as a result, and the barrier of countless black lotus flowers was conjured up to keep the two massive mountains at bay, stopping them cold in their tracks. Right at this moment, a loud thunderclap rang out, and Hanli abruptly appeared above the black mountain amid a flash of silver lightning, then immediately stomped a foot viciously onto the summit of the mountain. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and the weight of the black mountain increased by several-fold, causing the barrier of black lotus flowers down below to tremor violently. At the same time, Hanli rubbed his hands together before thrusting them downward, sending a dozen or so thick bolts of golden lightning crashing down from above. Concealed within these bolts of golden lightning were several tens of barely visible azure swords, and the devilish beauty was quite stunned by the ferocity of Hanli's attacks. However, she wasn't panicked in the slightest, and a cold smile appeared on her face as she switched hand seals once again, then opened her mouth to expel a cloud of pure black devilish chi toward the giant cauldron. After absorbing this black chi, a string of resounding booms rang out within the cauldron, and a few more ancient runes emerged amid a flash of black light. As soon as these ancient runes appeared, the black lotus flowers in the air instantly transformed into a black light barrier. Upon striking the black light barrier, the extreme essence-fused mountain was immediately struck by a burst of equivalent force acting in the opposite direction, and it was instantly repelled. As for the arcs of golden lightning and azure swords, they were met by the exact same number of black bolts of lightning and flying swords that erupted from the light barrier in retaliation. The two clashed amid a string of resounding booms, and all of the attacks completely nullified one another. The light barrier possessed a mirror-like ability to replicate and repel attacks. This was truly a treasure that defied the natural order. Hanli was quite stunned to see this, but he was still unconvinced that a treasure could truly be this powerful. As such, he immediately made a hand seal before stomping his foot viciously down onto the black mountain again. A burst of azure light erupted out of his foot and was injected into the extreme essence-fused mountain. The mountain immediately descended amid the sound of howling winds and rumbling thunder, and several giant silver runes lit up on the surface of the mountain as it released a vast expanse of gray light. The gray light then manifested into countless gray threads of light that rained down from above in a torrential downpour. As for the other azure mountain, that also came crashing down from above with even greater ferocity than last time at Hanli's behest. However, the devilish beauty was completely unfazed and merely expelled another mouthful of pure devilish chi toward the giant purple cauldron. A resounding rumbling boom rang out and the same scene unfolded again. Not only were the two mountains completely repelled, the gray threads were also vanquished by the black threads of light that shot forth from the black light barrier. It seemed that this protective barrier formed by the giant cauldron down below really was able to replicate and reflect all attacks. A grim look appeared on Hanli's face upon seeing this. Right at this moment, the silver-robed man also sprang into action. He pointed a finger at the rainbow pagoda hovering before him, and the giant pagoda rose up into the heavens as a thick pillar of light, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. However, Han Li suddenly seemed to have sensed something, and he immediately looked up into the sky. A ball of rainbow light had appeared high above him, and it didn't appear to be very large, but as it slowly descended, it instantly encompassed the entire heavens. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately drew the two giant mountains back into his body. Immediately thereafter he flew away as a streak of azure light. He didn't know exactly what this rainbow light was, but he certainly wanted nothing to do with it. A cold smile appeared on the devilish beauty's face. "It's too late for you to try and get away now." As soon as her voice trailed off, she changed to another hand seal, and the black rune hovering above the massive cauldron was also switched as a burst of enormous suction force erupted out of the cauldron. As a result, Han Li was stopped cold in his tracks, and found himself unable to get away. His expression changed slightly as he let loose a low cry, and golden light flashed as a projection with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged behind him. The projection waved its 6 arms through the air violently, releasing an astonishing aura that allowed Han Li to struggle free from the suction force erupting from down below. Spiritual light flashed from Han Li's body again as he tried to flee the scene again, but right at this moment, an earth-shattering boom erupted from the ball of rainbow light up above. A gargantuan tower that was over 100,000 feet tall then descended out of the ball of light, and despite Han Li's incredible speed, he found himself unable to evade the gigantic structure. Dazzling light flashed all around him, and he was suddenly transported to another space. There was no heaven nor earth. Everything around him was just a boundless expanse of dazzling rainbow light. Han Li had experienced something similar to this not long ago, and a wry smile appeared on his face. "This is another shimmy treasure. Looks like I'm in quite a bit of trouble this time," Han Li murmured to himself before suddenly sensing something, and he cast his gaze toward a certain direction. In the next instant, rainbow light flashed in the distance, and a series of giant black devilish beasts began to stalk silently toward him. There were tens of thousands of these devilish beasts approaching him, and Han Li's pupils contracted as he immediately swept a sleeve through the air to release his 72 small azure swords again. The swords instantly transformed into hundreds of streaks of azure sword chi that began to revolve around him. Outside the giant rainbow pagoda, a hint of elation appeared on the middle-aged man's face after capturing Han Li, and he waved a hand toward the massive pagoda, upon which it instantly shrank down to only just over 100 feet in size. He then turned to the devilish beauty and said, "I've trapped him in the treasure, but it'll most likely take a long time for the restrictions in the treasure alone to capture him. You should go in and wait for an opportunity to ambush him while I control the restrictions from out here. That way we'll be able to take him down as quickly as possible. Having said that, do be careful that you don't fall prey to him in there. Rest assured, senior martial brother, with this cauldron to protect me, there's no way he'll even be able to touch me, so leave it to me." The devilish beauty chuckled in a nonchalant manner. The cauldron immediately shrank down to its original size at her behest before being drawn into her body, and the middle-aged man nodded before sweeping a sleeve toward her. A burst of rainbow light immediately surged forth to sweep up the devilish beauty, and she abruptly vanished into thin air. The middle-aged man then immediately swept both sleeves through the air, releasing a wave of formation flags, formation plates, and other treasures, forming a formation that released bursts of white mist that inundated both him and the rainbow pagoda. After that, he sat down with his legs crossed inside the formation to focus entirely on controlling the restriction within the pagoda treasure, paying no heed to how his devilish lord companions were currently faring in battle. In the distance, the body integration stage human cultivators had naturally noticed what had just happened, and they were initially elated before their hearts quickly sank. They were naturally elated that Han Li had been able to kill a devilish lord so quickly, but they were then extremely alarmed to see 2 more mid-body integration stage devilish lords emerge before capturing Han Li with that pagoda treasure. Master Azure Dragon was holding his own against Tai Long, but he was struggling internally. Just as Tai Long had said, with his current magic power, he was still unable to fully unleash this dragon transformation ability. He had only been able to forcibly use this ability through employing a secret technique, and he couldn't last long in this form. He and Lin Luan had chosen to take on the 2 most powerful devilish lords, and they were hoping that Han Li and Fairy Silverlight would be able to take care of their opponents before lending them their assistance. After all, he had heard that Han Li had once matched a late body integration cultivator in battle before, so he had very high hopes for him. However, now that Han Li had been trapped in that pagoda treasure, his hopes were naturally dashed, and as he cast his gaze toward the other two battles, his heart sank even further. Lin Luan had held a slight upper hand not long ago, but Faya had suddenly released 13 snowy white flying daggers, which instantly inflicted casualties on the fiery hornets that she was controlling, and she was now being forced onto the back foot. Meanwhile, Fairy Silverlight was in an even worse situation. She had been surrounded by 8 four-armed devilish apes that had been manifested from pink mist, and she was only just barely able to withstand the torrential barrage of attacks they were unleashing. Master Azure Dragon became very concerned upon seeing this, and after quickly contemplating the situation, he suddenly unleashed an extremely ferocious wave of attacks, sacrificing a huge amount of magic power to force Tai Long into retreat. Tai Long was rather taken aback by this, yet before he had a chance to react, Master Azure Dragon suddenly turned back to Heavenly City and roared, "Release that thing now." As soon as the order was issued, a human cultivator on the city wall immediately sprang into action. He flipped a hand over to produce a golden and silver badge, then injected his spiritual power into the badge before waving it through the air a few times. A pillar of golden and silver light erupted out of the badge, and it surged directly into the heavens, stretching for as far as the eyes could see. Within the span of just a few breaths, 9 more pillars of light that were identical to the first one emerged from a certain formation amid a resounding boom. Each pillar of light was as thick as a water tank, and there seemed to be countless runes swirling within them. All of a sudden, a white-robed cultivator emerged atop each pillar of light. These 9 cultivators were all holding small flags that were of the same color as the pillars of light while chanting something with solemn expressions. A loud buzzing sound rang out from the 9 pillars of light, and they began to rotate rapidly on the spot, expanding at a dramatic rate as they did so. Within the span of just a few breaths, the pillars of light had become extremely massive, and they quickly converged to form a single gargantuan pillar of light, within which all types of runes were flashing violently with spiritual light. Right at this moment, the white-robed cultivators let loose low cries in unison, then tossed their small flags toward the center of the pillar of light before fleeing the scene in a panicked manner. As soon as the small flags vanished into the pillar of light, a rumbling boom akin to a thunderclap rang out, following which all of the runes condensed to form 81 formations on the surface of the pillar of light. All of the formations were radiating scintillating light, and the pillar of light suddenly shattered amid an earth-shattering boom. A thunderous roar rang out as a giant beast that was over 10,000 feet in length emerged from the pillar of light. It had the head of a goat, the body of a bear, a pair of bat wings, and its entire body was covered in long green fur. That's an aura integration beast. Not only were the human cultivators who were unaware of the existence of this beast extremely alarmed by this sight, Tai Long was also stunned to see this giant beast, which was releasing a formidable aura. As soon as the giant beast emerged, it caught sight of the fleeing white-robed cultivators, and a ferocious light flashed through its eyes as it opened its mouth to expel a burst of yellow light. The yellow light swept up all of the white-robed cultivators, and they exploded into clumps of blood and flesh before being devoured by the beast. The nearby human cultivators were petrified to see this, and they all fled in different directions in a blind panic. The giant let loose a low roar, and a giant yellow paw suddenly swept viciously toward the fleeing cultivators in a certain direction. Gusts of howling yellow winds were instantly swept up, and over 100 cultivators were instantly torn into shreds. The giant beast then swept another one of its paws toward another direction, and several tens of cultivators were instantly slain in that direction as well. An urgent look appeared on Master Azure Dragon's face upon seeing this, and he yelled, "What are you waiting for, Fairy Lin?" He had clearly coupled a certain powerful ability with his voice, and not only was it audible across the entire battlefield, many low-grade devilish beasts instantly passed out, unable to even remain standing in the face of his resounding roar. Fairy Lin Luan's expression instantly darkened upon hearing this, and she let loose a delicate cry as the 3 gourds she was controlling exploded in quick succession, releasing 3 giant hornets, each of which was several tens of feet in size. These were hornet monarchs, and they were blasting forth 3 different types of flames toward Feiya. The flames released by the Hornet Monarchs were clearly extremely powerful, and even Feiya had no choice but to retreat and evade. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fairy Lin Luan flapped her wings, and she abruptly vanished as a ball of flames. In the next instant she re-emerged in the air over 1,000 feet away from Feiya, then quickly made a hand seal before extending a finger toward her own glabella. Several runes flashed and a small and slightly blurry crimson talisman appeared. She let loose a delicate cry as white light flashed from her finger, and a pillar of white light formed by a burst of pure spiritual power instantly shot forth into the talisman. In the next instant, just as the giant beast in Heavenly City was about to go on a violent killing spree, it suddenly let loose an agonized roar, and another crimson talisman appeared on its massive goat head. Aside from the size disparity, this talisman was completely identical in appearance to the one on Fairy Lin Luan's glabella. "Hurry up and come out of the city." Just as the giant beast was rolling writhing in agony, Fairy Lin Luan's frosty voice sounded within its mind, and as soon as her voice trailed off, the intense agony in its spiritual sense abruptly disappeared. The giant beast slowly rose to its feet with a bewildered expression, and it seemed to possess some level of intelligence. Fairy Lin Luan's cold harumph sounded once again in its mind, and it shuddered before immediately spreading its wings, then flew out of the city toward the battlefield beyond the city wall. At this point, Tai Long had unleashed a ferocious barrage of attacks to gain a slight upper hand over Master Azure Dragon, but a hint of fear welled up in his heart as he sensed the enormous aura rapidly approaching him from the distance. Even though the aura integration beast only ranked last among the 4 great beasts and couldn't compare with a true spirit being, these beasts were born at the root of all baleful qi in their respective realms, and all of them possessed several incredibly powerful abilities that would allow them to take on several body integration stage beings at once. Even though Tai Long was a devilish lord at the pinnacle of the late body integration stage, he certainly wasn't confident in his ability to take on both Master Azure Dragon and the aura integration beast together. How did these human cultivators manage to tame one of the 4 great beasts? Are we going to have to retreat? Wait, if the humans had such a powerful trump card up their sleeve, why didn't they release it before this? After quickly assessing the situation, Tai Long quickly realized that there was something suspicious going on. His body swayed as he swelled to 300 feet in size, then swept both of his giant hands through the air, unleashing countless massive claw projections that combined with his giant hammers to completely suppress the Azure Dragon. At the same time, he swept his spiritual sense toward the oncoming giant beast. Tai Long only dared to multitask like this as his powers were far beyond those of Master Azure Dragon. If he had been battling someone more evenly matched with him, then there was no way he would have dared to do this. With his fearsome late body integration stage spiritual sense, he was naturally able to assess the aura integration beast right away, and just as he had suspected, its aura was fluctuating quite drastically, indicating that it was carrying some severe injuries. As such, there was still a good chance that they would be able to secure victory. With that in mind, Tai Long immediately made a decision, and he suddenly let loose a long cry. The cry sounded like a cross between the roar of a tiger and a dragon, and it was clearly audible to everyone within a radius of 50 kilometers. Deep within the devilish sea, an armored high-grade devilish being's eyes lit up upon hearing this cry. "Hee, looks like it's our turn to join the battle." There was a devilish army that numbered in the thousands standing behind him, and most of them were all-encompassing devilish cavaliers, while a small proportion of them were Jaluan war devils. In contrast with the devilish beings that were currently attacking the city, these devilish beings all gave off a bone-chilling aura and had gray qi revolving around their bodies, indicating that they were using some kind of special cultivation art. These devilish beings were seated in mid-air in a cross-legged manner, and they all rose to their feet upon hearing the words of the armored devilish general. They then either got onto their steeds or drew their weapons, but they did so in a completely silent wraith-like manner. "Begin devilification," the devilish general instructed in a solemn voice. Peculiar expressions appeared on the faces of the devilish beings upon hearing this, but none of them opposed the order as they pulled out a purple pill each before swallowing them. In the next instant, pained expressions began to appear on their faces, as did crimson patterns that quickly spread to the rest of their bodies. As these crimson patterns emerged, the devilish beings' auras swelled drastically, even though they all still seemed to be in great pain. The gray chi revolving around their bodies expanded and began to writhe like a series of giant pythons. Meanwhile, outside the devilish sea, Tai Long had unleashed several types of secret techniques at once and released 7 or 8 treasures to unleash a barrage of ferocious attacks on Master Azure Dragon. Master Azure Dragon was able to just barely keep the attacks at bay, but his Azure Dragon body was riddled with wounds, and it seemed that he wouldn't be able to last much longer. Right at this moment, Tai Long's expression suddenly changed, and he abruptly ceased in his attacks before retreating to several hundred feet away, then cast his gaze toward a certain direction with a peculiar look in his eyes. Master Azure Dragon was naturally very relieved to be afforded this opportunity for respite, but a thought then suddenly occurred to him, and he immediately reverted back to his human form amid a flash of azure light. His face was very pale and there were 7 holes on his chest that were bleeding profusely. However, he completely disregarded his own injuries as he turned back toward Heavenly City. There in the distance, howling yellow winds were sweeping over the city wall, and both the human and devilish armies were struggling to maintain their formations in the face of these gale force winds. Those who were at the forefront of the 2 armies plummeted straight out of the sky, and it was unclear whether they were still alive. The yellow wind receded, and the gargantuan aura integration beast emerged. It was around 20,000 to 30,000 feet in size, and encompassed virtually the entire heavens. Both the human and devilish beings drew sharp breaths as they appraised the colossal beast in a fearful manner. Fairy Lin Luan immediately injected more magic power into the crimson talisman on her glabella, and yelled, "Aura integration beast, kill these devilish beings and I'll set you free after this battle." The aura integration beast was appraising the body integration stage beings on the battlefield with a hesitant look in its eyes. Among all of the beings on the battlefield, these body integration stage beings were the only ones that could pose a threat to it. It was familiar with the auras of 2 of the body integration stage human cultivators, and it identified them as the ones who had sealed it all those years ago. As for the auras being released by those devilish lords, those were extremely abhorrent to it as well. If it were at the height of its powers, then it would have immediately decided to devour all of these body integration stage beings. However, it was still carrying old injuries and it had been trapped for many years, so it was nowhere near the height of its powers and didn't dare to just recklessly charge into the battle. Just as it was hesitating about how to proceed, the crimson talisman on its head lit up again, and having just experienced the agony that Fairy Lin Luan was able to inflict upon it at will, the aura integration beast didn't dare to hesitate any longer. It immediately opened its cavernous mouth and released a gust of yellow winds that swept toward the devilish army down below. All of the devilish beings that were swept up by the yellow wind were torn into shreds without being able to offer up any resistance, and in the blink of an eye, over 1,000 devilish beasts and over 100 devilish cavaliers had been slain. "Humph, you'll pay with your life for choosing to oppose us, aura integration beast." Tai Long harumphed coldly in an enraged manner as he flipped a hand over to produce a black leather pouch, then tipped the pouch over to reveal a golden flying trident that was several inches in length. The item then rapidly swelled to around 1,000 feet in size, and Tai Long gripped onto the trident's shaft with both hands before swinging it viciously toward the gust of fierce yellow wind. An azure trident projection crashed down from above like a waterfall, slicing the gust of yellow wind apart before crashing down onto the ground, creating a giant fissure that was over 10,000 feet in length amid an earth-shattering boom. Meanwhile, a loud thunderclap rang out from the black leather pouch, and 2 thick bolts of silver lightning sprang forth from within the pouch before transforming into a pair of giant wolves that were enveloped by silver lightning. The wolves each had a pair of silver lightning wings that were 30 to 40 feet in length, and they let loose menacing howls before pouncing directly toward the aura integration beast. A hint of disdain flashed through the aura integration beast's eyes upon seeing this, and it swept a giant paw through the air from afar. A gargantuan yellow paw that was around 1,000 feet in size abruptly appeared above the 2 giant wolves before descending with devastating might, completely destroying the pair of wolves in an instant. Tai Long's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately slashed his giant golden trident through the air again to unleash another massive trident projection. At the same time, his pair of giant black hammers also unleashed countless projections that hurtled directly toward the giant beast. The aura integration beast naturally saw Tai Long's attacks as provocation, and a ferocious light flashed through its eyes as it flapped its wings vigorously, conjuring up a pair of murky yellow clouds that completely concealed its massive body. The giant trident projection and hammer projections struck the yellow cloud in rapid succession amid a string of dull thumps, but were unable to break the defense. Tai Long was quite stunned to see this, and he immediately made a hand seal, conjuring up balls of silver lightning around his body that he prepared to unleash on the yellow cloud. However, right at this moment, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted overhead, and a giant furry paw emerged out of thin air before crashing down toward Tai Long from above. Before the paw had even fully descended upon him, a burst of enormous force closed in on Tai Long from all sides, and his body became extremely sluggish, as if he were carrying a mountain on his shoulders. At the same time, the surrounding air became as hard as iron and steel, and it became extremely difficult to even lift a single finger. Tai Long was struck by a sense of shock and fury by this sudden development, and he let loose an almighty roar, upon which all of the balls of lightning around him exploded to forcibly blast open the sealed space around him. At the same time, a giant black projection appeared behind Tai Long, and it let loose a low roar as an astonishing aura erupted from its body. Black light swirled around Tai Long, and his physical constitution suddenly multiplied in power, allowing him to disregard the immense force weighing down upon him and conjure up over 100 projections. All of the projections were completely identical and they flew through the air in all directions. However, the giant paw up above merely faltered for an instant before crashing down like lightning, sending a burst of yellow shockwaves sweeping through the surrounding area. Most of the projections were instantly destroyed by the shockwaves, and only a dozen or so managed to escape to several thousand feet away before disintegrating on their own, leaving on a single projection which reverted back into Tai Long's true body. As soon as he emerged, he cast his gaze toward the massive paw in the distance, and his expression darkened significantly. At this moment, the yellow cloud up ahead reverted back into a pair of giant bat wings, and the aura integration beast re-emerged before crouching down in preparation to pounce toward Tai Long again. With its colossal frame, even when it wasn't unleashing any abilities, it still resembled a giant mountain. Tai Long's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he could only conjure up the same projections and ball of lightning again to evade the massive beast's attacks. Even though he seemed to have been forced firmly onto the back foot, the aura integration beast wasn't able to land a decisive blow on him either. Master Azure Dragon's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. He flipped his hands over to produce an azure flying sword in each hand, one of which had 2 azure Ws engraved upon it, while the other carried the image of a shimmering golden peacock. He flicked his wrists and the 2 flying swords immediately rose up into the air in unison. One of them transformed into a pair of azure WRM projections, while the other took on the form of a golden phoenix projection amid a flash of golden light. The 3 projections then hurtled directly toward Tai Long as dazzling streaks of light at Master Azure Dragon's behest. It was quite clear that he was planning to kill Tai Long with the help of the aura integration beast. If he could kill this late body integration stage devilish lord, then there was a good chance that they'd be able to secure victory, even with the 2 mysterious devilish lords that had emerged. Tai Long was naturally extremely enraged to see this, but in the face of the threat posed by the aura integration beast, he didn't have the spare capacity to attack Master Azure Dragon, and the situation was quickly becoming quite perilous for him. Just as Tai Long was being forced back and Master Azure Dragon was looking on with elation in his eyes, thousands of bursts of astonishing baleful chi suddenly erupted out of the devilish sea. The inky black devilish sea also instantly turned as red as blood. Ferocious howls rang out as a devilish army that was enveloped by crimson light flew out of the devilish sea in an unhurried manner. Each and every one of the devilish beings had crimson patterns running all over their bodies, and were giving off terrifying deathly auras. They were all completely expressionless, and they possessed indistinct ghostly bodies, as if they were malicious spirits that had just emerged from the depths of hell. Tai Long was ecstatic at the sight of this ghostly devilish army, and he immediately commanded, "Let's see if this beast of yours can continue to keep this up. Infernal Bloodform Guards, trap the aura integration beast and this man in the infernal blood formation and put an end to their lives. Jiaoyun War Devils attack the city." The devilish army known as the Infernal Bloodform Guards immediately swept forth as a massive crimson cloud upon receiving this order. After just a few flashes, they swept up the aura integration beast, Master Azure Dragon, and even Tai Long himself, and the sound of violent clashes instantly began to ring out within the cloud. Meanwhile, a string of sharp cries also erupted from the devilish army that was attacking the city wall with all their might, and over 1,000 ordinary-looking low-grade devilish beasts suddenly emerged from the army. After just a few flashes they reached the silver light barrier outside the city wall, then transformed into Jialuan war devils. Ever since the commencement of the battle, they had been posing as low-grade devilish beasts through the use of a disguise technique. Now that they had finally gotten close to the city wall, they were being unleashed on the city by Tai Long. These war devils each had 3 heads and 6 arms, and 2 of their monstrous heads were blasting forth all types of attacks such as fireballs and wind blades. All types of heavy weapons also appeared in their hands before being swung toward the light barrier in a torrential downpour of ferocious attacks. The silver light barrier was indeed very powerful, but it was already becoming rather unsteady from being attacked by the devilish army for so long, and now that the Jialuan war devils had also joined in on the attack, the barrier was beginning to shatter in several places. The Jialuan war devils charged onto the city wall and began to massacre their human foes. The human warriors and low-grade cultivators were no match for these powerful devilish beings, and blood-curdling cries rang out as they all retreated in a panicked manner. Some of the high-grade cultivators up above tried to step in, but they were instantly surrounded by several Jialuan war devils per person and quickly killed on the spot. As a result, the city wall was plunged into a state of complete chaos, and morale plummeted as the human army looked on with horrified expressions. Even the weakest of these Jialuan war devils possessed deity transformation stage powers, and they had cultivated powerful devilish arts, so ordinary cultivators were naturally no match for them. However, the unrest on the city wall only lasted for a short time before the chime of a bell rang out, and thousands of streaks of dazzling light suddenly shot forth out of the surrounding buildings. These were all high-grade human cultivators, and they immediately rushed forward to take on the Jialuan war devils. The normal Jialuan war devils didn't pose much of a threat to the high-grade cultivators, but the several tens of Jialuan war devils that were leading from the front were far more powerful than their peers, and even when several high-grade cultivators joined forces to take on each of them, they still managed to brush these obstacles aside and carve out a path of blood as they rushed directly toward Heavenlin City. Right at this moment, the ground near the city wall began to tremor violently, and 32 giant golden puppets wielding all types of weapons flew out from underground to oppose these leaders of the Jialuan war devils. All types of treasures hurtled through the air amid a string of resounding explosions, and the puppets and Jialuan war devils seemed to be evenly matched. The golden puppets all had bodies that were as resolute as treasures, and their weapons seemed to be imbued with traces of the power of heaven and earth. Furthermore, they were completely fearless in battle, thereby making them even more formidable. Overall, the devilish army had naturally gained a slight upper hand on the entire battlefield, but with all of the restrictions in Heavenlin City, the humans were able to just barely keep the devilish army at bay. Meanwhile, the crimson cloud that the infernal bloodform guards had transformed into was churning and surging incessantly, and the sound of an intense battle could be heard coming from within it. However, not one could see exactly what was happening inside the cloud. As for Fairy Silverlight and Fairy Lin Luan, both of them were being forced into retreat by their opponents, and it seemed that they wouldn't be able to last for very long. The situation was looking very bad for the body integration stage human cultivators. Han Li waved a hand through the air, and 72 azure flying swords swept forth before transforming into azure lotus flowers that rose up into the air, tearing a giant 2-headed lion beast into countless pieces in an instant. However, as opposed to being elated by this, Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. Ever since he had been drawn into this strange space inside the Rainbow Pagoda, countless beasts had been manifested by the light around him and were attacking him in relentless waves. Initially, these beasts posed no threat to him at all, and he was able to kill them with ease. However, there seemed to be no end to these beasts, and as soon as one wave was slain, another one would immediately emerge to take its place. Han Li wasn't overly fazed by this. After all, this wasn't the first time that he had found himself in a Shumi treasure, and he was relatively confident that he would be able to escape from it. Thus, he released his 72 flying swords to protect himself from the oncoming beast while searching for a node within this space to force his way out of. However, he quickly discovered that something wasn't right. Just like the restriction within the Devil Ceiling Lock, this space seemed to be completely boundless, and even after flying for a long while he still hadn't found the end of the space. As such, he was forced to stop and think of a way to escape. Looks like I'll only be able to break out of this place through brute force after I find the node in this space, Han Li murmured to himself. Right at this moment, rainbow light flashed around him and another wave of rainbow beasts emerged. Han Li harumphed coldly and countless azure lotus flower projections swept forth in all directions, tearing through all of the surrounding beasts in an instant. However, a slightly troubled look appeared in Han Li's eyes. He didn't know whether this was merely a figment of his imagination, but this new wave of beasts seemed to be more powerful than the previous waves. He was still able to kill them with ease, but he had expended slightly more magic power to do so. It was only a very minor difference, but if things continued to progress according to this trend, then the situation really could become rather troublesome. It seemed that he would have to get out of this place as soon as possible before things got out of hand. With that in mind, he immediately pointed a finger toward his own glabella, and black light flashed as an inky black demonic eye appeared. It was none other than the Law Destruction Eye. Having been nurtured by him for so many years, the demonic eye had developed many powerful abilities, and it would be perfect to help him find the most fragile node in this space. Han Li began to make a series of hand seals while chanting something, and black runes began to swirl within the black demonic eye. All of a sudden, the black runes flashed with spiritual light, and a black thread shot forth before vanishing into thin air in a flash. Han Li closed his two eyes, but the third demonic eye was opened as wide as ever as he shot forth through the air as a streak of azure light, flying toward the direction that the black thread had disappeared in. The light up ahead formed a new wave of beasts to stop him, and even though Han Li's eyes were closed, he still had a clear grasp on the situation unfolding before him. All of the azure flying swords around him converged to form a single giant sword at his behest, then slashed through the air with vicious might. A streak of azure light that was over around 1,000 feet in length swept forth, destroying all of the beasts in its path and clearing out a path for Han Li. The magic power within Han Li's body surged forth in a frenzy, and he rushed through the throng of beasts as a streak of azure light, then vanished into the distance after just a few flashes. 4 hours later, Han Li reopened his eyes as he arrived in front of a giant 7-story rainbow pagoda. His expression was filled with incredulity and bewilderment as he examined the structure. This was a giant pagoda that seemed to have been constructed from normal gray stone, and there was a massive eyeball-like crystal ball at the top of the tower. There was a tightly shut stone gate that was around 100 feet tall on the first level of the pagoda, and around 500 meters away from Han Li, there were countless silver ruler projections destroying an endless wave of rainbow beasts. So the spatial node in this place was intentionally hidden. That's quite a smart strategy. It looks like I have no choice but to venture into this pagoda, Han Li murmured to himself before waving a hand through the air, and all of the ruler projections in the distance instantly vanished. In the next instant, silver light flashed in his hand, and a short silver ruler appeared in his grasp. He cast his gaze toward the giant crystal ball up above, then abruptly slashed his silver ruler toward the giant pagoda. Spatial fluctuations surged forth, and a ruler projection that was over 100 feet in length emerged above the pagoda before crashing down with devastating might. Just as the ruler projection was about to strike the crystal ball, a layer of rainbow runes suddenly appeared on the surface of the pagoda, and the ruler projection instantly vanished upon making contact with this layer of runes. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. He hadn't intentionally made the ruler projection disappear. It had been taken by the restriction on the pagoda. I see, this pagoda is a manifestation of the pagoda treasure on the outside, so there won't be any way for me to destroy it, Han Li murmured to himself in a resigned manner. Azure light then flashed from his body again as he slowly drifted toward the foot of the stone pagoda. Before even reaching the pagoda, Han Li thrust a hand toward the stone gate from afar, and a huge azure hand surfaced before crashing directly into the gate. A dull thump rang out, and the stone gate was pushed open with ease, revealing a passageway that was radiating faint white light. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, but he continued onward and drifted straight into the entrance. Beyond the stone gate was a path paved with blue stone, leading to another stone gate not far up ahead. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he tried to see directly through the stone gate with his spirit eye ability, but after his spirit eyes penetrated only around a foot into the gate, a layer of golden light suddenly erupted forth. Han Li's eyes were immediately struck by a burst of sharp pain, and there was a peculiar suction force that was making it impossible for him to withdraw his gaze. Han Li was quite alarmed by this, and he reflexively activated his great development technique with all his might. A cool and refreshing sensation surged toward his eyes, and only then was he just barely able to withdraw his gaze. At the same time, an azure figure appeared before him to shield him from the golden light. Even so, Han Li's back had become drenched in cold sweat. He had seen very few restrictions that were as powerful as this one, and that harrowing experience completely rid him of any hint of complacency that he had harbored in his heart. As for the azure figure that had suddenly appeared, that was none other than the spirit body formed by the immortal Zhou Xian. After contemplating the situation for a moment, he swept a sleeve through the air to release his 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles, which revolved in the air above his head along with his 72 azure flying swords. He then flipped his hands over and the short silver ruler instantly vanished, only to be replaced by 2 small mountains, one black and one azure. In the next instant, golden light flashed from Han Li's body, and he let loose a low cry as his body expanded drastically in size. Strands of golden fur also began to emerge out of his skin, and in the blink of an eye he had transformed into a giant golden ape. The giant ape abruptly swung both of its arms through the air, and the 2 extreme mountains in its grasp shot forth before crashing heavily into the stone gate amid 2 earth-shattering booms. A layer of golden light surfaced from the golden gate, then exploded like a scintillating golden sun. The restriction formed by the golden light was virtually instantly shattered, and the stone gate was also reduced to dust. Even this incredible profound restriction was no match for his 2 extreme mountains and the extraordinary strength of the giant mountain ape. Han Li abruptly stomped his feet in the ground upon seeing this and propelled himself through the entrance up ahead. All of a sudden, a massive silver fist emerged up ahead before hurtling toward him with ferocious might. Even before it had reached Han Li, he was struck by a burst of enormous invisible force. Han Li was slightly alarmed to see this, but he wasn't fearful in the slightest as he let loose a loud roar, and he lashed out with a massive furry fist of his own in retaliation. Golden light flashed from his fingertips, and his entire hand instantly became as hard as iron and steel. The 2 fists clashed with a crisp crack, and the silver fist was instantly shattered by the giant ape. Right at this moment, a gust of fierce winds were swept up above Han Li, and a silver set of claws came grabbing toward him from above. Han Li immediately thrust his other golden palm upward in retaliation, and the silver claws were instantly destroyed as well. After doing all that, Han Li still had no intention of stopping. Blue light flashed through his eyes, and he suddenly opened his mouth to expel a pillar of azure light, which instantly struck a patch of empty air over 100 feet away. A loud boom rang out, and a silver figure stumbled out of thin air, revealing itself to be a silver puppet that was missing both of its hands. The puppet was around 20 feet tall with mysterious black runes engraved all over its body, and Han Li made a grabbing motion toward it, upon which 10 streaks of azure sword chi hurtled through the air in a flash. The silver puppet was instantly dismembered on the spot, yet all of a sudden spatial fluctuations erupted throughout the nearby area, and 8 identical silver puppets abruptly emerged. Han Li was slightly alarmed to see this, and the puppets immediately pounced toward him as balls of silver light. An hour later, Han Li let loose a long cry and hurled both of his extreme mountains through the air at once, reducing 2 of the silver puppets to dust. The 2 extreme mountains then vanished on the spot before reappearing in the giant ape's hands, where they disappeared once again. Meanwhile, the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles were pursuing a few other silver puppets, and they were quickly felled as well. The giant ape made a hand seal upon seeing this, and it quickly shrank back down to its human form amid a flash of golden light. At this point, the entire space was littered with the remains of silver puppets, of which there were more than 20. Han Li inspected his surroundings with furrowed brows, then turned his gaze toward the air not far away with a grim look in his eyes. These silver puppets were only at around the early deity transformation stage, but a huge number of them had appeared on this level. From the outside, the first level of the pagoda didn't seem all that big, but it had taken him a long while to fly to this point, and he had slain over 100 of these silver puppets along the way. If it weren't for the fact that the silver puppets couldn't even withstand a single attack from him in his giant mountain ape form, and he had released his 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles as well, It would have taken him quite a while to take care of all of these puppets. This struck Han Li with a sense of foreboding for what was to come. After all, this was only the first level. With that in mind, Han Li cast his gaze upward again, and around 600 to 700 feet up above, everything had been concealed by a layer of gray mist. He had considered taking a shortcut by breaking through this layer of mist to the second level, but he was concerned that forcing his way through this place would damage the hidden spatial node, so he could only give up on that plan. If the spatial node had already fused as one with the pagoda, then it would not be a good idea to act so recklessly. Even as he was thinking, Han Li continued to fly toward the staircase up ahead, followed closely by the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles. After just a few flashes, the azure streak of light vanished from view, and a short while after that, an elegant figure emerged amid a flash of golden light. This was none other than the middle-aged beauty, who was one half of the Yin-Yang twin devils. She was looking at the staircase that Han Li had just scaled with a hint of wariness in her eyes. It's a good thing I followed him in here. Otherwise, with his true spirit transformation and those powerful spirit insects of his, this place really may not be enough to trap him, the devilish beauty murmured to herself before raising a hand to summon a silver formation plate. A burst of silver light was released by the formation plate, then swept up the devilish beauty, upon which she vanished on the spot. On the second level, 2 silver puppets that were slightly larger than those on the first level were reduced to piles of scrap metal by streaks of azure sword chi. These puppets were very similar in appearance to those that had appeared on the first level, but these ones possessed roughly mid-deity transformation stage power. Han Li continued to fly onward expressionlessly with his 13 spirit insects, leaving piles of silver remains in his wake. On the third level, around 10 late deity transformation stage puppets surrounded Han Li before pouncing toward him in unison. On the fourth level. On the seventh level, Han Li drifted forward, and a slightly peculiar look appeared on his face. The puppets on the fourth level were at the early spatial tempering stage, but they numbered far fewer than the puppets on the previous levels. The puppets on the fifth and sixth levels were at the mid-spatial tempering stage and late spatial tempering stage, respectively. The puppets on the sixth level were far more difficult to deal with than those on the previous levels, and Han Li had been forced to unleash several types of powerful abilities to destroy them. According to the trend, there was a very good chance that the puppets on the seventh level would be at the body integration stage, so Han Li had mentally prepared himself for a grueling battle. However, he had yet to encounter any opposition on this level, and that made him even more cautious. Thankfully, his law destruction I told him that the node within this space was definitely on the 7th level, and it was most likely not far away, so this was a very encouraging sign for Han Li. All of a sudden, the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles let loose sharp screeches at once and became noticeably more agitated. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he immediately stopped on the spot. At the same time, blue light flashed within his eyes as he cast his gaze toward a certain direction. The rainbow light there surged, and 2 tall and broad figures that were flashing with dazzling rainbow spiritual light emerged. This was a pair of semi-transparent puppets. These 2 puppets were around the same stature as an adult human, but their facial features were completely blurred. Their skin was extremely smooth and translucent, and in the instant that they appeared, Han Li was struck by a formidable sense of pressure. Han Li instantly conducted a careful inspection of the 2 puppets, upon which a cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. These puppets are indeed quite interesting, but if they think that a pair of early body integration stage puppets without any spiritual nature can stop me, then they must be delusional. He then swept a sleeve through the air and his 2 extreme mountains instantly shot forth. At the same time, the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles around him also flew toward the 2 puppets. Immediately thereafter, he flipped a hand over to produce his silver ruler, which he swept through the air to unleash a silver ruler projection that was over 100 feet in length. Han Li was displaying derision and disdain toward these puppets, but his attacks were extremely ferocious, and he didn't want to waste any time with them at all. In the face of these devastating attacks, rainbow spiritual light swirled within the eyes of these puppets, and they suddenly approached one another before joining their 4 hands together. 2 balls of rainbow light instantly erupted between their 4 palms before combining as one, and the unified ball of rainbow light began to swell drastically. Initially, it was only around the size of a human head, but after just a few flashes, it had transformed into a rainbow light barrier. The dazzling rainbow light shielded both of the puppets, and the barrier began to tremor at a frequency that was untraceable to the naked eye. At the same time, countless runes of different sizes surged out of the surface of the barrier in a frenzy, releasing a burst of extremely dazzling light. The silver ruler projection reached the light barrier first before dealing it a vicious strike. A peculiar scene then ensued. The silver ruler projection was stopped cold in its tracks around half a foot away from the barrier, then released an anguished wail before being repelled high up into the air. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal, upon which both of his extreme mountains swelled to around 10,000 feet in size before crashing down violently from above. Two resounding booms rang out as the surface of the light barrier warped and twisted, but the two mountains were also repelled while the light barrier remained completely unscathed. The 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles also crashed into the light barrier one after another, and the air around the barrier tremored, seemingly attempting to repel the beetles as well. However, the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles suddenly let loose sharp screeches and expanded to several feet in size each. They then extended their limbs, which released layers of silver light, then plunged into the space near the light barrier like a series of steel needles. The space near the light barrier was still twisting and tremoring incessantly, but the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles remained completely unmoved as if they had taken root there. Immediately thereafter, the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles opened their mouths to expel a golden thread each, which pierced straight through the light barrier, completely disregarding its defensive powers. The rainbow light barrier suddenly tremored, following which bursts of rainbow light surged directly toward the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles in a frenzy along the golden threads. Within the span of just a few breaths, the light barrier had thinned and dimmed significantly, seemingly leaking spiritual power at a rapid rate. The two puppets seemed to falter slightly upon seeing this, but rainbow light then immediately erupted from their hands again before surging in all directions. The light barrier flashed and was bolstered by the influx of rainbow light, but the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles were clearly drawing spiritual power from the light barrier at an astonishing rate. Even though the two puppets clearly possessed other powerful abilities, they were locked in a stalemate with the beetles. Han Li was initially rather taken aback to see this, but a hint of elation then quickly appeared in his eyes. He made a hand seal, and the 72 flying swords around him immediately transformed into hundreds of sword projections, then converged to form a giant azure sword that was around 100 feet in length. Han Li pointed a finger toward the giant sword before him and uttered a single word. Slash. The giant sword immediately came crashing down as a streak of azure light. Perhaps the azure bamboo cloud-swarm swords weren't as versatile as the silver ruler, but the combined might of all 72 swords was far above that of the silver ruler. Furthermore, this set of flying swords was Han Li's bonded treasure, and having been nurtured by him for so many years, it had developed a hint of spiritual nature on top of becoming far more powerful as his cultivation base had progressed. Even though that rainbow light barrier was extremely profound, it was already struggling against the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles, so Han Li was confident that this sword strike would be able to shatter it. However, right at this critical juncture, something unexpected suddenly happened. In the instant that the giant azure sword came crashing down from above, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted above Han Li as a ball of black light emerged. The black light then flashed to form 5 huge identical runes, and a dull thump rang out as a burst of enormous force came crashing down from above, as if 5 massive mountains had descended from the heavens at once. If a normal body integration stage human cultivator with a far inferior physical constitution had been standing in Han Li's place, their physical body would have instantly been destroyed by this devastating crushing force. At the same time, a small purple cauldron emerged silently beneath Han Li. Black light swept forth from the cauldron, and 3 other ancient black runes emerged. As soon as these 3 runes appeared, Han Li's body was completely immobilized as if it had been bound by iron chains, and his magic power also ceased to circulate. On top of that, blue light flashed beside Han Li, and a transparent puppet that resembled an ice statue appeared out of thin air, then slashed a giant transparent sword toward Han Li with devastating force. Meanwhile, faint golden light flashed on his other side, and the devilish beauty from the yin-yang twin devils appeared with a sinister look on her face before raising both of her hands up into the air. A ball of green flames and a crimson flying sword shot forth in unison, and the green flames transformed into a huge menacing ghostly head that pounced directly toward Han Li. As for the flying sword, it released an extremely unsettling sharp howl and came crashing down while emitting an overwhelming odor of blood and gore. By using the profound restriction in this place and the silver formation plate she was carrying, the devilish beauty had managed to escape the detection of Han Li's spiritual sense and spirit eyes. In the instant that the two extreme mountains and the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles left Han Li, she immediately appeared alongside another body integration stage puppet to unleash a devastating sneak attack. She was unleashing all of her most powerful abilities at once to kill Han Li on the spot. In the face of this unexpected and extremely fierce attack, even Han Li's pupils contracted drastically, but he immediately reacted and sprang into action. Golden light flashed from his body and he transformed into his giant mountain ape for again. With the incredible strength that this form bestowed upon him, he was able to escape the restrictions being exerted upon him by the runes both above and below him, and his magic power also became free to circulate again. After letting loose a loud roar, black chi swirled around Han Li's upper body, and his suit of heavenly devilish armor appeared before releasing countless black runes in a frenzy to form a protective barrier. At the same time, golden light flashed behind him, and a golden body with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged. The golden body swung all 6 of its arms through the air, and 6 giant golden blades appeared at once to oppose the oncoming giant transparent sword. As all this was happening, a green figure also shot forth out of Han Li's body before transforming into another green-skinned Han Li. The green-skinned Han Li clenched its fists and unleashed countless green fist projections that hurtled directly toward the ghostly head and the crimson sword chi. As for Han Li himself, he opened his cavernous mouth to release a ball of silver flames. In the next instant, lights of all colors exploded around Han Li, creating an extremely dazzling display to behold. Powerful shockwaves surged forth in all directions like gale-force winds, threatening to engulf everything in the surrounding area. All of a sudden, an anguished cry rang out, and a humanoid figure stumbled out of thin air. There was blood all over her body and one of her arms was completely missing. This was none other than the devilish beauty, but the sinister look on her face had now been replaced with one of incredulity. A cold harumph rang out, and the giant golden ape appeared alongside the green-skinned Han Li in the distance amid a flash of spiritual light. The giant ape was holding a ball of green flames in one hand, and a purple blade segment in its other hand. Within the green flames, a green skull was struggling with all its might while expelling black chi out of its mouth, trying to escape from the golden ape, but the giant mountain ape was far too strong and refused to let the green skull slip out of its grasp. Meanwhile, the purple blade segment was radiating 5-colored light, and there was a hint of the power of laws of heaven and earth emanating from it. As for the green-skinned Han Li, the flesh on one of its arms had been completely stripped away to reveal the bone underneath, while its other arm was entirely charred black, as if it had just been incinerated by some kind of devilish flame. Not far away from the two of them, a shimmering golden figure was engaged in a fierce battle against the transparent puppet. "That's a profound heavenly treasure and a golden body," the devilish beauty exclaimed in a shrill voice as if there were a hand closed around her throat. She then immediately flipped her remaining hand over to produce a silver formation plate, then hurriedly waved it through the air with a horrified look on her face. Faint golden light appeared around her, and her body immediately became blurry and indistinct, looking as if she were about to vanish in an instant. Han Li immediately summoned his law destruction eye again upon seeing this, then blasted forth a pillar of black light. The pillar of light vanished into space almost at the exact same time as the devilish beauty did, and a dull thump rang out several hundred feet away, following which the devilish beauty stumbled out of thin air in a panicked manner. Before she even had a chance to regain her bearings, she was greeted by a cold harumph from the golden ape, and a burst of sharp excruciating pain immediately speared through her spiritual sense, causing her to plummet out of the sky. Almost at the exact same moment, the giant ape sprang forward and transformed into a giant bird amid a flash of silver lightning. A second pair of translucent azure wings then appeared on the bird's back, and it flapped all 4 of its wings in unison, upon which it abruptly vanished on the spot. A rumbling thunderclap then rang out right behind the devilish beauty, and a giant silver talon suddenly emerged before impaling her body without any warning. A burst of silver flames was then released by the talon, and the fire quickly encompassed her entire body, reducing her to ashes as well as incinerating her nascent soul into nothingness. After that, the giant bird quickly shrank down and reverted back to its human form. Han Li then turned toward the Provenance golden body, which was still locked in combat against the transparent puppet, and he flicked his fingers toward the distance. A series of streaks of sword chi sprang forth, and all of them were hurtling toward the exact spot that the puppet was retreating toward. The puppet was clearly far more suited to assassinations and sneak attacks rather than direct battles, and it was quickly forced onto the back foot. Finally, it was overwhelmed and shredded into countless pieces by the giant golden blades being wielded by the golden body. Meanwhile, the two rainbow puppets in the distance were also in a very perilous situation. The giant azure sword that Han Li had directed toward the light barrier had failed to do anything as he had been distracted by that sneak attack just now. But with the 13 purple-striped gold devouring beetles devouring spiritual power to their heart's content, the barrier still collapsed in the end. The 13 purple-striped gold devouring beetles immediately pounced toward the two rainbow puppets, and a series of resounding clashes ensued. The two puppets had released silver arcs of lightning and bursts of yellow light that both seemed to be imbued with incredible power. In the face of the puppets' attacks, the purple-striped gold devouring beetles were completely fearless and swarmed directly into the lightning and yellow light. Loud thunderclaps instantly rang out as the arcs of lightning exploded, and even the surrounding air was giving off a slightly charred scent. As for the yellow light, there were countless runes swirling within it, and it instantly swept up the purple-striped gold devouring beetles before becoming significantly brighter. However, these 13 purple-striped gold devouring beetles were all beetle monarch candidates that had arisen from tens of thousands of gold devouring beetles, so they were far more powerful than the average being could imagine. Regardless of whether they were struck by lightning or swept up by yellow runes, the purple-striped gold devouring beetles managed to remain completely unscathed, and they quickly flew over to the two puppets before pouncing on them in a vicious manner. The two rainbow puppets didn't possess any emotions, so they naturally had no fear. Rainbow light swirled around their bodies, and one of them produced a pair of long transparent blades, while the other summoned a rainbow spear that was around 20 feet in length. As the three weapons were swung through the air, countless blade and spear projections emerged to sweep up the 13 purple-striped gold devouring beetles. A string of erratic clangs rang out, and even though the purple-striped gold devouring beetles remained completely unharmed, they were unable to approach the two puppets either. Han Li's expression darkened slightly as he looked on from the distance, and all of a sudden he let loose a long roar, and the extreme essence-fused mountain in the air above instantly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above the two puppets, and the black mountain emerged before sending a burst of gray light raining down from above. The two puppets were completely fearless as they continued to sweep their weapons through the air while raising their heads to face the oncoming gray light. They then opened their mouths to unleash two pillars of rainbow light, and rainbow and gray light intertwined with one another as the two clashed. Right at this moment, a pair of translucent wings appeared on Han Li's back, and his enormous ape body instantly vanished with a flap of those wings amid a flash of silver lightning. Almost at the exact same moment, spatial fluctuations erupted behind the two puppets, and the giant ape abruptly emerged before swinging its arms through the air. The rainbow light in front of the two puppets shuddered, and two furry golden fists emerged, both of which were radiating shimmering golden light. The giant ape had plunged its massive fists straight through the bodies of the two puppets at an incredible speed. The two puppets did indeed possess early body integration stage power, but they didn't possess high-level intelligence, nor the spiritual sense of living cultivators, so they were unable to immediately react to Han Li, who had appeared behind them. At the same time, the unique advantages of being a puppet shone through here. If a normal living being were to sustain such a severe wound, they would most likely lose the ability to continue to battle. However, the two puppets seemed to have been completely unaffected, and they immediately swung their weapons toward the giant ape behind them. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and a dull thump suddenly rang out from his fists, releasing two bursts of silver flames that completely enveloped the pair of rainbow puppets. This was none other than his spirit engulfing heavenly flames. At the same time, Han Li shot back like an arrow and evaded the puppets' attacks with ease. However, the scenes that unfolded next were rather surprising to Han Li. Even after being engulfed by the silver flames, the two puppets showed no signs of melting, and there were only slight traces of charring on their bodies that indicated that they were being affected at all. This naturally wasn't what Han Li had envisioned would happen. Even so, there wasn't any need for him to intervene any further. Even though these puppets were still able to retaliate, they were clearly far slower than before. The 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles immediately pounced on them and began to munch on their bodies. The two puppets unleashed all types of abilities to rid themselves of the beetles, but were simply unable to do so. They were able to withstand incineration from the spirit-engulfing heavenly flames, but they were no match for the powers of the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles. After just a few moments, they had been toppled and were only able to roll around on the ground. A short while after that, close to half of their bodies had been devoured and they finally fell completely still. As the two puppets were being devoured, Han Li made a hand seal and reverted back to his human form before looking on in a cold silence. After the remains of the two puppets had been completely consumed, Han Li whistled to instruct purple-striped gold-devouring beetles to return to him. After devouring the two puppets, the purple stripes on the bodies of the beetles seemed to have become even more vibrant. On top of that, they were extremely excited and were rather reluctant to follow Han Li's orders. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he abruptly injected more spiritual power into his whistle. Only then did the 13 beetles reluctantly return to him before disappearing up his sleeve. It looks like it'll be rather risky for me to continue to use these beetles in battle. I'll have to refine them a few times when I get back, Han Li murmured to himself. He then turned and cast his gaze toward an item in the distance. There, the small purple cauldron was hovering in midair in a stationary manner, and it had completely dimmed now that it had lost its former owner. A hint of elation appeared on Han Li's face, and he waved a hand toward the cauldron from afar. The abilities displayed by this cauldron were truly incredible. If he could obtain this treasure, then his powers would be even further enhanced. The small purple cauldron immediately flew toward Han Li as a ball of spiritual light, yet just as it was about to reach him, a loud thunderclap suddenly erupted without any warning. A bolt of purple lightning then crashed down from above to strike the small cauldron, and it abruptly vanished amid a dull thump. Almost at the exact same moment, an infuriated voice reverberated through the surrounding space. Not only have you taken my devil sealing lock, you're even going after my purple word cauldron now. Looks like those two useless buffoons were unable to kill you even with the treasures I gave them. So be it, I'll be coming to meet you in person soon. I'll show you how it feels to wish you had never been born. The voice seemed to have been imbued with some kind of indescribable mysterious power, and even though it wasn't very loud, it sounded like a rumbling thunderclap to Han Li. Even with his astonishing spiritual sense, he was still struck by a rush of dizziness, and he swayed unsteadily before righting himself. However, his face had become very pale. That was the spiritual sense of a Grand Ascension cultivator. Could it be that sacred ancestor Shui Guang's clone transmitted his voice to me? That can't be. That clone can only be at the late body integration stage at most, so how could its spiritual sense be this powerful? That voice should have come from sacred ancestor Shui Guang's true body. What does he mean when he says that he'll come to see me in person? Could it be that he's able to descend into this realm? Otherwise, he should know that a mere clone of his won't be able to do anything to me either. Han Li was very bewildered by that ordeal, and he knew that he had to get out of this place as quickly as possible. Thus, he temporarily cast aside his chaotic train of thought and withdrew his spirit body and provenance golden body. He then stomped a foot down onto the ground and shot forth into the distance as a streak of azure light. In the giant devilish city not far away from Deep Heaven City, there was a crimson-robed young man sitting by himself on a golden chair in a massive hall. He had a contemplative look on his face, which then suddenly gave way to one of confusion. What's going on? It feels like... The young man's expression changed drastically as he stood up from his chair with incredulity in his eyes. Could it be that another clone is descending into this realm? No, the feeling is too intense. It feels like my true body is forcing its way into this realm. How could this be? Did he unleash that cultivation art? The crimson-robed young man exclaimed. Han Li made a hand seal, and a pillar of black light erupted out of the law destruction eye on his glabella, hurtling directly toward the head-sized crystal on a tall platform that was several tens of feet above him. At the same time, the Golden Provenance True Devil projection also emerged behind him, then unleashed a series of balls of golden light toward the crystal. He seemed to have been attacking the crystal for some time already, and it dimmed significantly with cracks running all over its surface. The sound of cracking porcelain rang out, and the crystal finally shattered, upon which the pillar of light struck the crystal's core. A faint buzzing sound rang out, and a white hole that was around 10 feet in size emerged. Han Li's eyes lit up upon seeing this, and he immediately withdrew his abilities before flying directly into the hole. The azure streak of light pierced through space, and the light faded as Han Li turned around to find a giant pagoda that was tens of thousands of feet tall standing behind him. The hole that he had just emerged out of was rapidly shrinking at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye, and the space there returned to normal in the blink of an eye. It seemed that the treasure hadn't really sustained much damage. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he took a deep breath as he cast his gaze around him, upon which a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. A fierce battle was still raging around him, and the human and devilish armies were clashing with all their might. High up in the air, a massive beast with a goat head and a bear body had joined forces to face Tai Long, as well as a peculiar devilish army that was enshrouded in crimson mist. Master Azure Dragon had already reverted back to his human form, and his face was very pale. In the face of the devilish army's attacks, he was only just barely able to ensure self-preservation. The attacks of these devilish beings were very simple. Aside from blasting pillars of crimson light out of their mouths, they were merely swinging their weapons through the air with all their might to unleash a barrage of projections. However, Master Azure Dragon and the giant beast were clearly rather wary of these simple-looking attacks. They didn't dare to allow the attacks to strike their bodies, and kept the attacks at bay using protective spiritual light or their treasures. Furthermore, these devilish beings all seemed to possess immortal bodies. Even if they were completely destroyed by attacks from that giant beast, they would instantly regenerate and unleash attacks of even greater ferocity. As for Tai Long, he was situated far behind this devilish army, and whenever the giant beast threatened to burst out of the devilish army, he would appear in its path to force it back to its original spot. Of course, he was also occasionally directing vicious attacks toward Master Azure Dragon to keep him on his toes as well. Even with the Aura Integration Beast's formidable powers, it was unable to force its way out of this devilish army in a short time. At the same time, Tai Long and the devilish army were unable to defeat or harm this beast either, so an impasse had ensued. Meanwhile, the situation elsewhere was completely different. Fairy Silverlight and Fairy Lin Luan had joined forces, and they were in a very bad situation. One of them had radiant silver light shimmering around her body, while the other had 3 colored flames burning around her, and the 2 types of abilities had fused as one to complement one another's powers. However, Feiya and the Fairy Yu had also joined forces, and the projection of a giant green clam had appeared behind Fairy Yu. Every time the clam opened its mouth, it expelled forth balls of green light that was able to nullify the silver light and 3 colored flames. If it weren't for the fact that the giant clam projection had to rest for a while after expelling each burst of green light, Fairy Lin Luan and Fairy Silverlight's defenses would have most likely been overwhelmed already. However, what was of the greatest concern to the two were the attacks from Feiya. Aside from the dozen or so translucent flying daggers Feiya had released, he hadn't employed any other forms of attacks. However, these simple-looking attacks were imbued with a type of incredible glacial power, and the 2 women were forced to expend a vast amount of magic power to keep the daggers at bay. Thus, their magic power was being whittled down at a rapid rate, and if it weren't for the fact that both of them were carrying some extremely precious magic power restoration pills, they would have most likely been defeated and killed already. Even so, their situation was still becoming more and more perilous as their supply of pills was quickly being depleted. A cloud of white glacial chi that was several acres in size had appeared around the silver light and 3 colored flames that they had conjured up, and Han Li was very surprised to see this. It was clear that not much time had passed since he had been drawn into the giant pagoda, yet he knew that he had spent close to half a day in there. This meant that the pagoda was able to manipulate the flow of time within itself to be different from that of the outside world. In that case, this really was an extraordinary treasure. After all, he hadn't heard of any treasure aside from profound heavenly treasures that were capable of altering the flow of time. Despite his astonishment, Han Li still had the presence of mind to search for the silver-robed middle-aged man that had trapped him in the pagoda in the first place, only to discover that he was nowhere to be found. He immediately swept his spiritual sense through the surrounding area, but aside from some remnant restriction fluctuations, he was unable to find any trace of that devilish lord. This was rather alarming to Han Li, and when he thought back to the voice that had spoken to him inside the pagoda, a strong sense of foreboding immediately welled up in his heart. He had to get away from this place as quickly as possible. With that in mind, Han Li immediately prepared to leave, but he couldn't help but hesitate at the sight of the perilous situation that the human army was in. So be it, I'll help them kill 2 more devilish lords before I leave. If I use my full power, it shouldn't take too long, Han Li murmured to himself. It wasn't that he wanted to turn the tide of the battle. It was just that if he were to desert the battle at a time like this, then his reputation in the human race would most likely be completely ruined. Even if the voice transmission had indeed come from sacred ancestor Shuaguang's true body, he found it very difficult to believe that sacred ancestor Shuaguang would be able to pose any threat to him unless his true body was to descend into this realm. This was virtually impossible for the sacred ancestors of the elder devil race during the early stages of the devilish tribulation. At the very least, something like this had never happened during past devilish tribulations as far as he was aware. As such, even though Han Li had been struck by a bad premonition, he still decided to help the Heavenly City cultivators one last time before he left. As for that giant pagoda, it was naturally a very appealing treasure to Han Li, but it was clearly something that belonged to sacred ancestor Shuaguang, just like that purple cauldron. He most likely wouldn't be able to erase the mark left within the treasure by the spiritual sense of a grand ascension cultivator, so he wouldn't be able to claim it for himself anyway. This was most likely why sacred ancestor Shuaguang had been willing to give his subordinates these 2 outrageously powerful treasures. With that in mind, Han Li shot forth as a streak of azure light to reinforce Fairy Silver Light and Fairy Lin Luan, as opposed to Master Azure Dragon and the giant beast. Fairy Silver Light and Fairy Lin Luan had naturally also caught sight of Han Li approaching from the distance, and they were ecstatic. As soon as he reached the 2 women, he swept his sleeves through the air, and countless azure lotus flower projections emerged. At the same time, he summoned his silver ruler, and Fairy Lin Luan called out in an elated voice, "I'm so glad you're safe, fellow Daoist Han. Please keep these 2 devilish lords at bay so I can control the aura integration beast to kill that devilish lord and those mutated devilish beings." As soon as her voice trailed off, the 3 colored flames around her instantly vanished, and she quickly made a series of hand seals. The crimson talisman appeared over her glabella again, and she really was leaving herself completely defenseless. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, but he still raised a hand into the air to summon his black mountain. The mountain swelled to over 1,000 feet in size, then descended right in front of the translucent flying daggers that Fei Ye was directing toward the 2 women. White light flashed, and a layer of ice appeared over close to half of the entire extreme essence-fused mountain. The glacial powers that Fei Ye was displaying now were far more powerful than what he had unleashed at the beginning of the battle, and it was even capable of freezing the extreme essence-fused mountain. As opposed to being disgruntled by Han Li's intervention, Fei Ye's eyes immediately lit up, and he directed all of his flying daggers toward Han Li as streaks of white glacial light. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal. All of the azure lotus flowers around him instantly vanished into thin air, and in the next instant hundreds of pillars of azure light emerged. A giant azure sword formation was formed, and it encompassed Han Li as well as the 2 women. It was quite clear that this Fei Ye was going to be quite a formidable opponent, and Han Li wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible, so he had unleashed one of his trump cards, the azure coil sword formation that he was yet to fully master. The glacial power unleashed by the flying daggers was extremely powerful, but it vanished without a trace as soon as it came into contact with the sword formation. "Hee, that's an interesting formation, but you're severely underestimating me if you think that's enough to stump me," Fei Ye said with a hint of mockery in his frosty voice. As soon as his voice trailed off, he made a hand seal, and his flying daggers converged to form a massive blade that was 500 to 600 feet in length. The blade then crashed down toward the sword formation with devastating might, and even before it had even reached the formation, a layer of white light had descended from the heavens. A string of crackling sounds rang out from the surrounding space, and it was as if the very heavens had been frozen by this glacial chi. Even the streaks of sword chi surging throughout the azure coil sword formation became very sluggish in the face of this burst of glacial power, and the operation of the entire sword formation was slowed down significantly. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this before extending a pristine white hand out of his sleeve. 5 white skull projections instantly shot forth from his fingertips before expanding to the size of wagon wheels. These were none other than the unbroken sync devils that Han Li had refined to become a part of his hand, and they cackled in a sinister manner as they expelled bursts of 5-colored flames out of their mouths. With the current powers of the 5 devils, they were no longer able to provide much assistance to Han Li, which was why he very rarely summoned them in battle after entering the spirit realm. However, after Han Li absorbed that type of glacial power that he stumbled upon in the primordial world, the 5 devils had become a lot more powerful than before. They were still extremely vulnerable against attacks from high-grade cultivators, but the new glacial flames they were able to expel were incredibly powerful. Under normal circumstances, Han Li was able to borrow the power of the 5 devils to unleash a fraction of the glacial flames' powers, so he wouldn't need to summon the 5 devils. However, the glacial powers that Fei Ye was displaying were the most powerful that he had ever seen, so he decided to summon the 5 devils as well. In the face of the new 5-colored glacial flames being expelled by the giant skulls, the glacial power in the surrounding air was significantly nullified, and the sword formation was able to function as normal again. Han Li's glacial flames were slightly inferior in power to Fei Ye's glacial powers, but they were still capable of absorbing part of his glacial powers. Han Li quickly made a hand seal and countless streaks of azure sword chi immediately emerged within the sword formation, then converged to form a massive ball of light at the center of the formation. A thunderous dragon's roar erupted from the ball of light, and it shattered to reveal an azure coiled dragon. The coiled dragon had azure scales all over its body, and every single one of those scales was as bright and smooth as a mirror. It was giving off an extremely fearsome aura that threatened to destroy heaven and earth, and it pounced directly toward the oncoming giant flying blade. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the giant blade clashed with the azure dragon, and the glacial power being released by the blade became even more potent amid a flash of scintillating white light. However, upon striking the coiled dragon's neck, a metallic clang rang out, and the blade was repelled while the dragon remained completely unscathed. As a result of the clash, a thick layer of ice immediately appeared over the upper half of the dragon's body, but it merely shook its body and ice instantly cracked. It then let loose a roar of fury before biting down upon the giant blade and also extended its claws toward the blade in a menacing manner. The massive blade possessed formidable power, but it wasn't actually all that resolute. Upon being attacked by the coiled dragon, a string of loud cracks rang out, and the entire blade was quickly shattered before disintegrating into countless specks of translucent light. A surprised expression finally appeared on Fei Ye's face upon seeing this, but he merely pointed a finger up ahead, and several tens of unharmed translucent flying daggers reappeared amid a gust of glacial wind. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Only now did it become clear to him that these flying daggers weren't actually treasures. They had been manifested from Fei Ye's glacial powers instead. As such, as long as Fei Ye still had sufficient magic power, he would be able to recreate these blades indefinitely. This was truly a surprise to Han Li. However, that didn't stop him from instructing the azure coiled dragon to pounce directly toward Fei Ye. At the same time, a thunderclap erupted behind him and a pair of translucent wings appeared on his back. A cold light flashed through his eyes, and he vanished on the spot amid a flash of lightning. The more fearsome his opponent was, the greater the necessity for Han Li to kill him as quickly as possible. This was the best course of action for both himself and the entire human army in Heavenly City. Fei Ye's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, but he then harumphed coldly, and the translucent flying daggers hovering before him shot forth high up into the air. The daggers converged up above to form the same translucent giant blade, while Fei Ye stomped a foot into the air and shot forth as a streak of translucent light. The streak of light then fused as one with the massive blade, and it slashed toward the azure coiled dragon in a vicious manner. This giant blade was almost twice as powerful as the previous one, and before it had even made contact with the coiled dragon, the entire surrounding air had already been filled with glacial light. However, the azure dragon wasn't fearful in the slightest upon seeing this. The scales all over its body stood up on end, and it transformed into a vast expanse of azure light that clashed with the giant blade. Glacial light and azure light intertwined as they clashed in a ferocious manner, and the two seemed to be evenly matched. Right at this moment, silver lightning flashed, and Han Li appeared up above before immediately grabbing downward with both hands. Two giant hands that were each several tens of feet in size emerged out of thin air. One of them was as pristine white as jade with layers of 5-colored glacial flames around it, while the other was as black as ink and was enveloped in a layer of silver flames. The two giant hands thrust downward and glacial and scorching powers intertwined, creating a strange combination that enhanced rather than weakened one another. Glacial light flashed down below, and Feiya emerged before transforming into a giant frosty hand that rose up into the air. This hand was as translucent as ice, and the entire surrounding space congealed in the face of its glacial powers. The three massive hands clashed violently, and the 5-colored flames around the giant white hand were immediately snuffed out, following which the hand itself was shattered. However, the glacial power emanating from the giant frosty hand was also nullified somewhat, and it shrank slightly in size. After that, the inky black hand clashed with the glacial hand, and the spirit engulfing heavenly flames immediately enveloped the giant frosty hand. Not only was all of its glacial power nullified, the frosty hand began to melt at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. Right before all of the glacial power was depleted, a burst of glacial light shot forth out of the silver flames before flying away like lightning. However, it was followed by a thin golden and silver thread that vanished into the glacial light in a flash. A cry of shock and fury rang out from within the glacial light, and Feiya stumbled out of it with a hand clasped over his chest. Through the gaps between his fingers, a purplish-black wound could be seen, and he had a look of astonishment and rage in his eyes. The wound had been inflicted by the revolving evil spirit light that the spirit-engulfing heavenly flames had devoured in the past, and Feiya had been caught completely off guard by the attack. Han Li chuckled coldly as a layer of black qi quickly surged throughout Feiya's body, and he knew that even if the poison within the revolving evil spirit light wouldn't be able to kill him, it would definitely have at least weakened him significantly, thereby making him a lot more vulnerable. He quickly cast a glance toward Fairy Yu to find that she was engaged in a fierce battle against Fairy Silverlight and his silver ruler, so there was no way she would be able to intervene to assist Feiya. As such, Han Li didn't hesitate any longer as he flapped his wings, and he immediately pounced toward Feiya amid a rumbling thunderclap. However, right at this moment, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted in the air above the battlefield, and the entire sky abruptly dimmed. Immediately thereafter, an inky black vortex that was around an acre in size emerged hundreds of thousands of feet up in the air. An extremely terrifying aura seeped out of the vortex, and the aura was only growing more powerful at an incredible rate. Han Li immediately stopped cold in his tracks and cast his gaze toward the vortex with a stunned expression. This aura was rather familiar to him. It was identical to the one released by the spiritual sense that had communicated with him in the giant pagoda. However, this aura was even more fearsome than the one that had appeared in the pagoda. What was even more alarming to him was that there was a humanoid figure standing right under the massive vortex, and upon closer inspection Han Li discovered that it was none other than the silver-robed middle-aged man, the male half of the Yin-Yang twin devils. Both the human and devilish beings on the battlefield were stunned to see this. Many of them stopped what they were doing and turned to stare up at the massive vortex with shock and awe in their eyes. Han Li's expression darkened significantly, and before he had made up his mind about whether he should focus on killing Feiya or make a detour to destroy the vortex first, the silver-robed middle-aged man suddenly made a hand seal before opening his mouth to expel a crimson ruby-like crystal. All of a sudden, the terrifying aura emanating from the vortex abruptly vanished, but in the next instant, a burst of blackish-red devilish qi flew out of the vortex before vanishing into the crystal in a flash. Crimson light flashed from the surface of the crystal, and it was suddenly drawn back into the silver-robed man's body. In the next instant, crimson light erupted from the silver-robed man's body, and he threw his hands onto his head as he let loose a howl of excruciating agony. At the same time, a string of loud cracks and pops rang out from all over his body, and his face and aura underwent an astonishing transformation. His facial features twisted and warped before transforming into those of a young man who appeared to be around 16 to 17 years of age. His pupils had also turned bright red, and he was giving off an overwhelming scent of blood and gore. The young man removed his hands from his head before slowly standing up straight again. He looked around at the human and devilish beings down below with a peculiar expression, then appraised his own hands before suddenly bursting into raucous laughter. "I finally arrived in the spirit realm. So that really was a viable method after all. Haha, I'm probably the first sacred ancestor to have accomplished this. It really is a wonderful feeling." All of the high-grade human cultivators were very alarmed to hear this, while the high-grade devilish beings were ecstatic upon getting a clear glimpse of the young man's appearance. One of the high-grade devilish beings immediately half-knelt onto the ground and greeted, "We pay our respects to our sacred ancestor. Congratulations on descending into the spirit realm, sacred ancestor." His greeting seemed to have acted as a reminder to the other devilish beings, and the entire devilish army immediately knelt down in unison. As for the human army, all of their faces instantly paled as they looked up with horror and despair in their eyes. The devilish lords were still rather bewildered, seemingly more hesitant than elated. Master Azure Dragon's expression changed drastically before a cold look appeared on his face and he yelled, "No need to fear. This devil was only able to descend into this world after possessing a host, so he most likely doesn't possess even a tenth of the powers of his true body. We can still win this battle. Fairy Lin, get the aura integration beast to kill this devil while we hold off the other devilish lords." Fairy Lin Luan was rather hesitant, but after taking a glance at all of the human cultivators standing on the city wall, she gritted her teeth and nodded as she abruptly thrust a finger toward the crimson talisman on her own glabella. The aura integration beast suddenly let loose a thunderous roar at her behest, then expelled a gust of fierce yellow wind out of its cavernous mouth. The devilish beings around it were all blown aside, and it flapped its wings vigorously, forcibly tearing its way out of the devilish army as it flew toward the young man. Even though the young man hadn't displayed any of his powers yet, the aura that he was giving off struck the beast with a sense of danger. As such, even without Fairy Lin Luan's instructions, it was still inclined to kill this young man in case he posed a threat to it later on. Meanwhile, Master Azure Dragon let loose a loud roar, and the 7 short blades re-emerged over his body as he transformed into a giant azure dragon once again. Howling winds and bolts of lightning erupted around him, and in the face of his ferocious barrage of attacks, the devilish army around him was unable to pursue the aura integration beast. Tai Long was unleashing countless hammer projections with his pair of giant hammers, and the attack seemed to be extremely powerful, but he was rather distracted as he was focusing most of his attention on the aura integration beast and the young man. Han Li was naturally extremely alarmed by this turn of events as well. Even though this wasn't the actual true body of sacred ancestor Shuiguang, it didn't seem to be an ordinary spiritual sense clone either. The aura that the young man was giving off was truly formidable, and far superior to that of the average late-body integration cultivator. Now that the aura integration beast had been unleashed on the young man, Han Li also stopped what he was doing to appraise the situation. Fei Ye was naturally quite relieved to see this, and he hurriedly consumed a few antidote pills, then began to circulate his magic power to force the poison out of his body. If someone below the body integration stage had been infected by the poison of the revolving evil spirit light, they would have already been killed, and he was only able to last this long as he was able to forcibly repress the poison with his mid-body integration stage powers. The young man faltered slightly at the sight of the aura integration beast before murmuring to himself in a surprised manner, "To think there's an aura integration beast present. No wonder all of you still haven't won this battle yet. I just so happen to require a steed, I guess you'll suffice." As soon as his voice trailed off, the young man flipped a hand over, and a small purple cauldron appeared over his palm amid a flash of purple light. The young man laid a hand onto the cauldron and uttered the word, "Net." The cauldron immediately began to revolve on the spot, and an ancient rune emerged from within it amid a flash of black light, then shot forth directly toward the aura integration beast. The aura integration beast opened its mouth to expel a gust of ferocious yellow winds upon seeing this, and at the same time, its wings transformed into a yellow cloud that completely concealed its entire body. The giant beast then hurtled directly toward the black rune without any pause, and it was quite clear that it was very confident in its own defensive abilities. A cold smile appeared on sacred ancestor Shuiguang's face upon seeing this, and he also made no effort to take evasive measures. After just a few flashes, The black runes flew directly into the yellow cloud and vanished without a trace. In the next instant, a thunderous roar of shock and horror rang out, and the giant beast was completely immobilized in midair. There were countless black threads that had bound its body, and these threads were extremely thin, but the beast was unable to break free from them no matter how much it thrashed and struggled. A cold smile appeared on the sacred ancestor Shuiguang's face upon seeing this, and he suddenly turned toward Han Li. Han Li immediately shuddered as a chill ran down his spine, and sacred ancestor Shuiguang remained completely expressionless, but he suddenly waved a hand toward Han Li. At the same time he uttered the word, "Come." A burst of rumbling rang out as the giant rainbow pagoda nearby abruptly rose up into the air, then vanished into thin air in a flash. In the next instant, bright rainbow light erupted over sacred ancestor Shuiguang's palm, and a miniature pagoda appeared above his hand before being tossed toward the aura integration beast. He then made a hand seal, and the pagoda transformed into a burst of rainbow light that instantly inundated the giant beast. When the rainbow light reverted back to its pagoda form, the aura integration beast was nowhere to be seen. Almost at the exact same moment, Fairy Lin Luan exclaimed in a panicked voice, "My talisman can no longer sense the aura integration beast." Han Li's heart immediately sank upon hearing this. As the true owner of the Purple Cauldron and the Rainbow Pagoda, the two treasures were significantly more powerful when being wielded by sacred ancestor Shuiguang. Han Li wasn't confident at all that he would be able to escape from the pagoda again if he were to be sealed into it for a second time. Master Azure Dragon was also very alarmed to see this, and he immediately yelled, "Go!" Bright spiritual light then erupted from his Azure Dragon body, and he forced his way through a series of hammer projections that were unleashed by Tai Long before flying directly back to Heavenly City. He had immediately chosen to flee the scene now that the outcome of this battle was virtually nothing more than a foregone conclusion. Fairy Silverlight and Fairy Lin Luan exchanged a fearful glance, then also fled toward two different directions. As for Han Li, he swept both sleeves through the air to withdraw his Azure Coil Sword formation, then also flapped his thunderstorm wings and fled the scene as an arc of lightning. "It's too late for you to try and get away now." Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang guffawed. He immediately made a series of hand seals, and crimson chi emerged from his body before forming two figures that were identical to himself. One of them was holding the rainbow pagoda while the other was holding the small purple cauldron, and they both chuckled coldly before vanishing on the spot in a flash. As for the final member of the trio, he stomped a foot, and crimson chi swirled beneath him before forming a small crimson canoe. The canoe was only 70 to 80 feet in length, but it was glittering and translucent, and there were countless profound rainbow runes inscribed on its surface. The canoe shot forth and quickly disappeared into space with the young man standing atop it. When the canoe re-emerged amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, it had already covered a distance of several thousand feet, and it seemed that it would catch up to Han Li after just two more flashes. Han Li had detected this with his spiritual sense, and he was given quite a fright. In this dire situation, he gritted his teeth and transformed into a giant four-winged silver bird amid a rumbling thunderclap. He flapped his four wings vigorously and transformed into a silver thread that flashed through the air at an astonishing speed. That's a Kun Ping transformation technique. Hee, do you think that'll be enough to allow you to escape from me? Go and take care of those body integration stage human cultivators. I'll go after that man myself. Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang chuckled coldly as he issued an instruction to Tai Long and the other devilish lords. Immediately thereafter, his two clones also emerged beside him as if they had never left, and they both made a hand seal in unison. Two pairs of crimson crystalline wings instantly emerged on the sides of the small canoe, and the canoe shot forth as a crimson thread with a vigorous flap of those wings. The canoe carried the three young men away into the distance in the blink of an eye, and they displayed no interest in the battle that was currently taking place. Tai Long was silent for a while before turning to the other two devilish lords. "You two, go after the two body integration stage human cultivators that escaped. I'll lead the army to take over Heavenly City." The final body integration stage human cultivator fled back into the city, but he's severely wounded and doesn't have the aura integration beast to help him anymore, so I'll take care of him along the way. As for that man, Master Shuiguang is going after him in person, so there's no way he'll be able to escape. Will you be all right on your own, Brother Tai? What if the humans still have some other trump cards up their sleeve? Fairy Yu was rather hesitant. Rest assured, I have the infernal blood form guards with me, and will be able to take care of everything, Tai Long replied. In that case, I'll leave everything here to you, Brother Tai. Fairy Yu nodded in response before flying away as a streak of pink light, heading straight toward the direction that Fairy Silver Light had just fled toward. As for Feiya, he had already forcibly repressed the poison in his body and also departed as a streak of white in pursuit of Fairy Lin Luan. Following the departure of the other devilish lords, Tai Long yelled, "All of the body integration stage human cultivators have fled. It's time for us to take over this city." His voice was imbued with immense devilish might, and it rang out like a resounding thunderclap in the ears of the human and devilish armies down below. The devilish beings all let loose cries of elation, and they began to attack with even greater ferocity. As for the humans on the battlefield, all of them had turned deathly pale, and morale instantly plummeted to an all-time low. In this dire situation, Master Azure Dragon's voice suddenly rang out like rumbling thunder from some part within the city. Do you really think I didn't prepare any other trump cards? If you want to break our Heavenly City, you'll have to get past these 108 giant puppets first. As soon as his voice trailed off, over 100 pillars of golden light emerged in all corners of the city, then transformed into a series of golden armored guards. These guards were clad in golden armor from head to toe, and they were each wielding a giant golden sword that was around the same size as their bodies. All of them were also wearing visors that revealed only pairs of cold silver eyes. Even though these 108 golden armored puppets were only hovering in midair in a completely still manner, they were releasing formidable auras that weren't inferior to those of spatial tempering cultivators. The despairing human army was naturally greatly reinvigorated upon seeing this, and they began to retaliate against the devilish army with renewed vigor. Thus, the sound of violent clashes rang out all over the battlefield again, and Tai Long was rather taken aback by this situation. However, a hint of disdain then quickly appeared on his face, and he waved a hand toward the infernal blood form guards around him as he commanded, "You don't have much time left, so participate in the attack right away. We have to tear down the city's main defenses in the shortest time possible." The devilish generals leading the army immediately gave affirmative responses upon hearing this, then quickly descended to join the devilish army down below in their attack against the city wall up ahead. As for Tai Long, he hovered up in the air and watched as the situation unfolded. With the inclusion of the infernal bloodform guards, the devilish army immediately gained a crushing upper hand, and some devilish beings had even torn through the defensive restrictions and made it onto the city wall. In response, the 108 golden puppets merely continued to hover in midair, displaying no intention of assisting the human army whatsoever. After appraising the situation for a while longer, a thought suddenly occurred to Tai Long, and he immediately flew back toward the devilish cloud. After just a few flashes, he disappeared into a mountainous black arc, and the devilish guards in the arc were quite surprised by his sudden return. However, Tai Long offered no explanation to them at all before making his way into a secret chamber, then immediately activated the restriction that had already been set up in there. Layers of five-colored light immediately surfaced from the walls of the secret chamber, and a small white formation appeared on the ground. Tai Long strode over to the formation and made a hand seal before casting several incantation seals into the formation. Spiritual light flashed from the formation amid a faint buzzing sound, and a white jade altar slowly emerged at the center of the formation. Sitting atop the altar was a rusty copper mirror that seemed to be an extremely ancient artifact. A serious look immediately appeared on Tai Long's face at the sight of this mirror, and he began to chant something before opening his mouth to expel a ball of blood essence, which transformed into a cloud of blood mist that enveloped the entire mirror. Layers of azure light appeared over the surface of the mirror, and it gradually brightened. All of a sudden, light flashed from the mirror, and the image of an azure-robed elderly man appeared on its surface. This was a benevolent-looking elderly man with a head of gray hair, and he was seated on a black wooden chair. He was holding a book in his hand that was slightly yellow from age, and he cast his gaze toward Tai Long from within the mirror. "Ah, I was wondering who was contacting me. Haven't you already joined up with the devilish army to participate in the sacred sacrifice? Why are you contacting me using this split-realm mirror?" the elderly man asked with a smile. Tai Long pays his respects to Lord Wang. Lord Weng, Master Shuaiguang has descended into the spirit realm again. Tai Long extended a respectful salute before cutting straight to the chase. Again, has he sent another one of his clones into the spirit realm? That is indeed rather strange. Despite what the elderly man was saying, his expression remained completely unchanged. This is not a normal clone. Instead, Master Shuaiguang seemed to have used some type of secret technique to directly possess the young devil with his spiritual sense. After being possessed, not only did the young devil transform into Master Shuaiguang, his powers were also enhanced to an incredible degree. Judging from what I could feel at the time, he seems to currently possess around a third of the power of Master Shuaiguang's true body. On top of that, he's also able to make far better use of the purple word cauldron and rainbow light pagoda. With these two treasures, he was able to easily capture an aura integration beast that the humans had up their sleeve, Tai Long replied in a solemn manner. The elderly man's expression finally changed slightly upon hearing this, and he murmured to himself, "Is that so? That's quite interesting. Sacred ancestors like us can indeed make our spiritual sense descend into an alternate realm along with some of our magic power. But the amount of magic power that can be transferred is downright negligible due to the pressure from the power of that alternate realm. How was Shuaiguang able to bypass the power of the spirit realm to bestow so much power upon the young devil? Could it be that he recently mastered some kind of powerful secret technique? By the way, Master Shuaiguang seems to be targeting a certain body integration stage human cultivator," Tai Long added. "Oh, tell me everything you know about that human cultivator." The elderly man was very intrigued. The human in question is a mid-body integration cultivator, but he possesses incredible abilities. He was just battling the yin-yang twin devils not long ago and... Tai Long immediately began to divulge the information he had on Han Li. After a while, he had revealed everything that he knew, and he fell silent as he awaited the elderly man's instructions. "You did very well. This information is very useful to me. You can go now," the elderly man instructed with a stroke of his beard. "Yes, Lord Weng, I'll be taking my leave now," Tai Long replied before casting an incantation seal onto the ancient mirror. An azure light flashed from the mirror's surface, upon which the image of the elderly man vanished. After contemplating the situation in silence for a short while, Tai Long strode out of the secret chamber, then flew out of the giant ark and re-emerged on the battlefield as a cloud of black chi. Meanwhile, in a certain wooden cabin within another realm, the elderly man had placed his book down onto his knees and was contemplating something with narrowed eyes. There was an identical antiquated mirror placed on the table next to him. "You sure are a bold man, Shuaiguang. I don't know how you managed to transfer so much of your magic power into the spirit realm, but are you not afraid that something will happen to your true body in the sacred realm? If your enemies were to hear about this, I'm sure a lot of turmoil will ensue," the elderly man murmured to himself as a cold look flashed through his eyes. At the same time, tens of thousands of kilometers away from Heavenlin City, Fairy Yu was flying rapidly through the air while holding a crimson bead in one hand. After reporting the situation to an elderly woman in the Elder Devil realm, she opened her mouth and swallowed the bead again. After that, she immediately accelerated even further in her flight. Several hundred kilometers ahead of her was Fairy Silverlight, who was also flying through the air as a streak of silver light. The same scenes were unfolding with Feiya elsewhere, who was carefully stowing away a translucent jade talisman that he had just used. Meanwhile, Han Li was flying through the air in his giant bird Kunping form, traveling at an incredible speed. Less than 100 kilometers behind him was a small crimson canoe, which was chasing him in hot pursuit. Han Li had naturally already discovered that he was being pursued by sacred ancestor Shuaiguang, and he was flying as quickly as he could as he flapped all four of his wings vigorously. However, the canoe that sacred ancestor Shuaiguang was standing on was the fastest flying treasure he had ever seen, and despite his best efforts, he wasn't able to get any further away from the canoe. Was he really going to have to battle this clone of sacred ancestor Shuaiguang? Setting aside whether sacred ancestor Shuaiguang had any powerful abilities up his sleeve, just those treasures that he was wielding were already quite a handful for Han Li to deal with. At this point, sacred ancestor Shuaiguang had already locked onto him with his spiritual sense, so unless Han Li was able to open up tens of thousands of kilometers between them, there was no way he would be able to truly shake off his pursuer. As he flew through the air, Han Li was rapidly pondering countermeasures that he could take. Just as he was flying over a certain mountain range, Han Li suddenly released over 1,000 silver feathers from his giant bird body, each of which transformed into a formation flag. Lights of different colors flashed, and the formation flags vanished into the mountain range down below. Even while he was doing this, Han Li didn't slow down in the slightest, and after just a few flashes he had emerged from the mountain range before vanishing into the distance again. A short while later, a crimson thread emerged in the distant sky, following which a small crimson canoe suddenly appeared in the air above the mountain range. The three identical clones of sacred ancestor Shuiguang were standing atop the canoe, and the one at the forefront had his arms crossed and his eyes narrowed. Meanwhile, the other two both had their eyes closed and were making a series of hand seals. The small crimson canoe blurred, yet just as it was about to vanish into space again, over 1,000 pillars of light suddenly erupted from the mountain range down below before forming an extremely vibrant formation in the air above. The surrounding air instantly became extremely viscous, and the small canoe was inundated by the power of the formation. Does he think a temporary formation like this one is enough to trap me? Sacred ancestor Shuiguang chuckled coldly. Immediately thereafter, one of the clones behind him withdrew his hand seal, then opened his eyes before expelling a ball of black light out of his mouth. There was a small cauldron hovering within the black light. It was none other than that purple word cauldron. The clone that had summoned the purple cauldron gently laid a hand onto it, then uttered the word break. Bright light immediately erupted from the cauldron, and it swelled drastically to over 100 feet in size. A huge black rune that was around 10 feet in size then emerged from within the cauldron before transforming into a black hurricane. The black winds were imbued with incredible power, and the entire heavens tremored in their wake. The giant formation only managed to withstand the ferocious assault for several seconds before being torn apart and dissipating into countless specks of spiritual light. The giant purple cauldron then instantly shrank down and flew back into the clone's body as a ball of black light. After that, the clone closed his eyes and began to make hand seals again. Sacred ancestor Shuiguang chortled with glee upon seeing this, and the small canoe shot forth as a crimson thread again, having only been stopped for the span of just a few breaths. At the same time, Han Li could sense that connection had been abruptly cut off, and a hint of astonishment flashed through his eyes. He was stunned that sacred ancestor Shuiguang had managed to break his formation so quickly, and his heart immediately sank. Moments later, he abruptly flapped his wings and over 100 more feathers shot forth. As soon as these feathers detached themselves from his body, they transformed into talismans of different colors that vanished into the surrounding air with only 2 silver talismans remaining on the spot. One of them flashed with silver light and transformed into a golden armored warrior that was wielding a giant golden blade. As for the other silver talisman, it produced a faint golden shadow that abruptly vanished into the back of the armored warrior. As for Han Li himself, he showed no signs of stopping and vanished into the distance again after just a few flashes. Not long after that, spatial fluctuations erupted in the distance, and the small crimson canoe reappeared. Sacred ancestor Shuiguang was initially rather taken aback by the sight of the golden armored warrior before a cold smile reappeared on his face. This human brat sure has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. It's quite remarkable that he was able to refine a shadow puppet of such a high caliber. However, this thing isn't anywhere near enough to stop me. As soon as his voice trailed off, the final clone standing on the canoe slowly opened his eyes, then raised a hand to release the small rainbow pagoda. The pagoda then rapidly swelled to tens of thousands of feet tall before abruptly appearing in the air above the golden armored warrior. The armored warrior remained completely expressionless, but it slashed its blade viciously toward the pagoda up above. A resounding boom rang out as a sword projection that was over 1,000 feet in length struck the underside of the pagoda, only to vanish like a sandcastle in the rising tide. The giant pagoda continued to descend, and countless streaks of rainbow light surged forth from it to completely inundate the golden armored warrior. When the light faded, the pagoda had reverted back to its original miniature size, but the armored warrior was nowhere to be seen. The clone that had released the pagoda waved a hand through the air to recover it, following which the crimson canoe continued to fly through the air as a crimson thread. However, in the next instant, silver light suddenly flashed from the spot where the armored warrior had just been taken, and another golden armored warrior emerged amid a flash of silver light. As soon as it appeared, it made a hand seal, and an indistinct projection with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged. The projection waved its 6 arms through the air, and 6 massive balls of golden light came crashing down toward the canoe. Even before they had struck the canoe, sacred ancestor Shuiguang was struck by a burst of formidable might that was both rather familiar and also completely unfamiliar at the same time. "That's a true devil projection," he exclaimed in a stunned manner. Meanwhile, the clone standing behind him flipped his hand over to produce a small purple cauldron, which released a purple light barrier that instantly enshrouded the entire canoe. The 6 balls crashed into the purple light barrier amid a string of dull thumps, only to be instantly absorbed by the light barrier. However, the canoe was still stopped for an instant as a result. Sacred ancestor Shuiguang quickly recovered from his astonishment, and his expression darkened as he raised a hand before drawing a peculiar-looking circle in the air. A large white hole instantly appeared in front of the small canoe, and crimson light flashed as a massive python shot forth out of the hole. The python pierced through the golden armored warrior's body before winding itself around the puppet. The armored warrior didn't even get a chance to react before it was crushed into specks of silver light by the python, and the golden projection behind it also crumbled away as a result. Sacred ancestor Shuiguang harumphed coldly, and he was just about to continue onward when he abruptly looked up with a slightly bewildered expression. In the air above the canoe, the projection of a series of palaces and pavilions had appeared. This was none other than the 9 palaces' heavenly talisman that Hanli had set up earlier. In the instant that sacred ancestor Shuiguang discovered this, a vast expanse of light had already descended from above to ensnare the crimson canoe. In response, the final clone on the canoe hurled his rainbow pagoda through the air again. A giant pagoda projection instantly appeared overhead, keeping the palaces and pavilions at bay, and preventing them from being able to descend any further. Immediately thereafter, the clone began to chant something before expelling a mouthful of blood essence, then yelled the word "capture." Rainbow light instantly swept upward from the tip of the pagoda, sweeping up all of the palaces and pavilions. The light faded, and the giant pagoda projection vanished as the small rainbow pagoda returned to the clone's hand. Sacred ancestor Shuiguang's heart immediately eased upon seeing this, and he spurred on the crimson canoe to continue traveling forward. Over at Heavenly City, all of the restrictions outside the city wall had finally been destroyed by the devilish army, and countless devilish cavaliers and devilish beasts were flooding into the city. However, the 108 golden armored warriors continued to hover in midair in a stationary manner. It turned out that they were mere projections that had been conjured up by a series of intricate formations. The human army had discovered this not long ago, and morale naturally plummeted once again as everyone fled for their lives. At this moment, on a nameless mountain hundreds of kilometers away from Heavenly City, there were close to 1,000 people in identical attire casting their eyes toward Heavenly City, which had been inundated by devilish chi. Some of them wore grief-stricken expressions, while others were happy to just be alive. None of them uttered a single word, and it seemed that this was quite an organized and well-trained group. Standing in front of them was an azure-robed middle-aged man, and he was